give you, take a day through.
Bring the cash out. I need 1 million once for the ones with their ass out. Blow a bag out. All the bitches by the bar in the back, then the act out. Yeah, bring the cash out for the freaks on the pole and the hoes with their ass out. Yeah, blow a bag out. Get the draw, hit the flow, shake that ass like a clap now. Down south hoes up in late night working. 10 toes down and they won't stop twerking. Southside niggas on 10, they lurking. Looking at my freaks like virgins. Wasted, baby, Tito, baby, yeah, you wasted, ladies, Tito, baby, yeah, you. Bust the biggie, bounce it. Yellow, get up with a nigga with a granny. Put the pussy on me if you really wanna bet it. Put the pussy on me, I'ma let you be my granny. Too much money, I'm 22, already iconic. Niggas on the neck like the top down on me, bitch, I got hits. Like Rihanna, and I bring them bands out, all the niggas get loud. I bring them bands out, all the bitches go wild. I bring them bands out, all the niggas wanna crowd me. I gave y'all a name, what would y'all be without me? I bring them bands out, all the niggas get loud. I bring them bands out, all my bitches go wild. I bring them bands out, all you niggas wanna crowd me. I gave y'all a name, what would y'all be without me? Down south hoes up in late night working. 10 toes down and they won't stop twerking. Southside niggas on 10, they lurking. Looking at my freaks like virgins. Wasted, baby, Tito, baby, yeah, you wasted, ladies, Tito, baby, yeah,
you got to fuck me properly.
Before you hit from my money,
Monopoly.
Smack, keep showing all this coochie, nigga. Get on your knees, put this pussy on your cookie, nigga. Have you ever made love to a cold nigga?
Hell no.
Coochie, put his coochie, not no hill figure. Pussy booming like a 808. Send him home for a stomach he already ate. I'm in his mind on his chest like a nameplate. I'm on the ground, what you mean? Deactivate. Pussy great, they call me tough. Bitch, you sweet. I ain't fucking with the middleman. I'm looking for the big queen. 10 in the face, 7 in the waist, first to the race, sticking in the hand. You keep up the pace. The boys in the yard, they want my milkshake. Down south hoes up in late night working. 10 toes down and they won't stop twerking. Southside niggas on 10, they lurking. Looking at my face like virgins. Wasted, baby, Tito, baby, yeah, you wasted, ladies, Tito, baby, yeah, you know you want something from me. It's yours, boy, come get this money. I know you want something from me. It's yours, boy, come get this money.
Y'all, what the fuck you just heard was a goddamn Lil Nas X and Saucy Santana collaboration. Yes, that is happening, girl. That is coming, girl. What you heard was a leaked single, girl, between Lil Nas X and Saucy Santana called Down South Hoes. The girls are coming, baby. The girls are coming. Now you know they gonna show they mother ass, baby. And guess who the hell need to be up in the musical video, girl? Guess who need to be up in all of that gayness, girl? CTV, girl. Okay, so I'm gonna need to know where they're holding auditions, honey. I'm gonna need to know, girl, what time are the girls supposed to come up, girl? Because I know that video set is going to be a fucking mess, and Lil Nas X and Saucy are going to tear it down. Iconic status. Now, I have had my issues with Saucy in the past, honey, and some of his colorism, girl, and I have had my issues with Lil Nas X and some of his goddamn devil worship, bitch. However, girl, I'm feeling down south whores, okay? I'm feeling down south whores, girl, okay? And I got a feeling this is going to be a real big budget type situation, girl. I got a feeling, because, you know, Lil Nas X always goes like Michael Jackson on his videos, girl. Okay, and you know, Saucy Santana is a natural born performer, child. Okay, so between Lil Nas X doing all his TikTok choreography, girl, and Saucy busting it down, girl, and then the level of gayness that's gonna be in this video, girl, these niggas gonna give y'all a reason to believe in the goddamn gay agenda when they done, baby. And I'm here for it, baby. If the agenda is to wake it up, baby, I'm here for it. Matter of fact, all my double knotted do-rag wearing ass niggas and they Nike floppy and they Nike flippers. I got a question, honey. I got something. I'm gonna drop the link and let y'all come up here and get into real quick. Cause we got a lot. We got quite a few things to get into, girl. So before we do, I'm gonna need you all to thumbs up the video. You guys know that this helps with YouTube's algorithm. It protects the live stream and it triggers up the notification system, girl. So thumbing up is super important, girl. Thumbing up is actually more important than subscribing, girl. Okay. I'd rather y'all thumbs up than subscribe, bitch. Okay. But speaking of subscribe, make sure you also subscribe here too, because you both-handed hoe. Okay. Use the left hand to subscribe with and the right hand to thumbs up with, girl. Okay. Be both-handed, girl. Okay. Also set your notification bell to all, because you never know what day or hour the king shall be kinging. And you need to share this stream out, because you never know what day or hour the king. Girl, I done fucked up. You need to share this stream out, girl, because there's enough CTV to pussy pop and evangelize the entirety of the world with, okay? So please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, girl. Your community wall, Facebook, the Bible book, YouTube, NoTube, bitch. I really don't give a damn what looking crevice you put the link in. Just let them whores know that the king is in town. Okay, with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, what's going on? So I'm just waiting for my co-host, KnoccOut Media. I sent you the link already, KnoccOut. Okay, he's going to be joining me tonight, girl. You guys know that we do a quarterly sector news segment on this here platform, girl. Every now and again, girl, okay, we venture off into the dark regions, girl, of the web, child. Okay, and we just, you know, peek in from the porch, girl, and see what's going on, honey. We just, you know, peep through the peephole, girl. Okay, we be on the outside looking into the inside through the peephole, girl. Okay, that's how we get it going. So, KnoccOut had did a live stream last night where he got into some things, child. And his live stream ended up getting disabled because he was playing Prince, girl. Can y'all believe that the artist, formerly known as Prince, is still on his bald-headed hoe shit from the grave, girl? He don't give a damn, bitch, that he done crossed over and incarnated into a little white girl named Kiara, girl. He is still out here trying to copyright, trying to control his goddamn music and shit, girl. He's still on his petty shit, girl. I hope Prince ain't in hell, bitch. Okay, because you know, I'm gonna assume that the only reason the bitch would be angry, girl, from the spirit world is because they in hell or some type of purgatory, girl. So y'all need to pray for Prince spirit, girl. Go into the light, Caroline. Leave the living alone, child. Okay, let these folks play your music in peace, Prince. Ain't no need to be that Prince, girl. Okay, can y'all believe it, child? Y'all know he had blocked Beyonce ass too. He ain't let her put that goddamn performance of what she had performed, Beautiful Strangers or Sucking on a Stranger, Beautiful Night, Pussy Popping in the Night. What that shit was from the what that shit was. It was some damn song, girl. But you can only find the performance on YouTube, girl. Because Prince did not allow her ass to publish that shit, girl, on the official DVD, girl. So it just be too merch. Okay, here my handy dandy host go. What's going on?
Oops. All right, yeah, I'm on here. I'm on here.
Yo.
I was hitting the wrong part of the link. Of the
Oh,
link.
nigga time. Oh, now let me tell y'all about the level of niggerment that KnoccOut Media be on. Now, he ran me the fuck down, okay, about doing some content today. And then I cleared the time with him. I said, okay, 15 minutes, right? Because we ain't been doing shit for the 30 minutes we was talking it up and chatting it up, okay? All of a sudden, within that 15-minute window, guess what KnoccOut decided he wanted to do? Jump in the shower, get a petty and a mani, get his goddamn hair cut, do a tattoo, and run down to the goddamn 7-Eleven for some damn liquor. That's what he decided he wanted to do 15 minutes before we went live. What you got to say for yourself, KnoccOut?
For one, I apologize. I don't know what to say for myself. I have to be in my zone. You know what I mean? I have to be in my zone before I really you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I just want the folks to know, bro. It don't be me, bro. Okay.
It's not him. It's me.
Period. Not mine. Now, before we get into sector news, because I was telling the people that we typically do a sector news, a quarterly sector news edition on the platform just for a kiki. It's just cute. It's just cute content. Nothing that deep, honey. We just like the, hello from the other side. We be on our Adele shit. But did you get to hear the intro song? That was a saucy big booty Santana BBL collaboration with Lil Devil Worshiping Nas X. How would you feeling about they collab?
Demonic.
Demonic. Really?
Demonic. Yes, very much evil in its entirety. I feel like.
Okay. Tell us how you really feel. Elaborate.
Well, before I do, let me get your thoughts because I'm long-winded.
Demonic straight from the pits of damn hell.
Straight from the pits.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, look, I'm feeling how gay it is, but it was kind of nostalgic because they had like some cute little references like this part right here. Hold on, let me see. It's Lil Nas X part. That's Yin Yang Twins Whisper reference. So I was feeling like they was taking me back in time. And then like toward when Saucy Santana got to his little piece, let me see. Let me see. Monopoly. Okay, so he was on his Trina shit right there. So that was, look, Trina is who taught me. Trina is who made me aware that I was a bad bitch in high school. And then there was like this Uncle Luke shit, this big booty, big Judy dance, too much booty in the pants type of record scratching. That was nostalgic at the end, like right here. The way it is. I'm living for all that KnoccOut. The track is so unique. It has such it's like a lot going on, but the way that they kind of like wrote it all and the way that they kind of brought it all in, I'm living for it.
I think
it's just iconic as well. Like two black and brown, openly queer men having this level of representation in music is nuts. Like, I mean, it's a whole new wave out here now. But of course, I'm looking for it.
But look, that beat, I love that beat because I like the whole twerk movement. So it's like anything bounce, anything like that type of beat. It just matters who's rapping over it. In Houston we have this rapper. Her name is Ken the Man, and oh my Lord Jesus, it's not even just like her the way she raps, but it's like she chooses the right beats. You know what I'm saying? And that's big to me. But I think it's because maybe of like I don't know, but it's like it would be a good song. I just think it would be good from somebody else, and that's no hate. It's just like I would probably rather hear a female over it. I don't know. I guess
Now you also you used the word demonic.
demonic.
Elaborate. It's giving demonic tease.
No, demonic in the way of like you're gonna be on demon time when you listening to that song. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
them
saying?
niggas getting into some things, honey. Them niggas getting into some things.
I swear, like
Lyrically, and yes, it definitely invokes thought energy.
exactly, and like that's all it is, and I celebrate that. I think you should definitely do that. Like I like demon time because okay, so like Ice Spice and like the little movement that she's doing and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Okay. Well,
You know what I mean?
speaking of the movement, when I say the gay man out here, when I tell you KnoccOut, the gay man is outside. Now this the part where courtesy of neighborhood talk, bruh. Okay, and I'm gonna drop the link because I want all my niggas. I want my niggas. If Red Clark in the building, if Marquez is in the building, if Quack is in the building, if Ugly Yogi is in the building, if who else? Who are my other niggas? If Auto Magic in the building. Oh, and Shakim said he'll probably be able to chime in too. So let me send him the link. Yeah, we ain't even got the second shit started. Damn. He said he ain't home, but he gonna try to chime in.
Shakim ain't doing nothing. He acting like he doing something. He ain't doing nothing.
Do you got his phone number?
I don't have his phone number. I got my Instagram.
Let me see. I need to paste. Okay, I think this is the StreamYard link here. I just had to send it to him. Oh, this is the wrong StreamYard link. God damn it! Hold on, no, ignore that link. Ignore that link. Okay.
You good? I'm just vibing to this Genuine in the background as you do that. Hey, I said I'm vibing to Genuine right now. You good?
Faded, wasted. You got to fuck me properly. Bling.
Oops. Okay, so are you? I was thinking about doing a late night. One of the infamous late night lives. But what's today? Monday?
No, I told you that you need to start doing. You need the them late night lives, like them freaky, like them lives that are be on demon time at night.
Mm-hmm.
That would be good. That would be good Patreon content for you. I mean, not Patreon. Good OnlyFans content for you.
That would be
like how Tommy Sotomayor do his show from OnlyFans.
Yeah.
That shit would be dope. And everybody moving over there. Dr. Larry Reed got he got a OnlyFans going, Storm Roll over there being nasty and OnlyFans. Everybody over there in OnlyFans bag.
Everybody talking, they popping it in OnlyFans. So I might have to give a little teaser because this damn daiquiri, I'm not even halfway through it. I told you I was halfway through it. I'm not even halfway through it.
Look, I want y'all to definitely get into. Oh, I don't know. Can we? I don't know if we can say the whole word on YouTube. I know it's OF. People be saying OF.
Only. Friends only. Let's just put it backwards.
Fans only.
Fans only. That's what it. Yeah, that's what they do.
Girl, y'all need to get into. He got some good late night content, honey. If y'all want to hear KnoccOut huffing and puffing while he in some wet coochie. While he in some wet cooter, girl, y'all need to go get into that fans only. Get into that fans only subscription, girl. Okay.
Yes.
Matter of fact, where we gonna get some new content?
All right. So what I'm doing right now is I'm getting my body ready for the springtime, summer. You know what I mean? By the time my birthday, which is February, hits, I'll be dropping new content.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to get my body right. So give me about 6 weeks, and that'll be about the time of my birthday. So yeah, we'll be
So are
we'll be ready.
So are you gonna be doing like are you gonna be having partners, or are you gonna be doing more solo stuff, or
Well, I'm thinking of just incorporating everything. And like the whole thing about the fans only is that you can kind of like personalize it, right? So
Mhm.
you could definitely like message the content creator and be like, hey, can you do this or do you do this, or and actually like ask them. Or sometimes a lot of content creators will actually ask like what they want, what their fans want to see. So yeah, definitely you can tap in, but it'll be kind of like starting out, I guess, like a late night kind of podcast. But and when I say late night, I mean freak nasty uh
oh yeah, yeah,
podcast. And
mm,
then uh you know the other content would be there for sure,
fans only for sure.
for
We
sure.
can get a bit with bloody murder she wrote over there in that
Mhm.
fans only bag. So speaking of fans, well, first of all, y'all, speaking of Dr. Larry Reed, y'all pray for Dr. Larry Reed. I had to cuss Dr. Larry Reed out in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Daughter earlier, girl. I had to ask the doctor, where is your scooter, Dr. Larry? Okay. Okay, so y'all keep the pray, girl, pray, cause girl, Dr. Larry be out here on his Father Teresa shit. And child, it be going all types of to the left. Okay, so y'all just pray for uh Larry, Dr. Larry Reed, girl. Okay, just I can't get into it. At least not right now, girl. But just keep our doctor in prayers, girl. Just pray that the Lord just gives the heart is one thing, okay, but the scriptures say that we must have wisdom in our hearts too, because the heart without wisdom will get you into some things, baby. Okay, when you just going off straight heart, girl, okay, it'll get you into some quicksand, child. Okay, so you got to have wisdom when it comes to the heart team. Okay, so just pray. He means well, girl, but the devil really be after our doctor, girl. Okay, that's how you know he a man of God, girl, because the devil be trying to have his foot on the doctor's neck, girl. Okay, so just pray for his protection. Pray, for his wisdom, pray for his empowerment, girl. Okay, because the devil that are loosed in the world, girl. Okay, so all of that. Now, I see my boy Red Clark is here. I want my niggas to hit the link for this because I want to show you something before we get into the thick of it, KnoccOut Media. You ready for this?
Okay, I'm ready.
When I tell you that gay man is out here, gay man is out here. So check this out. Y'all got to look dead at the screen, girl, okay? And keep your eyes there until it's over.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I seen your story. Yeah, I seen your story.
Nah, people be mad at me, but this all I be doing on the porch. Y'all men be coming to me. Y'all men be coming to me, baby. Okay, I just be on my porch doing this, girl. Okay, so I don't got nothing to do, girl. Okay, but like y'all men, honey. Okay, be in the front yards and things, girl. Okay, I just be on my porch, honey. Okay, now look at some of these comments, girl, because baby, some people were through for 2023, girl. Somebody said, need to be throwing a football instead of his ass. Hashtag too damn big. Somebody else says, I'm gonna try to find all the fucked up comments. Somebody else says it smells, okay, with a throw up emoji. Okay. Somebody else said, I don't like it. Somebody else said, girl, black men are clearly under attack. Somebody else said, girl, y'all keep pushing this bullshit. Somebody else said, Lil Boosie is typing. Somebody else said, the emasculation of the black man, shaking my head. When will we stop glorifying this mess, honey? And this comes from a sister girl. Somebody else said, I just want to know why. Somebody else said, I don't think I would ever be okay with seeing a man do this. Okay? And girl, it just went on and on and on. Girl, I'm gonna drop the like for one. I want my niggas. I want all my niggas in do-rags and tube socks. Okay, for one. So what's your heterosexuality think about it, KnoccOut?
Look, I can't even watch it. I can't even watch it because it's
what
look.
What how you feel with knowing that? How you feel knowing that this is how I be carrying on the front porches?
Man,
would this change the way you see me?
No, because like I know that's your personality, but like I guess like the thing is like if you was to like it was to pull up somewhere and you just start busting out twerking shit, like throwing ass,
I be on my hands on my knees and about my thought shit. I be on my thought shit. Megan told me to have a hot gay summer. I just want to know how I'm just trying to figure out how is the men's feeling the gay boys being outside, honey. We're
outside. my thing is like, hey, look, do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. But just don't expect me to be looking at you.
Oh no, I'm gonna need you on your professional hat, honey. I'm gonna need you to get your cameraman bag, honey. All asses and all twerking it matters, KnoccOut. All twerking matter.
Okay, so look, this is the thing. I ain't seen some women throw some ass. Okay. But my thing is like I would never expect a man like if I'm filming this class, right? And they're like, okay, yeah, come film this class, and then it's CJ pops up, I would probably be beside myself. I don't know what to think. I guess I would be like have my camera on my gimbal, but I'll probably be like, whoa.
Girl,
I don't know.
How would
that's definitely different.
How would you feel having to zoom your camera all up into this man's crevices like this? Huh? How would you feel having to zoom the camera all up into that stuff, girl?
Look,
or that jelly?
I would have had to have a healthy deposit, and then you would have to come up off that money immediately. I'm talking about like as soon as I stop hitting record, you give me the rest of my money plus extra. Tip me because I was not expecting that. Oh, that was not expecting that.
Be showing my ass too bad. Stream out done kick me the hell out my own shit. I'm trying. I mean, I'm just.
Oh man.
I'm just trying to. I mean, body yada 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 yada.
Good.
Red card. Is that my fault that I'm on the porch that minding my business? Is it my porch that my neighbors is out here protesting me because I'm out here getting down New Orleans now on my porch, having men crash their cars and things and throwing their number out of windows at me or written on napkins and blunts?
Look, I'm gonna tell you what.
You ain't wrong, see.
See, I ain't wrong.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm a type of nigga. Do your thing. I said, me, I wouldn't do it. You know, I don't condone, but hey, to each his own, man. And I'm the type of guy. Say we at the club and you know, you doing your thing, you my homie, and that's what you doing, I'm gonna hype you up. I'm like, go see, do your thing,
That's right,
cut up, my
goddammit.
nigga, yeah. But however, I ain't, you know, I'm not indulging, but I'm hyping you up. You know, I'm gonna support. If you like it, I love it.
Period.
You know, but hey, only 'cause I fuck with you. But if I'm not paying attention to it. If it's, you know, but if you
Oh,
like that in New Orleans now,
man, Clark,
you know,
if I'm throwing all them clappers around, I ain't giving
hey,
niggas no choice but to have to pay attention.
hey, man, look, I'm like, man, y'all better pay my nigga, man. Y'all better pay my nigga, man.
Because you know what's funny is me and Reckless was not interviewing. We was reviewing. Me and KnoccOut and Reckless was actually reviewing last season of Bad Boys on Zeus Network, and they actually had a situation similar to this where one of the castmates, because you know, like they had put gay men and straight men in the house together, and then they had went to an industry event at a bowling alley, the same bowling alley that the baby had beat the hell out of Danny Lee's brother at, and threw his ass down there to the pins. And one of the gay castmates was like twerking in the section that the whole cast was in, and some of the straight guys who were also a part of the cast were very, very, very upset at William. I think his name is William the Baddest, and he had like on a bodysuit, and he got like a BBL, so his ass is very like big and jiggly, and of course he loves to show it off because nobody gets a BBL to not show it the hell off. And you know, he was getting his life, and some of the straight guys was just not here for it. Red Clark, they were not here for it. What, like, how do straight men get to a place where they are comfortable enough in themselves to just live and let live? And that goes to KnoccOut and Red Clark. No, that ain't me, Yellow, but it is me on the porch.
Is that you?
That's not me in class, okay?
Okay, so I guess I'll answer you first. Like I always told you in every conversation that we've had about I guess involving sexuality and everything. I believe I should have grew up in the 70s because I believe in more of like a free spirit, kind of like free love type of thing. So, you know, if you do what you want, but just believe I'm gonna do what I want, and it's like your preferences are your preferences, my preferences are my preferences. So with that being said, if you want to throw some ass and all that, you know what I'm saying, throw some ass, but don't be
I ain't gonna
expecting
throw
me.
some of it. I'm throwing all of what God gave me.
Yeah, but I can't. I'm not gonna be the one holding your weave, talking about CTV, yeah.
Why not?
Because
Why not? Why you can't hype me up with Red Clark? Red Clark said he throwing the dollars and all on a bitch.
Because I guess okay, so like, and this is a weird thing, I guess. Okay, so imagine like we're in a section at a club, right? And it's like you, me, Reckless, and like, you know, other people. Let's just say me and Yellow Pill and Red Clark are there too. And it's like, you know, y'all are throwing ass, but there's like this club full of potential women that we might want to indulge in. You know what I'm saying? It would make me look, I guess, a little a little strange to be holding your weave, talking about like go CTV, yeah, like smacking your ass and all that, like how girls do. You know what I mean?
But that's a
I
part of
mean,
the new generation, right? Is we are taking everything out of the binary and throwing everything straight in the goddamn middle.
which is crazy because look, I seen this video of I guess it was somebody dancing in like Barbados or like somewhere in the Caribbean or whatever. And I guess the way they dance is more of like a grind, like a wine type of thing. And somebody had said, like, I'm glad that they're like the men from my culture know that this is just a dance and that it doesn't mean anything more than just a dance. To whereas American men would take it more so as like, oh, you must be wanting to do something since you're, you know what I'm saying, throwing yourself on me like this. So I guess like we
Because
kind
this
of look
is
at
the culture of New Orleans. Even the
it
straight
really is.
men, like, you know, get into bounce music and
Mhm.
all the way he doing, especially right here, like
Like
straight niggas be in the club shutting it down like that.
and he not lying because I've stayed in New Orleans. I went to school in New Orleans. I stayed in New Orleans like 3-4 years, and like the guys really do. I
They
don't know their
jig more
sexual
than they throw
preference.
ass though. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, like
I
I can
understand
say
what you're
I can
saying.
say
No, CTV. I know what you mean, but like I would say they more so like I understand the dance is more so like it's a dance and they're more so loose with it, but I wouldn't say they're necessarily throwing ass. He's throwing ass.
You
What he's
must
doing
have
is throwing
seen
yeah,
ass.
like
some of the shit
yeah,
I done seen knockout.
like
You must have
somebody said he
seen
need to be
some of the
playing
bouts
football.
that I done
Hey, he's a
seen.
quarterback. He's a quarterback. He's quarterbacking it.
Come
yeah,
on,
yeah.
quarterbacking it.
He's definitely taking all of it.
Like
Okay,
no,
like
okay.
look,
So
look.
hold
I'm
on. So
I was gonna say I'm very fluent in the twerking scene. If y'all don't know, y'all can definitely go on my channel and look at the age restricted content and see the ass that's been thrown on my channel. And I've seen some ass being thrown. Don't get me wrong, but it's always been by women. You know what I mean? Like I guess it would be like if randomly the person that I was doing that content with was like, hey, come with me to the strip club, and it had been to be like a men's a men's strip club. I don't know. I don't know what my reaction would be, but like there's also that side of it too, I guess, But I don't know. Even them, like, do you think inside of a men's only strip club, it's more so like I wouldn't say they're stripping, or they're stripping is like more provocative, I guess, more so than throwing ass. But I don't know. There's so much conscious. This is not even supposed to be with the
we look. I told her that we was going to the dark regions of the internet.
yeah, you immediately started with the
I
yeah.
told them, but this is so interesting to me because okay, so Red Clark said he's from New Orleans. So have you ever done the bounce yourself,
nah,
Red?
nah.
No. Would you ever allow the spirit of bounce to come into thy
Would I ever
soul?
what?
Would you ever allow the spirit of bounce to come into thy soul?
Nah.
Why?
I don't think that's in me. I don't think nah. I don't see it in my. I don't see that spirit. Trying to penetrate my
Not
my
penetrate. Now
vessel.
you trying it, Red Clark. Okay.
Penetrate my vessel.
You try.
I
Not
don't see that
penetrate.
spirit trying to penetrate my vessel.
Not penetrate, but like soft download into your soul. A
soft
download.
download. Ooh.
A soft download. Because look, when I see dancing of all kind, irregardless of gender, especially if it's like high velocity dancing, like twerking and all of that, all I see is energy and motion. Because I know that's what we are on an energetic and cellular level.
But see,
I can't say
On
this.
energy. So this is a like when people are twerking and shit, they're just allowing energy to magnetize.
I have saw this though. I've seen more white men indulge in not probably not to this extent, but I've seen white men like be more comfortable with like twerking or something like that. I've seen white men in the club like with their woman like dance on their woman, like or dance on a woman as if a woman is twerking and the guy gets behind her. I've seen that a man do it to a woman, but he's a notable. I mean, you don't know what people do behind closed doors, but he looks notably straight. However, I feel like it's in our culture is different. It's different culturally. Just not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm just saying what I've witnessed.
Now y'all know I like to deep dive into shit. So I want to ask the women in the chat. If KnoccOut was holding my ponytail up high while I was giving y'all all this work in the club, could he still like would y'all like, even if y'all thought maybe he was gay because he was just moving my hair out the way while I get this bag, okay? Would y'all, if he came over to y'all and tried to holler, y'all was like, oh, I thought you was Team Rainbow. And he was like, nah, that's just my homeboy or whatever. Da 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 da. Like, would he still be able to holler? Like, would y'all be okay with him having that type of proximity to me, and even helping me to execute my twerk? Matter of fact, I'm gonna take the question deeper. If KnoccOut hit the dance floor and gave y'all this work like this on the dance floor, but identified as straight, would this turn y'all off? And if it would, why? Why would it turn y'all off to see a man throwing his ass to the heavens and then to hell and then up to the heavens again?
She said we need to see his face. So like, I guess how the guy looks will matter.
Look, if
So
you
just
haven't
think of a
seen me
man-
come up on
So just
CTV's
envision
panel,
a man that you attracted to, a man that you attracted to, putting in that work on the dance floor, wobbly wobble, earthquaking it, quarterbacking it, as Red Clark would say, and he identifies as straight and wanted to come over and buy you a drink after he done threw that ass all up in the air, like, and he was trying to take you home and smash for the night. Like, could both of those things go hand in hand?
No, Conscience, no.
Why? Why not?
I'm gonna tell you why. One, like what the other guy said, I don't know if that was KnoccOut, but the reason why, as a straight woman, that would not be something that most women, especially within our community, would not do, is because like we have to deal with that on a daily basis. So we have to deal with certain dudes that are DL that don't want to actually be honest about wanting to be with other
Okay,
men.
so pause right there, because see, we probably not gonna even end up having a goddamn sectors edition damn live stream today. Okay, so the whole down low thing, y'all do realize that people do not have to disclose their body counts. They do not have to disclose their sexuality.
Right. I believe
A
nobody
person
has
don't have to tell a person don't have to tell you all that. Bisexual people exist, and they do not have to disclose to you that they like other men. If they're hooking up with you on Plenty of Fish, or they're hooking up with you from the club or the bar, they don't have to let you know that they sleep with men either. Like, that's not something that you are entitled to, per se.
So I guess
because what I don't like about the download insertion a lot of times, and I'm not saying that you're doing this, but the only the level of honesty that people need to have about that only should be reserved, in my opinion, for relationships. But people, just like you don't have to tell a man that you just smashed another man last week. You don't have to disclose to him that you and your homegirl just had a whole orgy out in Cancun, a few weeks ago. You don't owe him any more than he owes you in terms of sexual history, in terms of any fetishes, etc., or just the bisexual thing at all. It really seems like the discreetness of bisexual men, because it's only a standard that y'all create for men too. It don't exist for bisexual women. But
I agree with that.
But for some reason, like
it not
black
existing
men
for women. Yes, but what I'm saying is, I'm not. Well, you have to realize that I'm speaking from a place of if somebody wanted to be in a relationship. I'm not speaking from a place that I'm about to.
Okay, so I'm not even asking about a relationship. I'm just saying that if a man got out on the dance floor and did all of this carrying on, he got into his divine feminine bag for 5 minutes, and then he hopped back up and got into his divine masculine bag in terms of hitting on you for the night. Could two and two go together? And
yeah,
that's
what I'm saying. Most girls, especially within our community, are gonna. That's a no.
Right.
Conscience. That's a no.
But why?
I tried to tell you, but you
no, because you're talking in terms of relationship. I ain't asking about relationship.
I mean, even if it's a one night stand, for most girls, they're still not going to go off and be with a guy that been with other men, or that's twerking their ass on the dance floor.
I got a question.
Because actually, you actually botched my entire question to begin with. I was saying initially that let's take CJ right here in this clip. But let's say he's a straight man. I'm talking about if a straight man was just comfortable in himself, if a straight man moved in his feminine energy and his masculine energy, and he moved in his feminine to this degree, and he's able to body his femininity, could that be appreciated as a straight woman? And he identifies as a straight man, not as a bisexual man, not as a down low man, because there are straight men who are this feminine. There are straight men who are this flamboyant. There are straight men who are so flamboyant and feminine that people initially think that they are same gender loving, and they're not. They're heterosexual. What's the hairdresser? It was a hairdresser who had a show on We Network. He owned like a salon. He had long hair, and I forgot the name of his reality show. It was kind of ghetto. I think it was out in LA. I loved watching his show, but he identified as straight. Like, I mean, he was almost like Prince level feminine. Hell, Prince is feminine. You know, he's in his nails, he's in his tights, he's in his makeup, his lip gloss, he's in his rouge, he's in his high heel, his stilettos in the club, and women were gawking over.
Yeah, but
over
that's also Prince, and Prince has money. So we don't come on now.
But
they
see,
were
I think
him because of money. Because if you look
yeah,
at
absolutely, I agree.
it was
Yeah,
because,
for money. That's
no,
any
I ain't about
superstar.
money. Women who are attracted to Prince are attracted to him because he has sex appeal. That shit is just it's sexy to them.
But see,
Prince
look,
was very
I think
charismatic.
His
think
music
we're
is sexy to
glossing
me.
over.
I'm not attracted to Prince like that.
But I think we're glossing over the fact that a lot of times that men, okay,
See, and Prince look good. This coming from the ladies. Like,
right.
women are attracted.
No,
but conscious, look.
Women attracted to me. I have women throwing their drawers at me every day. As gay as I am, as flamboyant as I am, as much weave and long hair and makeup and all of the girly shit I get into, and women hit on me.
Yeah,
on a
that's why I
daily
said
basis.
okay.
But look,
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think
You can't. I can't speak for everyone,
forgetting.
but I'm saying statistically, we're asking why men can't do
Somebody
this
got some.
and say.
There you go.
But
I'm
look,
sorry?
they won't. This is a thing that y'all think y'all are glossing over, is the mouthpiece. So you can look good and all that, but if you can't talk for anything, there's no that doesn't lead to anything. So I think you have to look good, but I think it's also like your personality as well,
Right?
that like can like execute things, especially if it's like a hookup situation, because I think your personality has to be on point, and you have to kind of like really vibe with that person in order to like really do that. But Prince was also,
See,
I also
hold
think that
on,
most women would not, though.
I just want y'all to notice all of the women who going up for Prince. I'm telling y'all, Prince, plenty of gay men have a lot of women who want them, who are attracted to them, even straight identifying men like Prince, who also happens to be effeminate, have straight women who want who are able to find that. And I think it's dope. I think women who are able to, like, I just love it. I think it's so futuristic and so fucking progressive. For like, if a woman can like just literally allow it to be what it is, like, and I really want to know in the Black community, why do we demonize femininity in Black men, irregardless of sexuality, but mostly definitely when it comes to heterosexual men who are very feminine in nature? Because, and I had to address one of my friends on another panel like last year about this, because he was like, because he's feminine and he is a bottom, which means that he's the receiver sexually. But he was saying like, I can't be with other bottoms. So like, well, not other bottoms, but I don't like other feminine. I'm not attracted sexually to other feminine men. And I said, I find it interesting that as a gay man yourself who is feminine, you can't be attracted to femininity on other men. And I challenge him to explore himself in terms of if there's some self-hate there. And I'm going to challenge women the same way. How can you appreciate your own femininity and expect it to be sexy? You find your own femininity sexy. You expect it to be found and perceived as sexy to the opposite sex. But when that same femininity that you appreciate and that you find attractive and that comes natural to you, when you see that femininity showing up on a body that you haven't been taught, trained, or conditioned to see it on, then you have a opposite attitude toward it. Because I embrace my own femininity, I cannot find femininity on other men unattractive. I find other feminine men attractive as well because I find my own femininity attractive. I find my own masculinity attractive. So I'm able to find also masculinity on women attractive. I'm able to find irregardless of whether they identify as straight, regardless of whether those women identify as gay, doesn't matter to me. But if I am accepting myself and my energies and I'm attracted to those energies, then it's just not possible for me to see those energies on bodies that are supposed to be unconventional for those energies and be like, ew, or hell no, or turned off because I'm saying that to my own energy. I'm looking at my own fucking energy on someone else saying,
Well,
oh no,
yeah, I mean,
that's
you can
attractive.
be,
That don't make no sense to
you
me.
can say that somebody looks nice. Like, say for instance, Prince to me, okay, he's a nice looking guy, but sexually, no.
Like it
No.
doesn't turn her on. Like
Exactly. There's a difference to
heterosexual people like
appreciate
the opposite.
femininity on someone else, but
Right.
that does not mean that I want them sexually. No.
Okay, but I'm not talking about just on him. I'm asking generally. Like,
Yeah, that's what I said. Like,
It
even
doesn't
okay,
turn
I'm
her
even
talking
with
on.
about,
this,
I
even with
don't,
this.
hold on. Allow me to lead the conversation.
Mhm.
I'm talking about general. I'm not talking about just in Prince's case. I'm saying there is an issue, a deep one in the Black community where we identify so strongly in the binary and in the polarity that we really think we're being cute when we as feminine entities find our femininity unattractive on other bodies just because it's on a body that's unconventional to that energy, but also finding it unattractive on that unconventional body is a social construct and something that we've been taught. That's why when you look at other parts of the world, you don't see other dynamics among the sexes, or you don't see other communities having to reel over these type of issues. Like even in the Caucasoid community, there is a lot of inclusivity in terms of the way that white heterosexual men are able to show up in their community. And you see that even in the genres of music where you have glam rock, where you have white men who damn near look like they're in drag, who identify as straight, who openly show up in this aesthetic, and you have white women throwing their draws at these men. You have white men who are able to paint their nails, grow their hair long, who are able to embrace what we would call femininity on some level or another, and those things not necessarily be a hindrance to white women, but we see like a very strong policing of femininity. And I'm surprised that Black women under a patriarchy where they don't even feel their own femininity is welcome, worshipped, worthy, valued, or validated can have the nerve to be oppositional when it comes to that same energy that they are seeing disrespected on them, also take a disrespectful attitude or a othering attitude when that same feminine energy shows up on an opposite body. And I think that there's work to do. I think that means there is work to do.
Well,
Because you
no,
cannot love yourself.
I
Because
think
you
that
cannot hold on. I'm not finished. Because you cannot love yourself and then hate the same parts of you that you love on other people.
I don't hate that though. That's
Okay.
not. That is not
Women,
even what I said. I do not hate that.
Well, I'm not just
But
talking to you either. I'm
oh,
having the conversation with the entire panel. I'm also seeing the comments in the comment section.
oh, okay.
Let me see.
And
Let me see
I
what
want
she said
everybody
about this.
and I want everybody to hit the link and get into it because I'm gonna keep my fucking foot on y'all's necks.
I want to see what she feel about this. When heterosexual women see men, subconsciously they're seeing what they like reproductive qualities. Like seeing a dude be ultra feminine, it doesn't. She doesn't get that sense of security or protection. Like she just doesn't see the masculine qualities that she would want to reproduce with. So
Then
it just
she's very
doesn't turn her
short-sighted
on
though.
sexually.
It doesn't
But
turn
she's
her
very
on.
short-sighted then, because those same feminine men are able to perform and have a reproductive system. They do reproduce. They're able to perform sexually. They're able to be so-called men are masculine. They work. They might even identify with the heteronormative gender rolling that goes on, and might also, even though they're feminine themselves, still might identify as, I need to be the man of the household, willing to work and bring the bacon home to mama. And because he twerks his ass all night and day long in the club, his whole manhood goes out of the window. But you're also talking about a group of women who can cut their hair, wear baggy clothes, be in Timbs, and they can show up in their androgyny and yet still expect to be perceived as women, or to still be humanized, etc., but don't afford that shit to Black men. And that's the hypocrisy that I'm calling out. The fact that there's not space in the Black community for Black men to show up in their femininity the way that straight women show up in their masculinity, the way that they're able to personify their masculinities, the way that they're able to move in and out of their energies, whether that's aesthetically, whether that's mentally, whether that's emotionally, but there's no space in our community for Black men to have that same access, and to have have the social equity, still have the self-respect and the dignity put on their names, and still move in and out of those energies. If we are as intellectual of a people as we claim that we are, and we say that we know that all souls are born in that femininity and that masculinity, that every person here has the genetics of a father and a mother, you were literally birthed and born in these energies. You might be in a male body, you might be in a female body, but you are literally born even genetically androgynously. That's why I can look at your face red and can see that you have your mom's nose. I can look at your lips, KnoccOut, and see that you have your grandmother's lips. Like, I can look at Nolly and see that she has her father's cheeks. Like, we literally are physically androgynous, and then yet we get into like this anti shit, and then it seems to be like very lopsided, because it's really only men who don't get afforded that. Wow, you can have a Debrat, you can have Aaliyah, in her boxer briefs and her baggy clothes. You can once again have women, swindling in and out of their feminine and masculine. You can have them with short haircuts. Like, women get into all their bags. They do them. All I'm saying is, what the fuck is the issue when it comes to giving that to men, to Black men particularly?
I don't think that.
Because I don't mind it. I want everybody to live their best life. I'm trying to figure out what is the issue when it comes to Black men doing them.
No, I don't think that there's an issue. But when we're talking about the level of, okay, do I want to be with this person? Or even if that person, I don't know, decides to be with them for a night, do you really want to be with them sexually? Yeah, you can go to work, bring home the bacon, and do all that, and yada yada this and yada yada that. But if we both on the dance floor twerking that ass, like, most girls are thinking like, oh, like this like a homeboy to me, like this like a male best friend. They don't see them in a way to where it's like, okay, well, I want to be with this person. Now, have I dated men that are more feminine than like this super 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 toxic masculinity? Absolutely. But he was also not twerking his behind on the dance floor.
It doesn't make the waterfall. Like, it doesn't hit the switch for them.
Okay, well, I'm saying that
Because I will say, yeah, I've dated a guy that was a little more feminine than a super super toxic, like rah rah rah, like, no, yeah, I sure have, but he's not on the floor twerking his ass.
But if he was, I'm trying to figure out what is the issue with a straight man twerking his ass and throwing his ass in a circle and making it.
Hold on, it also depends on what culture you're in. Conscious, you can't forget that, because African.
No, I'm not forgetting it. I'm right here in this conversation calling our culture as Black people toxic and divisive and anti as fuck, and how Black women also reinforce patriarchy and
That's
toxic masculinity
though.
on other.
And nobody sees that as feminine. And I mean, they literally move their hips just like women.
Who don't see what is feminine?
That's what I'm saying. It depends on the culture. Like you're saying, black people, yeah, we're African American black people, right? Then there's a subset of African people as well. African men move their hips just as well as a woman. Okay, they might not have a big bum like a woman that's gonna
We're
be
talking about
around.
freaking movement, and y'all attach sexuality and sexual
That's what I was
attraction
gonna say.
No,
to the way that. Hold on. We're talking about the way that people move their body, and the fact that y'all literally will project literally the most extreme shit onto people and like other the fuck out of a person's like out of another human being because they're able to move, they can move and do move their body in these fluid ways, and sometimes in these ways that are said to be feminine. And for us, and then for the response from a large part of the viewing audience of watching that femininity on an unconventional body to be to be an insult to that person's manhood or that person's ability to be functional in a relationship or that person's ability to perform sexually is just really so fucking closed-minded and short-sighted, and it just really, I can't explain how it dumbs down
Hey, Conch, I
No,
got a question for
I'm
you.
the
saying
reality
still show up,
of something
but
that is.
you're asking why in the black community
I
specific.
know why. I'm not. No, I'm not. Well, I'm
Hey,
not.
Conch,
Really
I got a
asking
question for
why.
you.
I'm not really asking why. I know that, like, we toe up as a community. Like
Yeah, I mean,
we
I
toe up,
understand.
and so now I want to untear it up. I want to
I got
have the progressive conversation. I want us to do the work. I want us to get into our brains. I want us to really think critically about these things. I want people to say to themselves, "This is a whole man. He's bent over, and why am I feeling like he couldn't be a good father to my child? And why am I feeling like he couldn't be a great mate to me? And why he couldn't provide all of the tenets that I have set forth in a relationship? Why would I allow this visual or allow a man performing, a man moving his body in a certain way or showing up aesthetically in a certain way to take away from his ability to be a reputable, legitimate partner? I do not understand that level of shallow. I
I
don't,
have a question for you.
and I
got a
can't even
question.
act like I
That
can't
we're
even act like I do.
takes that away though.
CCTV, do you
It
are
doesn't
okay?
take that-
I see you identify you express yourself as not as shit both genders, right? Do you like you you physically like you
It's not
physically
a
display
gender thing. It's an energy thing for me. Like my
your
language is
both
energy.
yeah,
I
so you
I
you
just know that
display both your masculine
I
and your
just know that I
feminine
have
energies,
I just know that I have femme and masculine
right?
energy,
So,
and I don't shy away from any of those energies.
so
I
my
just allow
question
them.
is, do you like women? Because
Are
it's
you
not,
talking
I'm leading
sexually
somewhere,
and
but you don't.
romantically?
Yeah.
Maybe I've everybody who's been following me anybody who's been following me for the past 2 years know that I've been experimenting with my sexuality, even though I've identified as same gender loving my whole life. I
All
have
right.
had sexual
Question.
experiences now with
Okay.
women. I
Okay.
have had that type of contact, and I do like it.
So for
I cannot say that I don't know if I would classify myself as bisexual, because I feel like it's something because I'm working actively to decolonize my own mind. Like I'm
okay.
working actively to even like to get to the rooty tooty. Like my goal is to just be attracted to a person,
All right. So my
beyond sex, beyond all of that.
so my question is, if you are a same sex liking male, would a woman throwing her ass like that? Would that hit the switch for you? Would that turn you on? Would that make you?
Yes, I'm turned on by feminine women. I'm turned on by masculine women, and that's why I said everything that I said earlier on in the conversation. I cannot discriminate against my own qualities when I see them on other people.
But movement automatically like relates
look
to
when
sex
Janet Jackson
most of the
was
time.
in. Hold on. When Janet Jackson was in her Rhythm Nation bag, and she was doing all of that goddamn stoic ass movement and all that military ass robotic ass shit, honey, and she was getting her goddamn she was getting her her shit on. That shit was fucking sexy. I wouldn't give a fuck whether she got her titties out like she did, and I Get So Lonely, which was sexy as fuck when she was in her red hair, titties bouncing, ass swinging, or whether she's in a more masculine aesthetic like this. It's all sexy to me. Shit is sexy to me.
That's you. You're asking a woman why that
But
same
you just asked me
feminine
about me,
energy.
so I'm just talking to you about me.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm saying, but I asked
yeah.
you that question because I asked if a same. That's why I switched it, because if a same.
The reason why I asked this is
gender-
because it's not about women, and that's why I brought up communities. If none of us were raised in the type of society that we were in, and we weren't taught a binary, just like many other indigenous communities are not, none of us would even have the resistances that we do. We learn these resistances. Yes, they feel inherent, and they feel like you, and they feel natural to you. What they really are is a social programming that you're responding to. If you did not live in a society that did not differentiate femininity on a man's body from a woman's body, you would be choosing a man accordingly to the standards of the culture you were raised in, which is why Nali spoke about culture, the social conditioning system that has programmed us all to operate and to navigate the world in the way that we do. And this social programming is inherited and internalized on such a level that we actually believe that this is us being our natural selves. And that's why I spoke about decolonizing your fucking mind. Like Invo said, free your mind. If you have never challenged yourself or did the introspective work to go down a rabbit hole and question why the fuck you feel the way you feel, and why you're even attracted to the shit you are, and why you even look at the world that you do, you are somebody who's probably leaving 90% of who you actually are hidden away behind a curtain. Because none of us, without intentional effort, can claim that we are authentic. We are our authentic selves, because we are literally taking on a social programming, and that is telling us who we are. And this is why so many people, so many adult people are having so many identity crises. Don't know really who the fuck they are somewhere between who I think I am, what everybody want me to be, and then whoever I actually truly may be. And all I'm doing is challenging people to do the work and to really like ask yourself these questions. Ask yourself, where does this come from? Where does this come from?
It
Just
comes,
like a lot of
genetically, like it comes genetically. Like
just like a lot. No,
like him dancing does not hit the switch for me. But if a female was doing it, it would. I can't explain it to you.
It
I
don't.
can't explain it
It
to
don't
you.
know.
It's like you can't explain.
I
to
know
me
all
you
about.
like what you
I
like.
know all about. I'm somebody who have these conversations. I does this topic. I know all about biology. I know all about the science. I know all about the sexual attraction. I know all about sexology. This is why I love these conversations. I'm very clear about what it is and what it actually is not. Some of y'all are not clear about what it is and what it ain't. And y'all are calling these things biology. It's nothing biological about it. It's nothing inherently factual and substantive about it. And when you get into the study of sexology and all of that, you actually learn how subjective sexuality is and how subjective sexual attraction is. People want these areas to be black and white, and to their point, you live in a society that that intends for you to see it as a black and white issue. So I'm not surprised that people literally feel that, you know, these issues are black and white, just like y'all thought for a long time sexuality was a black and white, and you're learning that that's not. Y'all thought that gender was black and white, you're learning that that's fucking not. Like, so many things are just not. There's more gray space than there are the extreme polarities of left and right. And I want to know how it's possible to dehumanize a person based upon the way that they move their body. I think that that's fucking shallow as fuck. I do. Because it is.
You're asking how the way somebody moves their body dehumanizes them, when the way you move your body is sexual. That's a sexual trait.
It's not.
Even a man's body language is sexual to women.
It's not.
So you can't detach movement from sexuality.
I do. When I saw CJ twerking, when I see women twerking, when I see men twerking, the first thing that comes to my mind is not horniness. I don't sexualize dance.
I wonder what Reckless would think when he sees a woman, because you're a little. We know all of attraction is different, and his level of attraction his view might be different from yours. You get what I'm saying? Like
that's almost like saying that the body in and of itself is sexual, and I'm not surprised that men under a patriarchy think that they assign sex to the body, because that's kind of what's wrong about patriarchy as well.
No, I said movement of the body is sexual.
Movement of the body, but not even just movement.
Still, that's
not even just movement. Men think the body is sexual in nature, largely. Period. Which is why the conversations come down to the way that a woman is dressed and all of this when it comes to conversations.
Twerking is a sexual movement. That's a sexual movement, so you can't detach that.
Yeah, this is why strip clubs are popular. This is why the go-go bars. This is why what's the name of the goddamn restaurant? Not Hooties. I'm about to call this shit Hooties. Hooters and shit, because this is something that the masculine does. I don't sexualize the body in that way. I can see people on a beach and my dick not get hard because the body is exposed. I don't have those type of sexual responses.
But we're talking about the movement.
Hold on. I'm talking about all of it. I'm talking about a naked body, a moving body. All bodies are in motion. I'm in clubs. I've been on dance floors. These things do not. I'm saying for me, for you, they clearly do. For you, the way that somebody moves their body strikes up a sexual response for you, that you have a sexual interpretation of that. I don't.
So what?
And hold on. And let's just say that it does. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck does a man twerking on a dance floor have to do with him being able to make your ass clap in the bedroom afterwards? Because both of those things happen.
I think it's more about perception.
For all that, and a lot of gay men have transcended this construct as well, because CJ might actually identify as a top, but appears societally, because of his femininity, as a bottom, but may actually identify as a top. And there are men who are allowing CJ to top them, just like there are trans women who are topping men. Just like there are straight women who are pegging and topping men. And that's what I mean by like this desire to act like these things are objective, that these responses are objective, are not. That's why the sexual spectrum is as muddied as it is. The fact that the sexual spectrum is so nuanced, and you have the feminine playing the dominant role. I had a whole panel on my channel last year where women came up here who love to peg and who are in relationships to men who love to be dominated in the bedroom, who love to play the submissive partner in the bedroom. So for you to say that these things, that basically men, operate this way and women operate this way, that would just contradict the reality of the way that people experience these things in and of itself. And I'm going to take it a step further. I do believe that I do believe that all the women who pagan, all the men who are able to play the submissive role in the bedroom at times, that all of the entities who are in so-called unconventional bodies but are personifying masculinity and femininity, I think that these people are what the truth looks like more than the extreme left and right. The extreme left and right looks more performative than anything else. If you actually would let the binary go and actually really address the issue at hand in your mind, because you're having a perception of a thing. A perception of a thing doesn't make it real. It's just your perception of it. So I understand why some people may be turned off by a straight man who is jiggling his ass all over the dance floor. But what is the issue with
the issue of social embarrassment?
Okay, so that I'm glad y'all up here, because what y'all are establishing is that most human beings are weak as fuck, and it's very childish to be concerned with.
But there are actual societal consequences to the things that you're talking about.
But there's not.
You don't think so?
The only thing that's going to happen to a straight woman who's in a relationship to a man who seems gay to everybody else is that she's going to be side-eyed. She's not going to be run down in these streets, hung on a fucking cross. No hate crime is going to come unto her. No nothing. She's just going to have to deal with people questioning her man in their minds, in the little whispers in the room about her being with a man who's really gay when he's actually really straight. That is not a consequence that should warrant a adult person at that, because we even teach our kids to think for themselves. We teach our young people to have their own fucking identity. We teach young people to not follow the crowd, to be strong enough to be different, to be unique, to be set apart. And then we have the nerve to grow up as adults and still lean into that way of immaturely existing in society and get consumed all over again about what people think. Do you concern yourself with what people think when it's time to pay your fucking bills? Can you take what the fuck somebody thinks about you to the water bill place, to the electric bill place? Can you take what the fuck somebody thinks to you to the car dealership?
Do you have a regular job besides this one?
So if people are living their life, grown adult ass people living their life tied into what the fuck some raggedy, worthless, nobody, stranger ass motherfucker will feel about your choice, I'm also going to challenge those people to do the fucking work. You're not as much of an adult as you may think that you are. So now the question needs to be, why are you concerned with what people think about your choices and who you're choosing as a partner, unless the response is so vitriolic and so violent that it warrants rallying for awareness around these issues? But to simply make a life choice, to not make a choice because of what your mom is going to think about this feminine man that you have the audacity to bring home as a husband, or to bring this feminine man ass home to your father, etc. Like, I get it. And yes, there's going to be resistance, but we are talking about grown ass people. And I'm trying to figure out why. So now we got grown ass people who live in a life according to what everybody else think. We got grown ass people who are literally invalidating a man's masculinity because he has the ability to twerk on the dance floor. We have y'all don't like. Do y'all hear it? It clearly it's just.
I don't think it's so much about him twerking as much as what he's presenting. He doesn't look like he wants to fuck a woman. He just doesn't.
I'm not talking. But you're. And that's why I use the word perception.
But let's be real. There's niggas in Miami who twerk all the time, but they don't look like that.
I'm talking about perception. But see, that's the same. I'm not even going to go there because it'll get super nuts. But That's what I'm talking about. It's a perception. And so what I keep hearing regurgitated is people don't have self-awareness. Y'all not even asking yourselves any fucking questions. Y'all are just like bouncing around the world, having whatever responses y'all having, and y'all don't think anything of it and chop it up as to being yourself. But it's just me. It's just me.
Hey, Conscious, can I say something? Now, like I said on the comments, we both have a male and female DNA, and now if you look on my picture, you'll see that I'm a whole female. But let me tell you, as a female, I have hormonal issues, and I have to shave just like a man. So what I'm saying is, you can't judge a person just because it could be a number of factors of what's going on. You get what I'm saying? And I understand how people may feel, but at the same time, you don't know what has happened in that person's life. You see what I'm saying? To make them feel a certain way or to look a certain way or whatever. So people need to be careful because yeah.
So
And
I
thank
wanna
you.
I wanna
Hold
chime
on.
in.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
definitely allow you to jump in. And I just want to ask Rashonda this one question. So, in lieu of what you're saying, you are one who have to shave. This has been a topic on my platform as well. I brought up women who have certain hormonal conditions. Women who are like women who are capable of growing entire beards. Women who have irregularities, so-called in certain parts of their body. And I think about these women, how like on the screen here, you're looking at biological women who have a full face beard. And a lot of these women, of course, because they live in a shallow ass society that's materialistic and dumb as fuck, they forced to do the work to transcend the way to transcend the way that they've been conditioned to see themselves as women, because they live in a society that, like, because of this polarity, these women here have to be met with rejection, with scrutiny. They have to be made to feel less than a woman or less feminine, etc. And I think that this is the type of trouble that we get in by adhering to the binary structure, because you also have men who have met these women and have been attracted to these women, but would not feel comfortable being with this woman and bringing her before their family, etc. And I don't know how we can, like, I don't know, like, how is that okay? Like, how are we okay as a people, knowing that this binary is destroying people's lives, including biological women, including biological straight men, etc., and everybody in fucking between, and why we can't get to a place where we just see people as people? Like, this is just a woman with a fucking beard. She's not a man. She's not masculine. This is a woman with a beard. And even if a beard is considered masculine, so what? If you are attracted to her and you find her pretty, or you find her gorgeous, you find her uniquely attractive, then, well,
like I told someone before, Conscious, if I don't shave, I would look like a whole man. I can't help, that's a hormonal thing. I can't help the fact that I look like that. But because of the situation, I try to shave to try to keep keep it down so it won't be as bad. You see what I'm saying?
Let me ask you that question. Like, does that and is that burdening for you as a woman to even feel like you have to shave your beard because of the way, or to even shave like your facial hair because of the way that it's perceived societally.
Yeah, because I mean, they make me feel it seems like they're trying to bully. You know what I'm saying? You can't you want people to accept you for who you are, but then here it is somebody who got a condition or something that they can't help, and you looking at them like, ooh, I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? All I'm saying is people have feelings, regardless of how you may feel or you don't like it or something. That ain't for you. If it ain't for you, it ain't for you. You don't have to watch it. You don't have to
But
look
that's
at it.
the
You don't
part
have
that
to
I'm
deal with it.
also, but that's the part that I'm also challenging too,
Yeah.
Rashonda, is beauty standards in and of themselves, and this debate over whether there's any inherent substance to what we call attraction, or how much of that shit really is just shit and can be rearranged. And people do rearrange their attractions all the time. You grow out of certain attractions. Like, we know that attraction in and of itself is subjective. This is why your taste in men and women can be one way in your 20s, and then your taste in men or women can be a whole nother thing in your 40s. That you're looking for different things. Your values change, your priorities change, your points of attraction change. Like we're literally seeing the proof that attraction in and of itself is just not as black and white and concrete as it is. And I wish people understand
but the
that.
more you don't fit the social sense of what people deem as attractive, the smaller your window of people to find shrinks. It shrinks. Like for me, for instance, my attraction has evolved. You know what I'm saying? I've always been into really feminine presenting men. Unfortunately, I can't get the sexual interaction that I need and want from somebody feminine because they automatically expect me, from the way I look, to be the top. It's problematic because I can never have a full relationship with somebody who's not willing to be versatile in the relationship. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to say, oh, you should like what you like. But I know as a real life thing that when you go outside your realm and try to find somebody who you're attracted to, it's not that easy because people buy into social norms. They just do.
But then again, I mean, you have to get to know the person for yourself. You get what I'm saying? You can't let somebody tell you how to feel and think about that person, because you don't know if you're missing out on a good person. Okay, you
But
know
it's
what I'm
not
saying?
even
I might.
about finding who you want and feel. Sex is also very important. And I feel it this way. I don't want somebody just to view me as what they see me once they get to know me. To me, that's immature. Unfortunately, I'm gonna be alone if I don't make some certain sacrifices. You know what I'm
Let
saying?
me
But
ask
it's
you
still
a
kind of
question.
unfair.
Let me
So
ask you
I
a
mean,
question.
yes,
If sex
ask me
wasn't
the question.
involved, if sex wasn't involved, and that's all that you saw in that person, would you still try to get to know that person for who they are? Or would you try to, oh man, I don't like her because she not giving it up or whatever? You might miss out on somebody good just because um that person is different from you. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
people
but I've
have to
never
think
met a
about
person. My sex drive really doesn't require a lot. Like, I'm not going to swing from the chandeliers. I do. My sex drive is regular. It's not like, but the thing about it
But
is when I find a partner.
you may come across somebody who doesn't want to have sex and just want to get to know somebody. You see what I'm saying? So
Oh,
keep
that's
that in
fine.
mind.
No. Rashonda, I think that you're missing his point. Paulo is saying he's the one who, he's the one who's different in this scenario.
Okay, I got you.
Like, he's the one who has the. Are you saying, Paulo, that you are attracted to feminine men, but because you present in a masculine way, you are oftentimes perceived as a top or as the aggressor, and for you, that kind of changes the dynamics because you are not a top and you're looking kind of for the reversal, not what the conventional expectation would be.
I'm actually versatile,
Okay, so
and
you're
I don't mind being a top. But the people, because I'm masculine presenting, most of the times I attract what I attract doesn't want to be versatile. They just want to be on the bottom. They don't want to reciprocate.
Okay. Well, I understand all of that, but you know, my point is people need to love people for who they is, you know, and at least try to have a
But the reason
conversation.
why we can't do that, Rashonda, the reason why a lot of us can't do this is because we don't even know who the fuck we are, and we haven't even loved whoever that is. We haven't even done the work to even uncover who we
There you
actually
go.
are. Very few
There you
people
go.
have actually taken that journey of self-discovery and really challenged their existence to get to the bottom of whatever is truly authentically them. You have more people who are adhering to the system. You have more people who are adhering to the surface information about themselves, and coupled with whatever society is doing externally and projecting and piling onto a person for the sake of their identity. So I'm not surprised that we live in a shallow ass society where we cannot
Conscious.
look at human beings as humans or don't see people as people because we don't even really, because most of us
Conscious.
are some
When did you get to that point? When did you get to that point? Because I've browsed through your pictures and you have a very ambiguous look. Did you just jump out the gate and say I'm going to present both as male and female, or I'm just going to be me? Or did you ever buy into social pressure?
I love that question, Paulo. I'm going to answer that question right after I get KnoccOut to jump in here real quick, because I know he was trying to say something as well. Are you there, KnoccOut?
Yeah.
Okay, jump on in, buddy.
So I was gonna say, and I mean, I know the conversation is kind of like transcended more so like the twerking.
Yes, it has.
But I was gonna say, I think a lot of men. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying a lot of men, I think, view twerking as more so something like a sexual, as a sexual thing. And I know you earlier you were saying that it shouldn't be, but I think that's what it is. It's like I want to say a mating call, but like it's something that women do that is attractive to men. You know what I'm saying? And I would say in itself that seeing a man twerk might be a little bit taboo because usually we're used to seeing women do that. Not to say that it's, you know, not something that men should do or anything like that.
Right.
It's just like it's just different. And I know it's not different maybe to the LGBTQ community, but at least for a heterosexual man to see it, or maybe even for a heterosexual woman to see it, it's very different. Then I was gonna say also, especially with the Black community, when we're in clubs or like when we're in that type of environment, I think a lot of it is like you're absolutely trying to keep up this image because you have so many potential, I guess, partners looking at you. And it is sometimes, you know, people do go out and they want to hook up or they want to go out for the one night stands or whatever, so they're trying their absolute best to come off as appealing or attractive to, you know, the opposite sex or whatever, if that's, you know, who they're attracted to. And obviously a lot of times like twerking won't be anything like in the realm of attracting a woman if you're a man. Even like participating in like
In the West.
And on top of it,
Hold on, Presley. I want get all his stuff out as a co-host.
Yeah, no, but yeah. Basically, what I'm saying is that as a straight man, I don't think that I would expect for a straight woman to look at me participating in, you know, another man twerking or assisting or whatever, and then think
But
about
look
me
at
as
how
like
that
an
takes
important.
away from me and your relationship, though. Because if me and you are friends and we have an authentic relationship, and you know in your mind, there's nothing wrong with me hyping up my homeboy at the club because this is my nigga and he support me, I support him, and you, the rest of you hoes don't even fucking matter to begin with. But yet I'm not able to get the level of support that you may naturally want to show me because you would be more concerned by the way that's perceived outwardly. And I think that we don't really think in this ways about how this concern for what other people think takes us out of the present moment, out of the present moments, and the authenticity that exists, that should exist in all of our relationships, whether they're platonic, whether they're romantic, etc. And that, what do you think about that? The fact that you couldn't be as supportive as a friend to me because of what other people may feel or say, or that somebody may think you're gay because you don't give a fuck about me bouncing my ass around, and you're not necessarily shying away from that. You're not necessarily acting resistant toward that. Hell, you may be, hey, get it, bitch. Like, you may even be like doing what friends do, like doing what niggas do. Like, because if I was performing in a masculine way, that, you know, like, it wouldn't be any resistance there. But because a bunch of dumb motherfuckers in society been taught to see some shit a certain way, it got everybody else feeling concerned now about the way they are perceived if they're in proximity to somebody who is unconventional in society.
Now, I mean, if we're being like completely honest, I think like we're probably looking at the situation or like the scenario a little bit different, because, you know, we're implementing, like we're creating the scenario, but realistically it would be 9 times out of 10 the women holding, you know, the homosexual man's hair, or the man that's twerking or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It would usually be them that's supporting that, and the hype men and all that. That's usually the females, and the men might be on the side, like, you know, there. But I mean, most times I would think it's women that are, like, you know, encouraging that, or hyping that on, or, you know, somewhat like happy about that. You'll see most straight men probably like ducked off in the cut, or kind of like, you know, off to the side a little bit, because again, you know, just like you said, we do have like the societal construct of, if you're indulging, you know, you with that as gay, even if you're not. And that might take away from the partners, but that might take away from your friendship as well. And I understand that. But I don't know. I guess it's kind of like a dilemma.
Would you not hype your gay friend up if you saw them twerking?
And hold on for a minute. Before he answers that, I want to answer Khadijah, who says, CTV, you're downplaying heterosexuality. No, I'm actually trying to get heterosexual men and women to just be fucking free, because I don't understand how, like, as a gay man, right? Like, I as a same gender loving man who also is on his spectrums of masculine and feminine, right? And because I've come to full terms with all of these terms, with all these realities of myself, how is it possible that I'm able to exist in a world where I could hype up KnoccOut Media, whether he was, look, KnoccOut Media came on this bitch with a wig on, like, you know, he's put on wigs, like, you know, he's even KnoccOut is rather comfortable, you know, even probably more comfortable than the average cis hetero man really is in his own body and in his own self. And I appreciate that about KnoccOut. And as a gay man, how is it that, like, we able to live in a world where we're able to allow everybody to also show up in these ways? Because it's not about sex, it's not about hetero. We're talking about feminine and masculine, and we're talking about then the way those things are perceived, for better or for worse, in the society that they show up in. Because it's not necessarily actually correct that what the shit that we even calling feminine is feminine. Who called twerking feminine to begin with?
Right.
Feminine goes all the way back to fucking Africa. Moving your hips and your body and being rhythmic is indigenous in nature. The West is polarized by these sexist departments, and has this extreme categorization of everything that really ultimately takes away, in my opinion, from the human experience and its own organicness. Like, and every day I have to do this work. So it's conflating the issue of sexuality. What the fuck is me moving my body on a dance floor? Am I straight, homeboy? Which I shouldn't even have to insert straight. Because even that brings it back into this. And I'm talking about existing outside of that box and that conditioning altogether. What the fuck does me moving my body a certain way have to do with anything? And what does it have to do with my homeboy who is celebrating me in my moment of having fun and experiencing, like, and getting my life the way that I'm going to, like, celebrate him and everybody else in the space?
Well, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure if somebody seen, if say if I was in the section and you was doing that and I was hyping you on, women looking, just looking, they would think that I'm same gender loving, right? But until I have a conversation with them and talk to them, they might figure out, oh, he's not that. But it's just on the look of it. At that instance, they're automatically gonna think that you're gay.
And can I say something and
Okay,
ask
but
you
hold on, Presley.
Okay.
I know that we already know what the expectation is. I'm really interested in the now what part. We know what the fuck people gonna think. We know what people gonna say. That's a given. We live in that society. What now though? Because now I'm curious to know, you as a man, you in a section of the club, you see me bouncing my ass around as a man, and you're getting your life, you hyping me up, boom pow, everybody is nobody, you're like, you don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck, so we got a bunch of I don't give a fuck energy going on, and then the women around you are side-eyeing you, whatever. So now I'm interested now in what happens to you.
What happens to me?
Hold on. Do you now not be yourself and you give in to whatever the expectation is of these people in this club, and you operate according to what they're expecting of you as a man? Or are you going to also do what I'm doing, be yourself? Like when do everybody in these hypothetical situations make the conscious choice to say, yes, I understand that I'm doing something very different in this space, and some people are uncomfortable because of what I'm doing in this space, but if this is what the fuck I want to do in this space, I'm going to do just that in this space.
If I was hyping you on and all the girls are looking at me sideways, then that's their look for those 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, I might still be able to have a conversation with them. Once I'm having a conversation with them, they might figure out, it's up to them to figure out if I'm straight or not, and then just move on from there. But at that moment, I mean, if I'm hyping you up, I'm hyping you up. But like once I get past, 5 minutes later, and I decide to walk over and yo, what's up? And start talking to her, then it's up to her at that point. Would she want to even have the conversation or not?
Right. And that's my point. It's like that's the then what is like you might potentially be out of the running, I guess, as far as that potential partner, if that's what you're looking
wouldn't
for.
You want to be like if you are an adult person and you have come to learn how to love yourself and be yourself as a man, and you know who you are, would you even be interested in somebody who hasn't done that work? So if somebody is judging you because of something you're not judging,
but
she might have not done the work.
If somebody is judging you for something you're not even judging, wouldn't that also lead to like you understanding that person needs to go to the left?
You gotta think this isn't a club environment though, so everything's based off of physical attractiveness though.
But let's take it out of that, because somebody I guess in talking about CJ, we brought it into a dance experience. But I'm talking about just a period in any environment. Like when isn't like what is the I guess what I'm really trying to ask is like what is so important, what is so significant and important about the acceptance of people you don't know?
Well, I guess like, okay, real quick, because I'm about to go get something to eat real quick. But real quick, I think a lot of men are, I guess, quote unquote, shallow in the way that we only think about morals in certain situations. So if we're trying to pursue somebody in terms of a relationship, that's probably when we're considering morals and like what you think about or how you would act on a situation. But if you're just trying to hook up, I don't necessarily think that most men are considering like your moral code or your ethics or whatever at the time. Probably not at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
that's just being real though.
But clearly the women are, if you just got finished twerking on the dance floor and you only talking to her because you want to go home and smash, and she's sitting here having a whole conflict in her brain about what you just did on the dance floor, and you propositioning her for a good time.
I don't even think it's in her brain. I think it's in his brain. I believe that if he just be himself, that he'll be attractive to her. I think it's more of how he wants to present to them and what he's thinking about them thinking about him. I don't even think it's real.
Like,
I mean, I wouldn't care what she think. Like,
oh, I was gonna say, could I say something real quick and ask Conscious a question?
I think your microphone had went out. Auto magic.
Oh.
Yes. Before you do, hold on. Hold on. Let me hold on. Momo, I don't understand what's so hard to. I don't get it. Okay. That's just like telling gay men to also be open to dating women. Okay, so you just did a false equivalency. Femininity on a man is not synonymous to his orientation. Just like masculinity on a woman is not synonymous to her orientation. Some of y'all are conflating the issue. What I'm challenging straight women to do is to address how they're turned off by femininity within men, period. But yeah, certainly heterosexual men at that. Like I'm trying to understand what the problem is. And that does lead into the conversation around why a lot of women, for whatever reason, demonize the fuck out of bisexual men. I do not get that either. It seems to be like some real fear and some real it's some real shit going on inside of the sexes as it relates to this misunderstanding and conflating of femininity and masculinity and orientation, blah 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 blah. Blah. But I'm not, just for the sake of just at a first base level in this conversation, let's just keep it on femininity and masculinity irrelevant to orientation. Why is it that Black men do not get to body their energies that they inherently have, just like Black women do? Now, Paulo asked me, when did my androgyny start? And we was having this conversation on a few streams ago, where we was talking about the way that we're all socialized as males and females in the Black community, and how a lot of times, just because we've taught boys that they should not be emotional, or that they should not, and that they should not bring voice and expression to their feelings, but be stoic in order to be manly. That does not mean that just because men are successfully adhering to that, or males are successfully adhering to that, that they don't have access to feelings and are experiencing themselves emotionally. Because even as a male myself, I experience all of the same spectrum of emotions that my female peers did. The only difference is I didn't live in a system that taught me that it was okay to personify and bring expression to those emotions. Now, I knew I was very different early on in my life, and I spoke about this one time before. I have a very masculine side. So as a young boy, I was very boyish. I rode bikes, I climbed trees, I wrestled, I got dirty, I played video games, we played in fields. Like I was the typical, so-called masculine male. But there was also this other thing. This other thing I would experience as also being attracted to Barbie dolls. And I remember going to my grandmother's house on my father's side, and she had a mermaid there, a very pretty mermaid doll there. And when I was growing up, I hadn't necessarily been taught anything inherently homophobic, etc. But I guess through just the socialization, as boys, our parents took me and my brother to the male section. We wore boy clothes. We had to choose boy toys. And so I guess that pattern is what informed me that I could not comfortably play with this doll, this mermaid doll. So what I did was I hid it in my father's sock, and I hid that sock in his suitcase and prayed to God that he did not check that goddamn suitcase before we made it home from my grandma's house back to our house, because I wanted to integrate that mermaid doll into my toy collection.
You done stole Grandma Mermaid. Go
I
ahead.
did. And it probably came from, hold on. Don't interrupt my life story, Presley. How rude. How rude. So I stuffed that toy in the briefcase.
Stole.
And I stole it, God damn it. Proudly ran off with it. Okay. And I started integrating that doll into, and I had a badass G.I. Joe ass collection and all, but it just came natural to me to be attracted to those things too. Nobody taught it to me, nobody said it to me, nobody encouraged it. It was just something that came natural to me. And it wasn't until continuing to grow, to move along in society that the conditioning set in even more, etc. But I think Michael Jackson explained his androgyny the best, and I can relate to it. When Diane Sawyer asked him, where does this androgynous shit come from? He said, I don't know. It became itself. So I don't ever recall trying to fit in, which is why I experienced my fair share of bullying, because I always afforded myself to be who the fuck I was. I always afforded myself to just be. And if I wanted to go wrestle around with the boys and get dirty and get holes in my jeans and then go jump rope with the girls in the parking lot, I did just the fuck that. And yeah, I got rocks thrown at me by other boys in the neighborhood, busting my lip, etc. I got bullied, but for some reason, I never really changed. I just allowed myself to just be, and I allowed those energies to move through me. Matter of fact, I was dealing with masculine and feminine energies before they even had a sexual orientation context. But because I live in a society that attaches sexuality to feminine and masculinity, you had other young kids calling me gay before I even had attraction to any fucking body. But other young kids was calling me a homosexual. Other kids was calling me,
that's how it happened to me too.
The F word. And at that point, all I had was certain feminine qualities. I didn't even, have an orientation. And so it's interesting even having this conversation where you even have adults who should be more educated than what they are, who are still conflating femininity with sexuality. And these things are not synonymous to one another. Feminine, lots of men have femininity. Lots of men are not brave enough to embrace their feminine side. Lots of men are not courageous enough to allow expression of their feminine nature, but are very aware of their feminine nature, but adhere to the social pressure to assimilate a certain way because of the response from their community. And I also understand that response. It is a difficult feat to,
and the niggas is miserable.
Yeah, it's a difficult feat to contemplate the loss of respect from your family, from your peers, to do something that will warrant unsolicited bullying and resistance. I get all of that. That's also exactly why I'm challenging the bullshit, because that's not even real. And people are judging people over nothing, over things that come inherent to us. And this system, this oppressive ass system, shouldn't exist. It was created by mental midgets. It was created by ignorant ass minded individuals. It was created by divisive people. And here we are a lot of times inadvertently, indirectly sustaining it. unconsciously. Well, I don't want no feminine man. You also don't want to be lonely, and you've been that for the past decade. You also the same person complaining about accessing a valuable legitimate mate. You have all these ills, but at the same time, you don't even want to do the work to overcome some of your materialistic and superficial ass preferences in order to close the gaps in your life socially or romantically.
Well, Conscious, you a pretty motherfucker. What type of man do you attract? Or what type of person you attract? Do you attract people who are more masculine and aggressive, or do you attract people who are more feminine?
Unfortunate. So I attract my fair share of very effeminate men, but I mostly attract very masculine men, like the type of men who are attracted to biological women and trans women tend to be the type of men that I generally get attention from, and I understand that because they are hold on, they are those men are I'm trying to that's arousal to other adults. God damn it. Oh, here it is. I'm just trying to find this thing real quick. I don't want to lose my train of thought. Androphilia. Is it androphilia? Androphilia. It's one of these. Androphilia. Hold on. Androphilia refers to sexual attraction to arousal of adult man, whereas females and okay, I think it's androphilia, which are men who are attracted to femininity. And because I'm clearly a man in touch with that, the hair, the makeup, all of that shit, sometimes the mannerisms and all of that, people are, I attract men, and those men happen to also be very attracted to women and trans women and those who are kind of on an extreme feminine spectrum. So those are the type of men that I attract. Now I'm attracted to both. I'm attracted to masculine and feminine. So I don't find an issue, and I'm versatile. So I don't have an issue. I can get it popping. So I'm fine with either partner, but I'm gonna just. Did I answer your question, Apollo?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And that,
hold on. Welcome, Preston, to the platform. We also have Photon DNA here. We also have IG and Reckless in the building. Okay, so Presley, Photon, Reckless, and then IG.
okay, what I wanted to talk about is exactly what you were just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I have a very close, basically family friend, who is a masculine. He's masculine presenting, which is why I was trying to hop in. I'm sorry if I interrupted you, but the guy that was talking about that he's masculine and he's verse, but that men who are attracted to him aren't interested in him being verse. They just want him to be masked. And that's why I see you, Conscious, as kind of an exception, just because my I call him my brother. My brother. He's literally my brother, but not blood. Like whenever we go out or whatever, and he attracts feminine men, it seems like a lot of feminine men and androgynous men and trans women always have some kind of disdain for masculine presenting verses, and they're just like, oh no, I never know, like he's supposed to be the top, he's supposed to be the top, like. And so I see you as an exception, so I'm just like, do you have friends that are like that as well, that are like feminine men, androgynous men, or even trans women who are just like, oh, that's a masculine man. I don't want my masculine men to be verse. It seems like a lot of the times, um,
To be
Like
honest, Presley, I
feminine
couldn't
men
call
be
I couldn't call
huh?
them I couldn't call them friends because I'm old enough now to cut ignorant motherfuckers out of my life. But I know that those people exist, and I've been in spaces with those people. But a lot of the LGBT community have carried over heteronormative practices as
Yeah.
well. So
It's like
unfortunately,
they
our community is also, to Paulo's point, our community also has internalized this toxicity and is trying to navigate those heteronormative dynamics that have bled
yeah,
over into the queer community.
it's like they take on the characteristics of women who have internal misogyny, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, I never get it, and it's just like, oh well, like, oh, he didn't want to be with me because I said I wanted to do this or whatever, and it's like you taking on the characteristics of these, like, I don't want to say anything derogatory towards certain women in our community, but it's like you're taking on their same characteristics. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't. That's why I was. Yeah, that's what I was just trying to
And
ask.
that's
Like,
I'm glad that CL mentioned that. God damn it, hold on. Because he's talking about, I'm subscribed to that guy, the male hairdresser. Let me see if I pull him up real quick. He should come up in my whatchamacallit. So he's talking, there's a YouTuber, he's pretty big. He is a beautician. And even when I first subscribed to him, I thought he was a same gender loving man, but come to find out he was actually heterosexual, and he had a whole wife and kids, the whole nine. He was a cosmetologist. He would oftentimes do demonstrations on his wife in terms of how to lay her lace, how to lay her wig, how to treat hair, etc., had a booming business, etc. And I believe that they did a Q&A one day, and they kind of talked about the dynamics of their life because her family was very convinced that he was gay, and so they had to like navigate that ignorance in
that's a
their
whole different
marriage
side.
around him being perceived as queer, even though he is heterosexual. Now they did get a divorce eventually, but it wasn't over anything having to do with sexuality because he wasn't a gay man. And but they dealt with a lot of taunting and insults and bullying, and she and his wife even shared how her people tried to convince her not to marry this man because they thought that she was only that he only wanted her as a beard, and that could not have been the furthest thing from the truth. And so when I talk about how these things like how homophobia and this whole issue over masculinity and femininity, it don't just impact queer people, it impacts heterosexual folk too. It lumps even heterosexual people into a box as it relates, I mean, as it relates to how they can experience their own energies, because once again, this is not a orientation thing, it's a people thing. Like we as people just have access to the energies of maleness and the energies of femaleness. Those energies are just inherent, and they are what the fuck they are. But because of the Western world, and once again these extreme fucking binaries and shit, like, it's created a lot of fucking confusion and a lot of misconception around orientation, around femininity and masculinity and all of this shit. And you have people who are adhering to that, and it's just kind of wild to me. I brought up the whole feminine male, because I want you guys, when you get a chance, I'm not going to play it here because I don't know how the fuck the Truly channel gets down, but y'all need to watch this video before the night is out about this video here titled "He's Feminine and I'm Masculine and We're in Love." And they're pretty much going to help be a demonstration to what I was just talking about when it came to the male hairdresser and his wife. And I appreciate people who can do this work. I appreciate people who are transcending the system and breaking the glass system, and really, in the words of the porn star King Noor, who are decolonizing and deconstructing their minds around these things. And I think it comes to education. Education also motivates self-awareness. Self-awareness leads to freedom, if you will.
Yeah, and I've seen that side from afar. I haven't known anybody to experience the side as far as like a feminine man, but as far as me being close to the other side was like with my friend I call my brother. It's just like it's so like weird to me. It's just like, oh, he a bitch, and I'm just like, but nigga, you wear heels. How's he a bitch? What the fuck you talking about? He a bitch because he. What the fuck you talking about? Like that shit. That part pisses me off. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that, Presley. Great. Talking point. Photon DNA. Welcome to the platform, sir.
Hey, how you doing? How y'all doing?
We doing good. Happy motherfucking New Year.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
What brought you on over?
Well, yeah, there was nothing else to watch. I seen you live.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that a fucking
No, that's not it. No. I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah, that's not like a read.
But there wasn't shit else on, so I just kind of just hoverboard here for a while, see what the fuck y'all had going on.
Nah, respectfully, no. I was enjoying listening to your discussion, your topic. I seen the title, and it just had me interested in checking out the live.
Yeah,
and I just wanted.
I'm so sorry that it kind of took a different turn. this was not supposed to be the show tonight, but it ended up kind of just landing here, unfortunately. But while you're here, I have a question for you, Photon. Now, you came up onto my platform this year as well, and you spoke to this. And I know that you spoke about also being able to have an attraction toward women who also were androgynous, women who may have masculine tendencies. Can you talk a little bit about that as a cis hetero man?
Yes. Well, dang, you're putting me on the spot.
Well, I only put on the spot because you had already put yourself on the spot on the panel. So
yeah, I got some flack for that, but yeah. I just like women that are in tune with their masculine side, just know how to just express themselves, are assertive. I wouldn't even consider it really masculine. I think that's just masculine. That word gets thrown out, and it's just the wrong choice of word, I would say. I may have used the wrong choice of word, but I still would stand by what I said, because I think it's the best word to use in the context we were discussing. But yeah, I just like strong-willed women, and that's why I'm saying I don't like using masculine as strong, thinking of masculine as strong and feminine as weak. I don't think that's fair. But when I said that, that's what I was meaning. But I have to be real careful in utilizing masculinity and femininity when it comes to the sexes, because things to generalize masculinity as one way and to generalize femininity one way, I don't like to do that. You know what I mean? So that's all I was just saying. I like women that are just not closed-minded when it comes to how they express themselves and how they carry themselves, basically.
And what do you feel about and what do you feel about like some of the like aesthetics of like Aaliyah back in her earlier day, which a lot of men found her aesthetic attractive? They found the baggy clothes and the boxer briefs and all of that to be very sexy on her. They've like and
Glorilla.
and what do you even a Glorilla, and also like how do you feel about getting slack? Like, do you classify that as an ignorance? And should that slack exist? Because I don't think it should exist. I don't think you should get slack as a straight man for being able to have value of masculinity on a woman or on a female. Because I don't know like what that has to do with anything.
Right.
And the only reason why people think that it does is because of the issue of homophobia and, of course, weaponizing something like that.
Right. To answer your first question, when it comes to Aaliyah and women like that dress like that, behave like that, I think for me, I like the multiplicity of them. If they just hold on to that and they just try to just emulate being a man more than emulating being a woman in that garb, that's what I don't like. I like a woman that's just versatile. I'm like, okay, I'm aware of this, but I'm not trying to behave or be a man. This is just I'm a woman dressing. I like to dress like this. I like to be assertive. I'm not saying I'm being a man. I'm being me, and this is what I decide to wear today. And tomorrow, hey, I might just wear heels and makeup. Tomorrow, I might just shave off the side of my hair or shave it bald. Um, I don't like that class or that gender system. Oh, I'm gonna behave like a man, and this is how a man dresses, and this is how a woman dresses. I don't agree with that. If they want to dress like that, cool. I don't really look at clothing as okay, this defines a man as a man. Call me weird, but just because a man is wearing a skirt or just because a woman's wearing a skirt, I don't consider, oh, they're gay or they're acting feminine. Because no, I think we have to stretch our boundaries and definitions and understandings. And I think you as a content creator is helping to do that, push that envelope even further.
Do you think that any of that has to do with the person's size? Because many people who are androgynous and who are accepted are a certain size. Like you said, Aaliyah, Glorilla, Coil Ray, she got some pushback, but she's mostly accepted. But if it was a bigger woman, if it was a thicker woman or a thicker male, they're not accepted the same way. Like Saucy Santana, if he dresses um like a like more feminine, he's not accepted as much as someone like EJ, because he's thinner. If there is an Aaliyah and she's dressed, like in baggy shorts and the sports bra and boxer briefs and all this stuff, versus like a Megan the Stallion or anybody else who's thick, it's not seen in the same way. Do you think that size has anything to do with that?
You're asking Conscious, me, or the
Well,
panel?
you or anybody else, but I just think that that's a factor.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Agreed. Yes. Yes. Because they'll rather see it on a EJ than see it on a Saucy Santana.
Yeah, because he's thicker, and they'll rather see
Mm-hmm.
on an Aaliyah rather than a Meg the Stallion or even a Black China or even a Kim Kardashian.
Or
Hell,
Lizzo. Or Lizzo.
yeah.
Because Lizzo and Rihanna basically wore the same thing. And Lizzo got flack for it. Rihanna did not. Oh, Rihanna, she looks good. So, you
Would you
know.
think that they are females? Because I don't see, like me personally, I don't
Men
I
too, I
don't pick
believe.
Oh,
Sauce
absolutely.
Santana or EJ either.
No, they drag they dudes do drag Lizzo. Now if you're talking about males, like
No, you're talking about. I'm talking about as far as EJ and Sauce Santana. You was talking about.
yeah,
Oh
what are
yeah,
you
because
what question are you
EJ
asking?
EJ can walk out in heels, his things and everything else, and he's accepted. He's Chris Brown's stylist. He's accepted because he's not like super thin, but he's a little on the thinner side. But
Thought I
Saucy
saw
Santana,
Santana on a couple
he's
tours. I think he was on Chloe tour or something like that.
no. Oh no. I get that part, but I'm just talking about as far as he's seen as the way he
But that's
But I'm
dresses.
because
saying
of
who's
anti.
accepting him though? That's
But
what
that's
I'm
because
saying.
of
Nah,
Who's
anti. I
I
mean,
accepting
don't
them?
agree.
but that's because of anti-blackness and fat phobia. Like it works hand in hand. Like when it comes to that dynamic between Rihanna's body and the way that it's uh received by the community versus the way that Lizzo's body is received, or the way that Lil Nas X body is even received versus the way that Saucy Santana's body is
Right.
received.
And
I was about to say some colorism going there because
yeah,
ugly
Yeah.
ass
I
Bobby
was about
Lights doesn't seem to have a
to go
problem
there.
getting through.
Yeah, I was about to go because we have, brother Clark has even said as a cis hetero, what's happening, everybody? Happy Gregorian New Year. Red Clark has even said, as a cis hetero man, it's definitely a bias because by colorism, not because he's asking for that attention, but if other people see a Negro genophenotype with certain features, we equivocate that to being prettier or more feminine too. So because I've seen the bias even with cis hetero men with other men, that they will over feminize another man based off of most of the time their skin color or their hair texture in different ways that they would not. They'll only say you're trying to be
Very true.
pretty if you're
True.
a lighter skin, if you have a certain eye color, if you certain have a curl pattern, even though these men aren't homosexuals, they still do it. I hear, because I grew up in those spaces, Jeremy, around cis hetero men and same gender loving black men, and I see like, well, damn, as me as the same gender loving man, I'm looking like, nah, that's the dude ain't even trying to be considered pretty by his phenotype versus his appearance. You're putting that on him with him not even trying to even emulate that, and that just shows the reflection of your biasness of that you think something that's just lighter or certain
They
features.
did it to Drake for
And
years just for
and
singing.
That's
no,
true.
no, no, no,
That's
no,
true. They
no.
used to
I
call them
don't.
pretty boys or
Yeah,
call them
pretty
Yeah.
boys,
pretty
but
boys.
And
like
pretty
Somebody
Ricky.
called
let's
me that
bring
last night. I'm like, what? It
let's
still
bring
happens.
someone let's bring someone like August Alsina into this, right? He has done everything that people call gay for the past years, and it has remained a sex symbol to straight women for the longest. This nigga wear pigtails, he straighten his hair, he do all that stuff. But Young Jock, the minute he got the minute Young Jock got a perm, oh my God, it was the end of the world. But August Alsina walking around here in pigtails, everything else walking around here in pigtails, skirts, all that stuff. So I think it has a lot to do with fat phobia too, because even Young Thug, he's thin, he wore dresses, he got away with it. But
No,
if
he
Dr.
didn't. A lot of people called him,
Yeah,
suspect.
yeah, but it wasn't loud. But like August
Mm,
Al, it wasn't loud.
to me, it was.
And
I
I
saw a lot of.
mean, that
there
He
Jasper
there
was
album.
dragged for a while though.
Yeah.
Okay, but guess what? Right now, all the straight men saying free Young Thug, they still see him as a thug, even though he wears dresses and says things that other people would see as gay. So yeah, there is some colorism in it, but I think it's mostly the body because again, as I said, like August Alsina, he wore makeup, pigtails, he straightened his hair, he wore all kind of crazy shit. Same thing with Dennis Rodman. But like let like a man who's built like the society says like a man who is thick and has the same kind of and says the same kind of thing because August Alsina, he talks about thug stuff. He sings about thug stuff. He like do y'all remember when Chris Brown got out of jail and he had gained some weight? Do y'all remember how the girls turned on him until he got back into thin shape?
I didn't
I'm
even
not
know
sure
he
if
went
y'all
to
remember
jail.
that. Oh yeah, he went to jail for the whole Rihanna thing. He went to jail for that. And then he went to jail for Carucci too. And then when he came out, he was fatter, and all the girls just it was just silent for him. All the girls turned on him. That's probably why you don't remember it because it was silent for him when he gained some weight after he got out of jail. And then he came out and he was like, "Oh yeah, I gained weight. I want to get back into shape." So I think it's more of the size. Yeah, and Prince, you're bringing up Prince. I think it's more of fat phobia when it comes to men being able to express the different sizes of them. And there is colorism in there. Yeah, I agree, but I believe it's more of the fat phobia and the sizes, in my opinion.
It could be colorism because I know they didn't treat Rick James the same as they
It's
looked at Prince.
That's what I'm saying. I think it has more to do with the size of a man more than the color. There's in there.
It
I
just
think
That's
it's
depends
more
both.
the
on.
size.
I think
It
both
just
things.
depends on which ignorant
Yeah.
buffoon is doing the judging,
Yeah.
because it just depends on who is
Yeah.
doing the judging.
Yeah.
I think it has more to do with the size because Ronald
Okay,
Can it be
Isley,
both?
because
it
yeah,
can,
It works
and it
yeah,
hand in
is.
it
hand.
could
It's
be
all over
both
the
because
place,
It
Ronald,
and that's
because
why we
even with
brought up.
Ronald Isley, he was able to get away with so much stuff when he was thinner, but the side, but when he got thicker, then all of a sudden he wasn't able to get away with that much, in my opinion. I think it has more to do with fat phobia when it comes to men, more than I think when it comes to women, colorism all the way. When it comes to men, I think it has to do with
No, it
fat
has to do
phobia inside.
with fat
I'm gonna
phobia when it
push
comes to
back
women
on
as
that.
well, and
It has
that's
to do with
exactly
both.
It,
and that's
it's
That
hold
both.
on,
too.
hello, allow me to steer the conversation. That's also why you hear how angry people are at Megan Thee Stallion because of her stature and them masculinizing her and this projection onto how violent she is based upon her genophenotype, based upon her height and stature, based upon her complexion. It's intersectional oppression, it's intersectional anti-blackness. It's really a conglomerate of it. It also really just depends on who, once again, who's doing the judging. I want to get IG in here fully as well, and reckless. Your thoughts?
I wanted to speak on hey everybody on the panel. I wanted to speak on actually when someone said something. Now this was earlier. Someone said something along the lines of, I think it was Presley that said something along the lines of where gay men act like, or they're assimilating to what women, they have a problem with bisexual men. I had spoken this earlier, some earlier panels, to where that's just a sign of oppression. So what that is essentially, when you have in a quote unquote, I'm using this loosely, a superior group, and you have a marginalized group, when it comes down to system-based issues, systemic aspects to them, when you view the marginalized group being able to mirror or being able to replicate the system that's being oppressed on them. So for example, so like, as you guys will start to see, if you guys actually take a look at how melanated people within America and the dynamics between white people and also the dynamics between melanated people here in America, you will see a lot of similarities, as in the man is the head of the household, the woman supposed to cook and clean, all those things, because that's a sign of oppression. Now, in terms of when it comes down to straight people, it's the same dynamic between straight people and homosexual, because you have straight people that say, okay, the man must be like this, the woman must be like this, but of course, since homosexuals, of course, that dynamic of man and woman is not always there, so we have to classify it as masculine and feminine energy, which is also present within heterosexual relationships. So since you're masculine, you must be like this, yada yada yada, and then since another person's feminine, you must be like this and act like this. So it's just a sign of oppression and assimilation. That's all I wanted to say so far.
Right.
And also, I want to bring up Kid can get away with wearing tank tops, and he's dark too. I know that colorism and fat phobia has to do with both, but I think that when it comes, colorism and fat phobia has to do with both men and women when it comes to how they express themselves. But I think when it comes to women, it's more colorism, because a fat girl who's light skinned can get away with a whole lot more shit. And I think I think that when it comes to men, it's both colorism and fat phobia. But a thin man, no matter what color he is, can get away with a whole lot more shit. That's all I was gonna say. Okay.
IG.
Yeah, what's happening, everybody? Happy Gregorian calendar New Year. So
What do you think about the what do you think about the way what do you think about the heteronormativity within the same gender loving community, and the expectation of those who are feminine within the community to expect those who are masculine to be the dominant players and vice versa, etc., and also like how our community needs to overcome these misconceptions?
Well, okay. Well, what I think is that, well, first of all, I'm glad that you pointed out, and you and Reckless and everyone else on this panel has pointed out that sometimes that these institutionalized gender roles construct isn't specifically for us. Like the brother who was expressing that and even though he understood, like I'm using the word masculine, but in his nature, he can feel Well, feminine energy, just because it is aggressive or assertive, does not equivocate to masculinity. That is a gender that is a gender construct. That's not a nature construct. So the part of him that is naturally male is attracted to the assertive sides because femininity in its antiquity has more than just a submissive dominant role. That's something that's just been delegated through humanoid systems and institutionals. So it doesn't really work even for heteronormatives. And honestly, because heteronormatives is the most exploited and the most controlled, it is a reflection of everything else. Because all of the other expressions of sexuality and gender expression that is born comes from heterosexuality activity, not a sexual orientation. There's a difference. So you can't, if you throw off the balance and you have the balance between masculine and feminine that cannot express itself totally, then everything else underneath that comes from the fruit of those loins will also be off balance. So it is important to understand things from a culture specific to knowing what your ancestors did. Yes, you live in a country, but understand that you come from another place where this, or you're from this place, however you want to slice it, to where this ideal of societal norms and gender norms is not within your nature. Just like some of us are talking about, we say, I'm saying Happy Gregorian New Year because the part of me that's Seminole from New Orleans and the New Orleans Indians, we don't celebrate New Year's to the spring because everything else is still dying. You're not manifesting anything new. It's still the dead of winter. The planet, when nature says it's a New Year's during the spring, people can feel that regardless of not having that culture antiquity because that is more in tune with their nature. So I think when heteronormatives, when it comes to the whole feminine thing, that's one thing too that's interesting. I heard the conversations. People fail to realize because we live in a patriarchal society where dick is on top tier of everything, we fail to realize there are same gender loving female women, darling, that are only attracted to other femininity. So it's not always about your masculinity being the best thing or the most thing or the cat's meow. There are entities that are very much feminine that are only drawn to the degrees of being attracted to something that you're attracted to it between sexuality, personality, body chemistry wise. Because that's one thing I've always said about, just relationships in general. Yes, regardless of what that person is wearing, your nose should tell you the pheromones of that person if you're really in tune of what you're attracted to. There's a pheromone energy that comes from that person regardless of what gender or what clothing they're expressing to you if you are in tune with everything that is masculine and that feminine with you. So I
Right.
really think that most people hold, because of we live under patriarchy, we hold everything else that is masculine when in its antiquity, just like yourself. Now, how I look, I'm not a pretty boy. I look like a bear. People was reading me for my beard being chewed the other day, and I didn't give a fuck about coming on cam. You heard me? But at the same
Mm-hmm.
time, I don't think it's a weird. I'm not off put it before I became sexually interested in women because I was always attracted to females. But before that time, it never offended me when I be at the club, you heard me, and she trying to get a little frisky with the hands because I understand that what I'm actually presenting, I'm not trying to fool her, but I understand my anatomy is male and that's what she was attracted to. So I didn't have to snap, girl, move your hand, girl, this is gay dick. No, I understand that you saw what you saw and it didn't make me have to question my gender or my autonomy because at the time, what I wasn't sexually open to was attracted to me. And I think that's also the big confusion too with a lot of cis hetero men. They think that because other people who aren't feminine is attracted to them, that it reflects something feminine with them. No, there could be very much reasons why other people are attracted to you that appreciate masculinity in you. And also too, there are other reasons. This is one thing I did kind of hear
But what
too.
is that
Go
though,
ahead.
IG?
Because what it,
I want to put a pause right
yeah,
there.
yeah.
A red Clark photon. What is that about? Like what is the defensive posture from a same gender loving man finding you attractive, even maybe going as far as hitting on you?
And
some real quality uniforms, like Kaylin. Give me the uniform.
Who's
Oh,
speaking?
shit.
I want the uniform.
My fault.
What is
That's
that?
my
What
fault.
that is?
My thing started going off. My fault.
Give me the uniform. I'm like, I don't have a uniform. Like, but no, like, I would say, me personally, I've been getting hit on by, like, even like when I was in like high school, it was this dude that was he was gay, and I guess he found me attractive, and that was like the first time like a gay person hit on me, and I was like, why are you hitting on me? And I'm like, okay, what does that mean? You know? And then like I'm like, okay, but like I say, I grew up around, like, my uncle was gay, so I'm comfortable around gay people, so I didn't really think nothing
But do
like,
you think
okay.
that it means anything about you because another man finds you attractive?
Like, maybe I would think that it means that I'm objectively attractive by both men and women. Maybe I'm at that point now because gay men still try to holler at me, and at this point, I'm aware of that. When I go out, gay men are people are going to find me attractive, like men and women. I prefer women, but I'm not feeling a type of way if a man was to. I'm just gonna be like, communicate that I'm a opposite gender loving man, and in a very respectful way. Like, and it's interesting because like I had a girlfriend that used to try to make me feel a type of way because I had a gay guy friend, but he was just my friend. But she would be questioning me, and I'm like, you around me, I don't do nothing like outside of me having him as a friend. What else do you have to go on that would put me as a gay person? You see,
Bullshit.
you see what I'm saying? So like they kind of put me in a situation like, damn, like like and I wasn't aware like I am now of, I was like in the middle, and it was like
I
this
literally,
friendship, this
Rand Clark.
relationship.
I literally have had straight homeboys who have like had to break up with their girls because their girls could not get over them having me in their life. Like the women in my straight homeboys' lives took issue with them. And my straight friends don't treat me as like a distant friend. Like we friends. Like my homeboys fuck with me. Like we ride out. Like they come over here, I go over there. Like there's like normal camaraderie. Like they don't keep me like on the outskirts of their lives. And the women that have been in their lives have been very threatened by that proximity and by their comfortability with someone like me.
I agree.
Girls probably use hair glue to put on their eyelashes. Anyway.
I agree. Like I agree. That's the thing, and that was the thing within the relationship that made me like, damn, like you don't really know me. Like I'm comfortable. Like she would get mad because when people around that was in the social group or whatever would think that I was gay because I had a gay friend, but I'm like, you know me though. Like you worry about with how they're looking at me. I'm comfortable enough with myself to have a gay friend to know that I'm not gay. This is my guy. Like this is my dude. Like, yeah, like we cool. You can be cool with somebody that's gay. Like you can be cool with somebody that's trans. You can just be cool with anybody. Like just know a person for who they are, like their spirit. So I'm cool with that. So I know who I am. I'm cool with that. So when I'm not making it known like I'm not gay, like making I don't know that she want me to go on, make a post, go on live. I don't know what the fuck she wanted me to do. Like, but I'm like, nah, like I'm not the type. I'm not finna like, oh, I'm not gay. Like, man, I know I'm not gay. Like,
This is why open platonic relationships between straight men and gay men are so important, because straight women have watched straight men avoid gay men socially.
Yeah.
And so they're shook when they bear witness to relationship between straight black men and straight black queer people.
And you know what's unfortunate about it, though? The cool thing about it is the women who are on guard for that. I keep telling women, the man who is showing you he's comfortable around gay men is not the one you need to worry about, baby. The one that you need to worry about, you're not gonna know you have to worry about. And that's the thing, because see, a man who's trying to just pull the wool, you know, people, and I will say it, unfortunately, it just shows how sexualized we are, because I ask heterosexual people, it's like, when I meet my friends, as freaky nasty as I know that they are with the heterosexual that I'm close to, I'm not introducing them or reducing them to, oh, this is my friend Michelle, the heterosexual. I'm not using the guys. When I see a man and a woman holding hands or kissing, I'm not thinking about how they're fucking in their bedroom. So I think, unfortunately, because heterosexuality has been so commercially sexualized, when they see, especially in this day and age where femininity already feels, and I'm gonna just say this, femininity, because of patriarchy, sets masculinity so much more on a higher pedestal. It's kind of an innately, it's already a problem with the patriarchy. So now you're introducing this, especially when they can tell you're a little more feminine. That's really the problem, because they're looking at it like, well, hold on, this is a feminine packaged man that also has a maleness and a certain psychology. So I really think that some women feel that insecurity for that, because yes, it does play in a role in how male camaraderie works, because even within heteronormatives, ladies know what I'm talking about. You know, your male friend have that other toxic male friend, but you're not as outraged with that toxic male friend that's going to probably get him to go fuck other women and sometimes other men, versus that same gender lovingly, openly gay man is not going to be on that same type of tag. So it's I wish that heterosexual females in these relationships would also see the toxicity and some of the very complete heterosexual cis hetero friends that your male friends have. Because if this man wanted to deceive you, he will not be putting you on to be on the radar if that's what he was trying to do sexually on the low. I just know from experience from dealing with these men on a sexual level. And I'm going to put that over there.
You are absolutely correct, IG. And I have preached on this platform for a long time. There are fucking men who are comfortable within their own skin, who are comfortable with proximity to any damn body, who y'all need to be paranoid about. You need to be paranoid about them niggas that Markeith Rivers, the DL detective, is fucking exposing, which is all these niggas going out of their way with this performative masculinity, this hyper masculinity, and who feel the need to constantly assert and prove that they are straight,
they
either by
fucking
being openly homophobic, or either by openly being transphobic, or by always over like overdoing it. That's
like
where
the last guy you had on the like the last guy on the panel.
These niggas with tattoos
that's
all
where
over
the
their bodies,
that's where the insecurity
with their
actually
pants sagging down
is.
to their
I would
ass.
agree.
Hold on. The king is talking. That's where the insecurity is. That's what needs to concern you when you see that in so-called straight men, when they're going out of their way to avoid trans women, when they have so much to say about same gender loving men, when they always feel the need to point it out, to unnecessarily concern themselves, or to just develop issue and resistance with no context other than it's just because a motherfucker is trans or same gender loving. Right there, you are getting your reality check about that man and his relationship to his own orientation, his own sense of masculinity, and you're learning that it's Tory Lane's ball thin. That's what that masculinity is. And that masculinity is not only homophobic and transphobic in nature, oftentimes it's abusive in nature as well, even unto other feminine bodies, including your own body as cis women. I want to welcome Monica to the platform as well. Thank you for being here, love.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Happy New Year, babes.
Happy New Year, everybody. Is that my friend up there? How you doing? Yeah, but like that's what I was saying. These are the niggas you got to watch out for. The ones with their pants sagging down to their ass. They got multiple tattoos, walking around saying my nigga, my nigga, my nigga. Can't sit in class and shut the fuck up. They barely can talk real English, but they've been in America all their damn life. But all the thing they can say is main this, main that. Them the niggas you got to worry about. They the ones that's getting fucked in their ass and some more shit. You know, they ain't doing the fucking. These niggas are actually getting fucked.
And on top of that,
In the
literally,
ass. They the bottom ones. They the ones throwing their legs to the damn moon. These are the niggas you got to worry about. They the ones that's kissing you on your damn lip while they done kissed every damn queen in town or in the damn hood or whatever their ass is at.
Preach.
Coming home bringing that shit to you. Them the niggas you got to worry about. Because that same dick you getting, every Tom, Dick, and Harry and Queen, they got that dick. So you better watch who you letting opening up your fucking legs to.
Okay,
and who you
see,
let
one
stick that
thing.
nasty ass tongue in your mouth, because that same tongue in your mouth been in somebody's ass.
Okay, look.
You know, all
Bisexual
that.
people exist.
Well-
Just because they fuck somebody else don't mean that they nasty because they come kiss you back. I just
agree.
wanted
No,
to
I'm
just
saying
put
when you're
that
in a
out there.
relationship and you're cheating around.
Yeah, that part, yeah.
That's what I mean. When you're cheating around, these men go and they be doing all types of shit. They be eating ass, getting fucked in the ass, licking booty holes and all types of stuff. Then they got this girl at home that they deceiving. And you're hurting her. And I talk about this all the time. You're hurting these women. And when they find out you're doing it and they take a gun and blow your damn head off, I wouldn't blame you. Because you're putting her life, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm dead ass serious. You're putting her life in danger when you're doing that undercover brother shit.
I'm gonna be honest. When you
doing that.
When it comes down to DL people and all the other stuff, I really don't be giving a fuck. I'm gonna tell you the reason why. As long as the community wants to be homophobic and transphobic, etc., then this is what the fuck people got to deal with. I'm gonna be honest.
That don't mean you got to open your ass up or your pussy up to these niggas, though.
But however, sometimes you don't even know who the nigga you be fucking with. But
exactly.
To be honest,
you will get motherfuckers need to learn to get to know motherfuckers before you start fucking.
But Monica, but that's the point, baby. It's because of what Reckless is saying, because everything is so institutionalized in a way, baby. There is no way for you to tell. And I mean, we can all give ideas of where you can read somewhat, but like you said, one thing I will say,
but there's no way to tell.
Yeah,
the telling is only going to reinforce the stereotypes and the ignorance around
exactly
and how they look. And just because you look masculine, you can't be verse, and you a bitch because you verse.
Yeah,
that.
And I want to speak to that. You know, it disturbs me when I hear women say that, especially. Let me tell you why. Because when I hear a woman say that about a man that she knows that's getting penetrated, because I notice, and there's no shade to Miss Monica, but whenever it's time to throw out a derogatory insult to emasculate the man, the first thing they do is do some type of bottom shaming or saying something about, well, you getting fucked like me. And I'd be like, hold on, push pause. You are female. You have a vagina that's
you talking about what I said?
No, not you. No, but I'm just saying.
I'm about to say,
no. I'm talking about what Presley was saying when she said what a masculine man can't be verse. I'm saying that, hold on, it bothers me when I hear females say that, because I'm like, well, wait a minute. you are naturally born a female. So if you look as a man being weaker for getting penetrated, then why are you complaining about the way that men say they dominate you? What does that say about your actual pussy if you're going to make fun of a man for using his pussy? Why are you reducing a man who gets penetrated as a weakness when you are indeed a female, if you do enjoy penetration, that is, because I know that all women don't. But I'm just saying, if it makes me wonder, because I said, well, that's kind of like you said, internalized misogyny, because that's baby. I can't see if I had a vagina, I can't speak, but I'm just saying, I'm not gonna minimize a position that I naturally, quote unquote, play according to procreation and autonomy as being the weaker position. You got me fucked up. It take a lot
Okay.
of work taking dick. You
And
know
I
what
don't,
I'm
Okay,
saying?
I agree with
and
that, and also the feminine men who be
Yeah,
taking that
being
shit.
dick.
hold on, hello. I want to ask you a question, IG. Because I was talking about also like this, like me and Nelly or Nolly. I'm probably butchering her damn name, but I think she's still up here too. We was like, I was having a discussion about the whole femininity thing. I know this also happens within the same gender loving community. Like I was, like addressing this whole. For me, I don't understand how, if you can embrace your own femininity, how can you dare see that as unattractive on an opposite body? And I also don't. And so, like, when straight women are turned off by a man who has feminine qualities, turned off on a romantic level, like I don't understand that. And I was having a discussion last year with one of my friends. He, identifies as a feminine male, and he also plays the bottom position. But he was like, I don't want no feminine nigga. Like, what we gonna do? Bang pussies? Like, what we gonna do?
Bump
Is
pocketbooks.
yeah,
You'd be
is bump
surprised what
pocketbooks.
they can
And I'm
do.
like, well, yeah, you can do that too, but there's also a such thing as a feminine top, and there are plenty of
Right.
these
It's
guys
trans
like
women like me. I
in
prefer
our
topless.
community, and
You know all this shit.
I don't. But like, my whole point is, because I was telling him too, like, I was like, you should really explore that in you, because I just feel like you cannot come to value your own femininity and then see it as something unattractive on someone else. Like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I do not understand that at all. I don't
Yeah,
get it.
like for me, because I'm gonna just go there since this pagan of Adult Swim. Part of me liking to top a man has more to do with his masculinity than I do his femininity, because because see, I know that I'm homoerotic in the sense of men, not just because of the sex aspect of it, but just how I function and move. I'm better off with a male born person who has a balance of their masculine and feminine. What turns me on about penetrating a man is because I know that you physically could have the same capacity that I do. So if we're engaging in this act, it's because you want me to, not because I can just impose. Yes, men can physically dominate another man. Absolutely. But for me, it's not me thinking about me dominating him. No, it's him allowing him to he wants to receive the energy that I want to give. And sometimes in that sense, it's like there are some things that only, even with sex and outside of sex, that a masculine entity could feel. Just like with women, females, they have this remarkable capability, despite how patriarchy has over sexualized and fetishized. They have the ability to communicate in such a homoerotic way that doesn't necessarily have to do with lesbianism or being homosexual. And there's nothing wrong with that, of course, if that's what's the case. They have a way of loving the totality of other females, not just the vagina of other females, and at the same time giving advice and talking about what goes on with your vagina with that friend and carry. So that is such an amazing thing, that females naturally possess that level of being same gender loving, totally, not just same sexual loving. So I think what happened with us as men who see other men as lesser, yeah, because people don't, like you said, feminine top, and at the end of the day, them pheromones get to moving. There's this TikTok couple, slim 5'9" black guy, about 130, 120, and he's with a big masculine presenting white Caucasoid female. She about 5'10", 5'11", 190. Now
I seen that.
yeah, and people act like they ask the dumbest questions. Like, here's the thing: what kills me is like, oh well, how do y'all have sex? Now, with the stereotype, baby, most melanated men, that's his height, weight proportion, baby, be swinging. So it's not like that you have to just figure out what can go on physically, because hormonally, despite what you see in gender expression, sexually, nature, this is still a what you call a heterosexual relationship. Now, could there be some other unorthodox things that go on that be spicy? It don't matter what, it's still a heterosexual relationship. So ladies, if you out there tossing your man salad, you still in a heterosexual relationship. When that nigga getting his dick sucked from another nigga, that's a homosexual relationship, and I'm gonna put that over there.
Yeah, and also on the other side, the masculine presenting women who only want women who present as straight. It's the same thing. There's a bunch of feminine presenting men who only want men who present straight, and there's a bunch of masculine presenting women who only want women who present straight and purposely go after single moms and are violent towards them when they go back, or if they're bisexual or whatever. It's the same thing. Like, it's on both sides. So I just wanted to make it clear that I ain't just coming after, you know what I'm saying, like feminine men, but there's also masculine women who be on that bullshit too, like bullshit.
I think a lot of women who see feminine men or don't want to be in a relationship with men who get penetrated, they feel like it's competition. Like they feel like, what else are you gonna do? Put on my makeup? Can I have my role and you have yours? I think there's
I
a
would
lot of
love
women
that.
who don't
Ain't
feel
nothing
secure
sexier than a
in,
man that can do his own hair.
huh?
Ain't nothing sexier than a man that you can do your feminine things with. Get your nails did together, your hair did. I'm all for that shit. You
That's
know.
understandable, but there are some women who feel like they can't they don't know which direction their man is going to go if he's having the same attributes as her. She
But
feels like she has a place, and he feels like he has a place.
But I do agree with you, but here's the thing. But does that mean then, ladies, are you only reducing your ultimate of your womanhood, how you get penetrated? That's a dangerous thing for a woman to do, because a man getting penetrated and you getting penetrated is not the same thing. Because I tell men all the time, and she is not. It's not a competition of who's better. It's just a different flavor. There are ways that there is just some ways that only a female can touch a male in a way, and you can take that however way you want to, because it's not just sexually. There are only things that only way that a male can touch another female, and also a female can touch another female, or a male. There are certain frequencies and vibrations that is only exclusive to such experiences through different experiences. So it's not a thing that if he's just, that's why so many men that women don't know that are sleeping around, because they know that's silly. And then they also understand too, what I'm doing in here sexually does not define my gender role. Just because I enjoy a certain sex, I'm not wearing my totality of my sexuality. And I think also that's the problem. Heterosexuality has again over sexualized and presented itself to where its sexual prowess is socially on its sleeve. And I think psychologically, unfortunately, yes, the women of this country and people under these systems have also fell into that same trap. Because honey, the way he gets penetrated from me, it doesn't matter. I've had so much sex with bisexual men. Me fucking the piss out of him is only gonna hit his prostate in a certain way to where he's ready. Because there are men who do that too. They only get fucked by men and only use their dick on a woman. So it's not just a one size fits all. There are plenty of men who only bottom, who only penetrate women and have children, because he's not being your, even if it's a thing where it's a kink where he likes to in the bedroom do certain things like that. A secure woman understands, like, or female, no, honey, that's some other masculine energy going on there. If you want this real 100% organic in the sense of antiquity of the body, then there's nothing that a man can do for him to compete with me, and vice versa. There's nothing that it's not about competing, but I know that I never felt no type of way. You heard me about the dudes I fuck with women. I mean, of course, that's a different flavor. I definitely can't give you what she could give you, baby, but what I can give you, I'm gonna give you the best that I fucking got. You heard me?
Okay, and
I
then just
heard
to
that
answer your
shit.
question,
And
and just to answer your question
after
and piggyback
Presley,
off of
I
what
want to ask the panel another question after Presley says what she about to say.
okay, and just I'm sorry, conscious, but just to piggyback off what you said and to back up with what Reckless said is that the the actual programming, okay, because there are feminine men who take on the qualities of misogyny, of the internal misogyny, of internal, misogynistic women who are like, oh, I only want a man if he tops, I don't want no verse or whatever and all that stuff. And then on the flip side, there's also masculine presenting women lesbians who were like, oh, I only want this girl. And they, mis- I'm not sure if, I know that like Reckless and Conscious know about this, but I'm not sure if everybody on the panel know about this, but there's a bunch of masculine presenting women who only go after single moms because they want to be like the best, they want to be, the ultimate masculine. They want to be like, okay, well, okay, these niggas leaving out, these niggas be leaving you single moms, these niggas all this and niggas all that, and they will target single moms just to validate themselves. The same way feminine men who don't like verse masculine men will validate themselves. It's all about like validation because of oppression.
And it just also plays a role because even when I hop on other people's panels and I have these conversations and I tell them, I said just because you might delegate me to the LGBTQ community, but j- that doesn't stop me from having the same type of toxic mind frames. Just because I say what I say about heterosexuality, I'm just as thorough as what I also see the effects of how it plays in also homosexuality. So it doesn't make your sexual orientation. It just the only thing this shows is how diverse and disaggregated systematic oppression has gotten us all to think. It doesn't really, because even within that, I've noticed that too. It's like, okay, so your ideal, because see, some people have gender expressions, not all, but based off of the trauma and other things that they've seen socially, that determines why they want to express that way. Like you just want to be that type of hard patriarchal oppression because, well, girl, a man did you like that. And then same thing with some, males that have expressions of female. Well, you're wanting to be this aesthetic part of femininity that's not just as in depth, but it's shallow. Well, that's because you also saw people who were of cisgender that expressed that to you, and that was your reality. So you're reflecting that. You're still gonna kind of project that outside. I do totally agree with you, Presley.
And also Tasha,
Hold
did
on,
you okay.
hold on, question real quick. I wanted to ask the panel about, because we were also talking about like attraction and the nature of attraction. And I guess I'm gonna go down the line actually, because I just want to a yes or a no real quick, and then everybody can flood it in. Nali, are you there still?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So, well, I mean, I probably already know the answer to this question, but attraction, sexual attraction. I'm gonna say attraction in general. Attraction in general. Subjective or objective in nature.
I think it could be both.
Okay, can be both. Red Clark, objective
Uh,
or subjective?
it can be both, but I can argue objective. Objective.
Objective. Okay. Paulo. Is it Paulo? Am I pronouncing it right? Apollo?
I'm not really understanding what you mean by subjective or objective.
Attraction. Attraction to another person. Do you believe that is that attraction is inherently objective or subjective?
I think it's subjective, but it becomes objective when you formalize it, when it becomes a habit.
Okay. Now are you a same gender loving man, or are you bisexual, Paula?
I'm same gender loving man.
Same gender loving man. Okay. Are you? Hold on. So you new here. I have some questions. If you don't mind me asking your age.
Who, me?
Yes.
I'm 43.
Okay, awesome. Where are you geographically located?
Manhattan.
Oh, nice. Okay. Are you single?
Yes.
And I'm going to assume, based upon what you said earlier, that your general type is feminine, queer men.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What is it that like is striking to you or attractive to you about effeminate men?
I like people that I attribute being able to have a conversation and being able to relate to somebody to femininity. For some strange reason, like when I was coming up, a lot of the gay men were fetishizing like real heterosexual looking men. And it seemed like the blacker they could make their eyes, and it was like a badge of honor for them to feel like, you know, their man was being aggressive towards them. And it was almost expected of me. So I didn't really like that. I thought that was stupid. So I just started dating other like gay men and more feminine men because, okay, let me be truthful. I do like domination, and I do like to like stand over dudes and pretend like he is my girl. That's how it started. Because I grew up in a time in the 90s where it wasn't really accepted. So you had to have a man and you had to have the woman. But you know, as you know, my I haven't really deviated away from my type. You know, even though I'm accepting of being in a relationship with any guy, I really still like the way that a feminine man maintains himself, the softness of him, you know, him smelling good, his being able to not have skid marks in his drawers. I just like the mixture of femininity and masculinity. I just like it. You know what I'm saying? I like the maintenance.
But sexually, you like to play the submissive role.
No. I like to be versatile. I want us to.
Okay, yes. So you're versatile. Okay.
Yes, I want us to be able to switch
up.
up.
I'm surprised that New York is not flooded with feminine, versatile men. Because a lot of feminine men that I know are versatile.
Yeah, but New York is not flooded with men who want to stay in a relationship. It's flooded with men who just want to fuck.
Oh,
you don't want to come to New York and expect a relationship because you're going to have a hard time finding it in a city that never sleeps.
Have you ever considered moving as a result of better prospects?
Yes, yes, I have.
Okay.
I'm in school right now, so that's actually my plans after school. Is to move out of New York.
Wow. Okay, so you say you also like to dominate men.
Yes.
I like to be dominated, Paulo.
Do you now?
A whole lot. But that's a whole nother conversation. You follow me on IG later.
Conscious.
I saw your pictures, boy.
Hey.
Don't play with me.
I'm on my Megan Thee Stallion shit. Let me live my best life.
Funny as fuck.
Let me live my best life.
I respect it though.
Let me live my best life, baby. I'm in the pool with Kylie right now. Let me enjoy myself.
You ain't bald headed whole shit.
Wipe your forehead right now, because I know you got a bunch of pussy juices on you right now, girl.
Reckless, let him live.
Yeah, I wanted to hear the conversation and keep going.
Because I be letting him.
Oh, here he come with the lie.
I be letting him live in his front seat all the time. I be letting him live in his front seat action all the time.
Shit, I was enjoying the motherfucking conversation. You heard me?
The nasty shit that come out of my mouth, I can't say nothing.
Yeah, shit. Don't
I can get.
shit. I'm not gonna.
Okay, so
I'm
wait a
not about
minute.
to sit up and
Okay,
act like. Go
so
ahead.
let's crank the conversation up a little bit more.
I be
Polo.
talking about fucking and all
Tell,
types of shit on
tell,
here. I ain't got no filter.
you absolutely right about that, Miss Monica. Apollo, tell me a little bit more about this domination. Like, are we talking like BDSM? Are we talking about hand? Because I'm about choking, slapping. Are we talking about like what do you mean by dominate?
I'm passionate, so I'm not really into BDSM. I can role play, but I'm not really into BDSM. I'm more into passionate, you know, that type of domination, kissing and the foreplay and eating booty and
Ooh.
smacking the ass, grabbing the waist, squeezing them,
Yeah, I
shit like
like
that.
that too.
I'm
I
a
like
teddy
that
bear.
too. I like being the light skinned mixed man or white twinkle and fucking them like that girl too.
I'm gonna slowly walk out the back door. I see. I was clickbaited, but you changed the title. I appreciate the conversation. I'm enjoying you guys. It's kind of different for me. But
Look,
continue. Please
I
continue.
want to give you your props, Photon, as well. Like when I talk about like the men who are self-aware and men who are like transcending, you are also one of those men. For you to even like be here and to even have shared some of the things that you've shared about your own preferences, etc. And like for you to once again like just be here, I think that that's really fucking dope and says a lot about your own confidence and awareness as a guy as well. And I hope that you don't let nobody take that away from you.
No doubt. And I would before I go, I want to answer your question you asked about attraction. Is it subjective or objective? I would agree with, I think it was Paulo said it. I would say that it's first subjective and it becomes objective once the conditioning and the normalities of a person's standard becomes matured. It becomes objectified, a person's attractions. But I think it's originally always a subjective state of mind. Y'all have a good one. I appreciate the conversation.
Appreciate that. Very intelligent brother. You guys, Photon DNA is also a content creator, so please subscribe to Photon DNA on YouTube. Photon DNA on YouTube. Subscribe. Now, so Red Clark, okay, let me move upward a little bit here. Paulo just got into domination. Are you into domination? Is that your sex language? Or are you more of a passionate person? Do you like to a soft landing, or you like ass clapping, thugging type fucking?
I would say I'm more so domination. But even like it can go hard as BDSM type thing, or it can just go hard as me just slapping ass, choking, stuff like that. Not
you smoke weed.
She talking to you, Red Clark. If you smoke weed,
I think his phone went out. I think his phone
yeah,
blanked
he
out.
in the country, y'all, so his connection be skating in and out.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You smoke weed, baby?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we can smoke to get shoot.
Wait, so you get deep on Red Clark. So the 50 Shades.
But no, like I was saying, like so, like for example, like something as far as like a dominant position for a woman would be like let's say riding. But even with that, I'm not one to like let her do that for a long time. Even from that position, I like to be in control. I like to be in control during sex.
Okay,
so
like, she can only ride for a limited time.
You say what?
So she can only ride for a limited time.
Yeah, like she can do her little thing. She can throw it back a little bit, do her thing. But like, let me do this.
Have you ever got? Are you into anything freaky? You won't be down to get to do nothing freaky with a girl?
He just said he is into the BDSM. He is into.
I'm saying, will you let her eat your booty out or anything?
Good question.
Nah, I've never explored those type of things.
Now, what again? Hold on. I got some questions.
Don't get me started on booty.
And
now.
I would like Otto and a Red Clark to respond. So if y'all had a partner, like if y'all had a female partner whether she was a regular cut friend or whether she was a special girlfriend, but a woman you was engaged with sexually who you was very attracted to, and she wanted to rub on your anus while she's sucking your dick, or she wanted to eat your booty out at some point. Is that something y'all would be willing to do, even if y'all haven't explored that yet?
Nah.
Hell no.
You gotta make
That's
all you gotta do is
Nah.
dish your booty out and make sure it's
It don't.
Nah,
no,
It
the
don't.
closest she could get is my you know.
The gooch. It don't hit the. It don't hit the spot for me. Once you get to the gooch, the red light, just gonna turn around real quick.
Okay, so
the man G spot up his booty hole though. So you know you might probably enjoy
like
you ever
I
tried
would
to stick
encourage.
anything up there?
My G spot mentally.
I would encourage straight men, cause it's a orgasm when there is
Don't take that wrong way.
pressure, a orgasm when there is pressure applied to your prostate is an orgasm of a whole nother type of level. And I ain't talking about like, and that don't have to come through like a dick in your ass, but you know, I mean, a finger or whatever it is, but pressure applied to your prostate, y'all have that orgasm until you have had an orgasm from your prostate. That shit sets the bar for how every other orgasm is gonna have to fucking feel after that.
I got a question.
I would love to see.
All orgasms.
I'm there for
I
my
would love
pussy.
to. No shade. I would love to see their faces right now, bitch.
Oh, I love to see red Clark face, but I got a question. So, do you think conscious? I got a question. It's about booty. So you think you can have fun with a little butt and you can arch it up to make it look like a big butt or something? You think you can do that?
Yeah.
You know, because there's people who got little booties. You can just you can arch that shit to where it look big and you can still enjoy it. I mean, but you know me, I like big booties and stuff, but you know, I take
little booties can put in that work too.
Because you know I'm an
Yeah.
I'll make you bend your back and arch that shit like I want it.
I mean, the
It's the shape of the booty that
Mel,
matters.
I'm gonna say this. If you like,
But the booty hole really matters though.
I'm gonna say exactly like if you like eating from the back. I mean, I'm telling you, a petite male or female, you can get to what you want to get to in the most buffet style type of way. So I mean, I like it because I mean, sex is sex too. Because I'm the type of if I want to eat some pussy, you heard me, or some booty, because I like to eat both. It depends on the body chemistry of that person. Like what you smell like is gonna. That's how much my mouth gonna get wet if I'm in tune to your pheromone. And especially, you know, when I see a more petite
But some people
person,
get turned on off the natural smell of pussy now. That's a turn on for some folks.
Well, it's supposed to. I mean, but I mean, it's supposed to. But here's the thing, though, baby. I mean, I like fucking with grown women. Look, I like to keep a little hair on that cat, ladies, for me, because I like to know that bitch is grown. I like to know that this is a full-grown woman pussy here. This ain't no kids' clothes. And yes, a vagina is supposed to have a motherfucking smell. I mean, all of the dick and the booty that everybody like to suck and play with comes from a pussy. So, baby, it's going to have all the flavors. It's going to have all the
Oh boy, you gonna turn me on now. Shit. You gonna turn me on.
Can y'all get a room?
Y'all funny.
Okay, I got a question. Okay, so a gift for the Crest, and I got some more questions for the panel too. A gift for the Crest podcast asks, Baby Zaddy, how often do you be off? I have not masturbated since I was 31. I'm 37 now. I retired.
Damn,
masturbation. No. It trust me, it all comes full circle. I feel like I am just not. I just don't have to do that anymore. I never had to begin with, but it's just like I just rather just have the actual experience and have that experience. So I do not do any form of masturbation at this point in my life. I don't touch myself. I don't jack my dick. I don't dildo myself. I don't do any of that.
Are you sexually you sexually active, right, Conscious?
Yes, and that's why I say it comes full circle. Like I have my concubines. I have my
You
harem.
got your hoes, con.
Yes, I have my harem, you know. So I just employ my harem, you know. I just employ my harem for, and I don't even feel like, you know, always having full on sex. Sometimes it's just being sensual. Sometimes it's just, you know, roughhousing. Sometimes it's just that body to body contact and that
Yeah, like you used to
kissing
do as a
and
little
rubbing
kid.
and rolling
Like you didn't have
around and
sex.
yeah, and being like sexual, but not necessarily, you know, necessarily penetration, etc. So, you know, and I'm kind of also in that place as well where I don't require full on penetration either, but I think that has a lot to do with my personal happiness. I don't know if anybody else has experienced this, but like my mental health is really healthy at this point in my life, and I've realized that as a result, and the difference in my mental health, that I don't require a lot sexually. So what I've learned from me is that at some point in my life, sexualness was an outlet, or it was a way to recalibrate like emotionally, etc. But I've noticed now that I have a very, very, you know, like my mental health is healthy. You know, I don't have a, you know, it just, I don't need a lot of that. Matter of fact, it's helping so much. I don't even like desire a romantic relationship. Like there's a lot of things I don't need anymore,
Like
or
when you
don't.
need the activity of sex or release, you get it and you're good.
Oh yeah, like I don't
You
want
mean
like
just to bust the nuts? You can be dick grinding, because that's what you used to do. That's what we used to do as kids, dick grind.
No,
I'm
I
made off
don't
on
think
that.
hold
that.
on.
Sword fighting.
Yeah, sword fighting.
Otto, did you ask
Go ahead.
Otto if it's like a drive-through experience? I could get it and go.
No,
Mhm.
like you look at, like I can look at sex as an act, not like an activity, not to take all of the bonds away from it, but like it within that, it's all the sensuality, the everything what it does for you mentally. Like sometimes you want, once you get, like, instead of like masturbating, you want the real thing. You don't necessarily, it doesn't like make you, it doesn't fulfill you anymore, pretty much.
No, you want some real pussy and real ass. It don't fulfill you. You be wanting the real thing.
That's what I was trying to say.
It's still equally fulfilling, you know. Like it's just a matter, like it's kind of like the best way I can describe the way I experience at this point in my life my sexual energy or my sexual urges is a lot like an appetite. Like sometimes you just want a sandwich today. You don't want a full meal. Like you just don't, you know, like you just might want dessert, or you might, you know, want a full on cuisine, or you might just
Or
want something.
buffet.
Yeah, or like
Do
you
you
just
think
might
that's why people give
Feel
head
like y'all
too? It's just
balling.
yeah, it's just
Wait,
busting. I feel
wait,
that way sometimes.
guys. I don't
You
think
must not
that's
come on here talk
that.
about as much as I. Oh.
I don't think that's what he's saying. Conscious, can I ask you a quick question and tell me if I'm wrong or if I'm right? I think that you are more so into communication more than physical, from what
no.
I'm. No, okay.
No.
All right. Well, I'm wrong on that.
I'm in my man eating phase where just think that men are only good for sexualness, and then I want to go back to my personal happiness afterwards, and I don't even have to like you as a person, because I used to be like a sapiosexual and used to be into like I used to be like, I need to like you, da, 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 da. But then again, I'm also fucking the same people I've been fucking for the past 10 years, because I don't change sexual partners, because I don't like unfamiliarity. So I'm still like fucking like all of my sex partners, we're like 7 to 10 years into this thing. Like these are the
That's
same.
what I'm saying. I feel like you need to be mentally connected somehow to
I don't
someone.
even
I
need
don't
mentally
feel like
connected. I don't even have to like you as a person per se, because a lot of
I'm
my
not getting that from you,
yeah,
No, I
honestly.
no,
believe it. No, I believe
like
Constantine ain't got a.
It could
like
be somebody
in
that
a
you hate,
hold on,
but you attracted to.
hold on. Like relationship, like all of that stuff has to matter. But like Otto or somebody was saying, like I used to be very feminine about sex. Like it was very like interconnected, emotional. Like I'm looking for my husband. There was all of that. Now I'm in like my sleaze phase. I'm in like my masculine energy when it comes to sex, and it's just recreational. It's not emotional for me. It's not something that's going to make me want to love you afterwards. It's not something that provokes anything
I think
beyond
what she
it
was
just
saying though is that you need a
I don't.
connection.
Yeah,
But he don't.
I
no,
But
like
he's saying he
no, no,
don't
no,
need
no, no,
one.
He said he
no, no,
don't
no, no,
need that
no, no,
though.
no, no, no. When it comes to if it's just recreational, all I need is the surface, which is attraction. I don't need
Yeah,
any.
like you
I
just
don't
want
need.
some
I
I
feel
booty.
like
don't
he
need.
lying.
I don't need to understand your politics. I don't need to like. None of that
Fuck
is
all that.
relevant because it's
I can
only
believe.
it's only like recreational. Like
Dudes like that too, so I can believe
it's
that.
At least
I
you
can be
being
like
hold
that
on,
too.
hold on. It's almost like a sparring partner. Like you just need a sparring partner. Like you just need somebody who want to play tennis today. Like it's just that
Yep.
simple. It's not. I don't.
you. Yeah,
It,
He
you just need to get
lying.
your rocks
We're
But
off.
just
you've been
engaging
with
in
them niggas
sexual
for 10
combat.
years.
You just
huh?
want to
We're
get
just
some booty or
Yeah,
some
but that's
pussy or
what I'm
something.
saying. Like
or some
the only thing that
booty,
I have
whatever.
maintained is like I don't like getting to know new bodies like over and over again. So because of that, I'm rotating the same people
All right.
over and over and over again because I don't like the anxiety that comes with like like having to learn somebody else's freak and having to like learn somebody else's body
That's
and just
what I'm saying. You
all of
know,
that like
ain't
no no
But
no
you
nothing.
don't
no
want
no
the
no
commitment,
no
but
no
you
no
do want the
I'm
connection.
literally I'm explaining it so some of y'all are still miscommunicating. It's not about like familiarity and communication are not one and the same
They're
thing.
not
It's
the
not about
same.
communication. It's about familiarity. Like I just don't like having to learn new people, but I'm also not talking outside of sex with my sexual partners. We don't get on the phone. I don't go on dates with them. We don't sit around over an open roasted fire and
They
talk
just
about
your
sunset
hoes.
and God. We don't get into these type of discussions. We don't have any substantive communication. It is literally, on a need by need basis.
They
It's
your
on the.
hoes,
Hey, bitch,
con.
what you
Say they
doing?
your hoes. That's what
You
we doing.
charging these niggas, ain't you?
I need to be. Who's charging these niggas?
You
He
your
lying
hoes,
like
con.
But
shit.
see, but charging these
They
niggas
sound like
also,
regulars.
but charging these niggas would also like, I couldn't charge for sex because that makes sex so transactional. And even though the way I go about sex is ultimately transactional, but I actually enjoy sex, so there's no need to charge.
Exactly, and that's what pisses me off. That's another
Like
thing.
I enjoy fucking. I enjoy huffing and puffing. I enjoy the
Exactly,
experience. So to charge for it would just be like ridiculous.
and that's what pisses
Don't
me
let
off. The people they
conscious
want to
make you
charge
That's
think
how I
for
he's
feel
it.
some
about
kind
paying for
of
it.
transactional hoe. He not.
Huh?
I said, don't let conscious make you think that he just like recreational, some kind of transactional hoe. He not,
That's what people
and
make it
that's
like, and that makes me mad. I don't like that.
I do like trans like because
mm,
I'm gonna tell you, and it may because of my lifestyle at this point, I'm very fucking busy. Like I have a little people that I'm raising and that I'm helping to co-parent and raise. I have a platform and a brand that I'm committed to full on. When I get up here and do this with you guys, I have to get off here and then deal with the administrative part of what I do. Is all of the emails, all of the DMs, all of this and all of that. This all of this business that also follows
No
like hitting
downtime.
the stop button.
exactly.
And then there's my actual real life, my physical real life that I tend to, my family, my best friends, the people that I care about and love, the things that I'm also doing outside of social media. And because I'm very focused and driven at this point, because I spent my whole life in relationships. I spent my whole teens and 20s chasing love and being in committed relationships. This is the first time in my life where I've actually dating something outside of a person, and I actually have, and I'm passionate about, and I put in the same energy I've put into relationships into other areas of my life. And I made an executive decision to give
That's
myself
grown people
a
shit
chance.
right there.
I gave myself that chance because I wanted to know what this level of commitment and faith and passion could look like in other areas of my life outside
Right.
of romantic relationships. So that's where I am in my life. So no, I don't have time to cuddle you. I don't have time to fall in love with you. I don't have time to raise a family with you. I don't have time to be building.
So you don't cuddle? You just throw them out? You don't at least cuddle with them?
We
You
can
don't have
cut a
to
little
fall in
bit.
love to cuddle?
They his hoes. That's the thing. These are his hoes. He
Just
don't
hoes?
like
You don't
hoes.
cuddle with them?
It just
We
I
depends.
can't
cuddle with
say
my
like we never
hoes.
cuddle with a hoe though.
Here's the thing. It just
Yeah,
depends.
like
You know,
it gets
I don't
essential. Like
believe it.
sometimes it like okay, so
we go ahead.
the best term I can describe it in maybe like companionship. Like it's just sometimes, like I said, it's not even always sex. It's just the sensual experience. It don't even have to be like full throttle, whatever. But yes, like after we use each other,
Get the
the
fuck
way
out.
that yeah, like I got shit to do, bitch. Like get the
You
fuck
still
out.
here?
Like
I mean,
He wasn't gonna say it like that, so I had to say it for him. He was gonna say this shit.
it just depends because you can have multiple partners for different connections from different folks. You might have that person that you will connect with and lay up with for a little bit, and even though y'all know y'all not together, but you're getting that intimacy. You know what I'm saying? And things
Yeah.
you're talking with, especially because I can relate to Conscious because I've been in a happy going on 14 years open sexually relationship with my partner. That's how me and him started. It wasn't no thing, and that's never been the issue. You know what I'm saying? So it is a difference. What Conscious is saying that, because I have the same thing, except it's just we're not making each other make the priority of the other person's life in such a way. Now, so far as that grown folk shit, bank accounts, insurance policy, yeah, we doing all that, but we're not doing it in the sense of one of the reasons why we don't want to get married because I don't, nigga, what do you mean you gotta have my fucking permission to sign for some shit? And no, 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 no. Let's keep moving as two men in a way that we're not gonna restrain each other from the human experience to where, if anything, we're gonna be supportive of each other, even endeavors that are very specific to what you want to do. And unfortunately, a lot of relationships, regardless of sexuality, has been sold this false ideal of monogamy without a nuance, because doesn't mean that you have to be sexually open, but there's a nuance. I mean, who said that it has to just be you two and against the world when you have other people in the
No, I
world that
can't do that
show you
shit.
love?
No, I'm selfish. I'm selfish. I can't share you with
Bullshit.
other motherfuckers. I can't do
Yeah,
that
yeah,
shit.
but that's the thing. But obsession, and here's the thing: there's a degree of being, affection and possession are not the same thing. So for some people's ideal of love is indeed possession. You know what I'm saying? Now, affection and how you might show that, you can be very possessive and have a very convoluted ideal of affection because you conflate the two. I'm not saying you, Miss Monica, but a lot of people tend to do that. Like this ideal that I'm going to keep him or her. No, bitch, you could barely keep things, inanimate objects. How you
You
gonna
can't
keep a
keep
whole
yourself.
soul? How
You
how
be
you gonna
saying a
keep a
word.
soul? Yeah, how you gonna
But I
keep a
mean, I
soul?
just don't like sharing because that's gonna make me mad. That's gonna make me want to go shoot some damn body. If I figure out
Whoa,
that
whoa,
you
whoa.
supposed to be touching me, but you touching somebody else, I'm gonna want to shoot somebody.
Well, and
That's
here's
how
the
pissed off I would go. I would get.
and Miss Monica, girl,
I'd be mad as hell, and I don't like people. I don't like when people do that shit.
but here's the thing, and girl, let me just tell you the gospel truth that as a trans woman, regardless of your gender expression and sexuality, what I'm about to say applies for you. You heard me? Most people who have your ideal of love gets the most exploited because it has been institutionalized. See, unification comes from a oneness, from a rigidness that makes people, your ideal of love has been the most commercialized in such a way that people who's let's just face it, because of the divorce rates and the infidelity, most people in their nature doesn't want that. It reflects in every sexuality and every gender expression. So
All
because
right, Jada.
you know what I'm saying, you want that monogamy, because see, monogamy is in different ways. Because see, if y'all would see me and my lover, y'all would not think that we were sexually open because of the chemistry between us. You can tell we really
I can't do
like
that
and
shit.
love each other. But our monogamy isn't reflected by the bodies and the also friendships, the intimate friendships that we have. It's not based off of what you do with other people. It's how you do me.
But
And if
why
that's
would you
clear
want
and
to share his
understood,
body
and
with other?
if it's
That's
clear,
some
here's the
dumb,
thing.
fucking dumb shit.
But it has
Why
to
the
be
hell would you
clear.
want to share your damn body, something that belongs to you, with the whole damn world? See, that's some
It
shit
ain't
I
his
don't
body
get.
though.
But it ain't. That's
Calm down.
yeah, yeah. It's not. Here's the thing. You share your body in ways that's outside of sex with the world. You have to go get a job. You have to be responsible for certain things. I think when people falsify, because what's going to happen with you, I'm just saying, Miss Monica, most people are going to have to be dishonest with you because you think that the sex part is the, and you're not wrong. I'm not condemning you, but I'm just saying if sex is the top expression of love for you, you're going to have a problem because most people, regardless of sexuality and gender expression, my baby, their ideal of sex isn't the ultimate affection. It's clear.
No, that's not. That's not what I'm saying.
What? But that's what I'm saying. You're saying, but you are saying if you're saying like if he share his body, no, girl. That most men are going, especially when you want to deal with males, especially being attracted to males. And as a male
I'm
myself,
attracted to women too. I go both ways.
that's true, but baby, when you dealing with these, and females do
Hey,
too,
I don't deal with
but dealing
niggas.
with these males, baby, no, sex is not, and love is definitely not the same for us. It's not. I mean,
I'm gonna tell
and
you
I think,
something else too.
mm,
Tell you something else. I I I I'm I, I don't want to talk as if all men are the same because I know it's like 2 of them who are not like the 100 of them that exist. But
But if you, I'm sorry, Carl.
hold on, Monica. Hold on, Monica. But I don't know. I think that also changed my priorities too because I've come to a point where like I now believe men. Like I feel like with everything that IG is saying, like I like because some of us are on like the feminine side in terms of like our emotional experience and all of that. We leaned into romanticizing men in a way that men, I don't feel like men generally are. And now that I'm older, I just accept that men are going to do what they want to do. And this came to a head for me like over a decade ago where I was dating like one of the loves of my life. And at some point we had to have a long distance relationship because I had to take care of my mom and all of that shit. She had gotten sick. And doing that, and because we were long distance and I knew he was an attractive man, I know that he was a sexual attractive man, and I know that the hoes be on him. I told him, like, you can do your thing sexually. The only thing is if that's if if you're going to employ sex outside of you and I, just communicate with me openly because I don't need none of your raggedy dumbass hoes making me look stupid out here by telling me something that I should already know. So if that's
Exactly.
something that you want to do, I
Facts.
just need to know
I
that
mean,
so that I can operate in a dignified way and we can have some integrity within this
nah, I
situation.
can't do that because I did
And
kill both of them
and
hoes.
he
I
told
can't do
me,
that.
hold on, and somebody got some bad feedback too. Like,
I
but let
think
me
it's
please,
Monica.
yeah. And so he told me, no, you are more than enough, and we will make, we'll make it work how we need to make it work, blah 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 blah. And then he went and got a whole bitch pregnant on me, and she ended up like, I don't know if she had an abortion or she lost a child or something happened, but um like and she was one of his female friends. He's bisexual, and they got drunk one night and went home, and one thing led to another, and he calls me one night drunk out of his mind like, I got something I want to tell you. And as soon as I heard soon as I heard that voice, I already knew like what he was about to communicate some fuck shit to me. And the whole time I was thinking to myself like, I'm not even mad at you cheating. But why couldn't you be 100 enough to do this in an integral way. And I was with giving you permission to do just that because I'm aware, or I know you better than you know yourself, obviously. So I'd already given you the floor to do what you wanted to do. And my problem isn't the cheating now. My problem is your inability to keep your word. My problem is your willingness to tell me what I want to hear rather than to be true to your fucking self.
I was
My
about to say he
issue now
manipulating
is
you.
like, yeah, my issue now is like all of this. I don't give a fuck about none of that. My issue is, this. And so I walked away from that realizing that I don't know what people are going to give, and look, I'm also somebody who also has another love of my life who's actively married right now. He is a stepdad as well as just had his own child with his now, hold on, with his now wife, and that love of my life is still reaches out to me every now and again, trying to smash, trying to
see why do y'all
hold on. Let me speak so that people can hear.
I mean, I'm even yelling at you,
I'm just saying. Hello, people, and he hits me up, every now and again, still trying to get it in while he's over there playing pastor and has an entire family, and I'm just like, so what this?
You don't give him none.
So what I have allowed this to tell me is that men, I really it's people, but I'm just gonna take this conversation. I'm just gonna say men. Men are going to do what the fuck they want to do. They can have a whole family and have a whole life and play this whole thing up with society and then still be to the left or to the right. And so when IG says, look, at some point, and look, maybe that also leads to a conversation around whether, the dynamics of monogamy and whether monogamy is a man-made thing or whether there's any real substance and if that's a natural phenomenon, especially for human beings, because and people can be disciplined enough to maintain their sexual urges and shit. I just not have seen enough of that out of men generally to really have that kind of faith in men. I know that women are better at monogamy only and probably because they've just been conditioned to be better at it. The way that we socialize women makes them adhere to chastity and virtue in a way that's very different from their male counterparts. So women have been pressured and cultivated in a way to be better and more effective at these things than men are, whose manhood is defined by his sexual conquest. His manhood is defined by his ability to sow his oaks and for Papa to be a rolling stone. This is literally when you are 9 years old, 10 years old, your uncles are asking you, boy, you done had your little first piece of pussy yet? You are expected to be utilizing your sexuality and to be employing that sexuality as a male. So I don't even
Conscious.
Anybody concerned about diseases though?
Hold on, because I'm almost finished. So at this point in my life, I challenge a lot of these things and whether these things are inherently the way they are or whether these things are the result of social conditioning. Because we have such social conditioning and a society cannot exist without conditioning, it's hard to really understand how much of this shit is inherently biological, how much of this shit is inherently social constructs. Are women better at love because they're simply fucking women, or just because they've been socialized to be better at certain things than are, etc.? I think that all of that stuff makes exploring these type of things interesting. But for me, I'm going to let men be men. I do not expect men to be monogamous. I don't even expect men to be honest. Therefore, I and I free you.
But that's why you asked the question
This is why
about
I don't fuck with a lot of niggas.
But that's why
I don't fuck with a lot of niggas.
But what you
let's be honest here. It's not about
what you just
conditioning.
described,
Most niggas do this damn shit.
What you just described, Conscious, was that question you asked, because we all didn't get to answer that question. You just described subjective attraction. because the way that those relationships was very subjective. And yes, it is, and I do say it's both, but the often ways that it is socially introduced to you, it makes it very hard for people to disaggregate the difference between the subjective part of what is the perception of constructs and what is your perspective, which would be the objective within that. And most people to compartmentalize that is very difficult because of the way that we have to often present interpersonally versus intrapersonally, being honest with oneself, what I really feel, but you can't, only to a certain degree, because of, well, the social presentation of what everyone to a certain degree has to do.
Okay, I think it's both biological and because of society. Because let's keep it real, a lot of the times women are um, sugar and spice and all that other crap because we can get pregnant. That's it. Like literally, if something happens, then we gotta carry the baby. Our whole body changes. Yes, you can get an abortion, but that still changes your body. All that stuff. Men, even though it's not morally correct, they can run away. Women, we
They do
literally
run
have
away
to.
like a bunch of bitches.
Yeah, but okay,
Oh
that's a.
my
Wait, let me finish. That's a fact. There are a bunch of men who stay for the baby, but a lot of the times women are very not promiscuous because we can get pregnant. A lot of the times women are chastised for our choices in men because we can get pregnant. We have to carry the baby. Our body changes. We have to risk death to give birth. And I think that's just what it is. I think that's the core of it. We can get pregnant, y'all can't. That's it, that's all.
I
I don't
think
like catching fucking
I
diseases,
think
so I
I
can't do
I'm
the
saying
more
these
than one
niggas
partner.
when you date somebody, you bring you and they fucking somebody else diseases. That's another thing why you shouldn't be
It's
allowing
called
nobody to
safe
Well,
fuck
no,
with your
but
sex.
that's
damn
It's
why you
partner
should
insane.
test.
unless
But
it's
you should
fucking
test
you.
every.
that's
I'm gonna
responsibility
give you
right
some,
there.
but I'm gonna give you
But
some
that don't
pointers
Yeah.
mean
on
Hold on,
that.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Hey, hold
you
on,
supposed
hey,
to be
hold on,
doing
hold
all
on, hold
types
on,
of
hold on.
nasty shit. If
Miss
they ain't
You're
doing
Monica,
it, what you
supposed
Miss
to
supposed to
Monica.
test
do?
every 3 to
Hold on,
6
hello,
months.
hello, hello. Miss Monica, you need to realize that most people actually are contracting STDs in relationships. A relationship does not spare you from STIs and
Thank
STDs. A
you.
Well,
marriage
it's
does
better to
not.
get it in a
A
relationship than
marriage,
to get it
no,
from a damn
it's
stranger.
not better. A disease is going to operate how HIV is like AIDS is no more better because you're married to the person that gave it to you than it is from somebody who you're not married to. A illness, a disease, a STI, an infection is an infection. It doesn't like the context in which it happens to you. Like maybe that makes some people feel better, but at the end of the day, you
Let
still
me
are
ask y'all:
dealing
Is
with
that
what
why
you're
most of
dealing
these? Is that
with.
why most of these queens fuck with these damn down low niggas?
What?
Is that the
No.
reason why y'all
Don't
be fucking
understand
with
why.
them?
They
Are
don't
you
know
trying to
that
be the
they're.
new Miss
Hold on,
Barbara?
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I ain't no
Hold on,
damn bitch,
y'all.
but I'm just
Hold on,
saying, cause like,
hold on. Hold on, because I need to clear something up for One Love. Yeah, I know he's married. He was my first love before he was hers. Like, yeah, I know he was married. Like, me and him are high school sweethearts. Our
if he got a
relationship,
wife, he should be fucking
our
her ass.
our relationship began in 2000 and then lasted until he graduated, because then he went to college out of state, and then we were like on and off for years, and then at some point he met his wife, and we had already not been together for a while by the time they started dating. And then when he was still trying to willing to be with me, because I already love him, that was not going to be a situation that I was going to be able to be in, even though I am very sexually attracted to
Nice.
my ex. Plus I don't fuck married men. So
Hold on,
there's
this Max
all
got facts.
there's
Your mama can
there's
suck a dick.
but
All right, yeah, y'all know that. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
but But I also, speaking about that, I want to add this because I shared this on Yellow Pill platform. When it comes to these discussions, and y'all hear me like get kind of like riled up, or like I get like very like intense about breaking down social constructs, it's because the love of my life right now is not with me because of homophobia. He feels safer conforming because he does not have it within himself to lose what he believes he will lose by being true to himself and being with me. And I think
He's a
that,
pastor, right?
yeah, the pastor, like, he cannot face, he knows that he won't be respected as a man of God. He knows that he won't have the same family acceptance bringing me home versus bringing his wife, his opposite sex partner home.
Or another woman.
He will never have, he won't have that. He will have to learn an entire different landscape in order to be with me, and he would have to be able to come to terms with losing a lot of the world that he is familiar with.
That
And
collectively going
even
to get
though,
kind of low.
Ooh,
and
real low.
and he's not even, and I hurt for him because every time he reaches out to me, it's a reminder of how much he's trying to live according to what is expected of him and according to what the people that he loves wants from him. And he's over in his reality choosing, yes, to suffer in silence. And I'm over here learning how to live without him.
Okay, but on top of that though, literally, I know that you have morals, but there are a lot of people who don't have morals and want to do everything the correct way. But to be honest, Conscious, it sounds like he may be trying to, you know, and I know that you don't want to be like a secret or anything, but do you know how many pastors out there who have wives who know about that and who are cool with that because they just want the status and they maybe that's what he's trying to do?
No, these
Conscious don't want to
pastors,
live a lie.
they pimps.
No,
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 And then
I
they
no,
no,
be fucking they hoes.
no. I think
no,
that
no, no.
because,
That's not what he's
hold on,
saying.
hold
That
on, hold
there
on,
are
hold on, wait a minute, because I understand the problem with DL men because they are living a lie and they are creating lives and bringing other people into the lie, aka the spouse, aka that whole constructing that whole reality. But I also empathize with the download community because as a person who had to come to full terms with my own sexuality, who, you know, had to find my voice and find myself the acceptance and come out and take that risk, I would also be lying if I acted like there's something natural about knowing that your truth is going to castrate you from your community. And I think people underestimate the level of loss simply off of the strength of a person's orientation. I think if you're not queer and you're not same gender loving and you don't know what it's like to exist under that oppression, you cannot contemplate rationally or reasonably with knowing that there is a part of you that almost everybody in your world is going to be resistant to, and sometimes to the point of total ejection and rejection. And I'm, and most of us, because we live in a society that we've been conditioned in and we've learned to believe that there's real equity in being received by other people, people cannot fathom giving that up. We have not been trained to stand, nobody has been trained to give up your mother. None of us have been trained to give up your father, to give up your family, to give up your community. No, hardly none of us have been trained to be that revolutionary. But yet, that is what we're asking down low men and women to do, is to be revolutionary in a way that even the people who want them to do just that are not even being. You cannot create the consequences in such a way and then expect that people are going to be willing to do the right thing. You cannot over penalize. Like, it's funny to me because we talk a lot about the criminal justice system and all of this shit and how black men are disproportionately sentenced, etc.
I don't care.
But do you realize that black men are also being disproportionately sentenced for being bisexual and for being queer? Do you understand the level of ego death that black men have to be willing to undergo to so-called stand in their fucking truth? Like, you cannot hold on. You cannot persecute people in such a way and then think that people are going to be so ready and so willing to just tell the truth. No, bitch, telling the truth comes with me losing my fucking mother and me never being able to show my face at another fucking Thanksgiving. Me telling my fucking truth is.
But he's a pastor. But he's a pastor.
Hello.
Taking the phone.
Hello.
With a woman.
Hello. Telling my truth comes with the loss of my occupation and being sat down, especially if that occupation is interconnected to some type of religious fucking system. Like, there's literally a whole when I tell you, because of the issue of homophobia and transphobia and queerphobia that exists, a person, in order to stand in a truth, would have to be willing to unlearn the world they've learned and be willing to exist differently and to accept existing in having a oppositional oppositional posture. Like, what all openly queer people are doing is having the balls to be the prey, but that is not a motherfucking easy decision to make for the sake of living in your fucking truth. Living in the truth for queer people is us also saying, I'm willing to be the prey. I'm willing to live honestly and live authentically, and I'm willing to put myself at risk in this ignorant ass society and risk my life every day being who I am. I'm willing to take everything on the lesser and more extreme end for simply standing in my fucking truth. And it's just kind of an insult to hear people like minimize the level of danger that queer people are in. And I know that down low people get like a bad rep, but we also not going to act like the landscape isn't fucking dangerous. We aren't going to act like we all have the type of families we are safe enough to come out in, and that we all live in the type of community that we're safe to be transparent in. We're not going to act like that, because that's just not fucking true. If it was true, there would be nothing to have to come out of. We will already be welcomed as who we are. The coming out is a response to the danger. The coming out is a response to the oppression. If it was that easy to be queer in this system, there would be nothing to come out of. And unfortunately, what you are going into when you come out of the closet is you are choosing to be brave enough to run toward the storm. But some people do not have that level of courage, unfortunately. And the pressure to be who you're not is greater than those who are asking you to be who you are. Everything in this system is every day asking us to conform. There's more of that energy in the echo chamber than there is the voices screaming down the hallway saying, come into the light, be yourself, fuck them all. Most people who are even contemplating coming out don't even have a perception of of what are the resources even once I do this? How do I survive? How do I successfully reconstruct my life? How all of that? And I think that it's a disservice to queer people to speak in such a degrading and nasty way about down low people, because every queer person knows what the fuck it's like to be on the down low, and none of us found that shit easy whatsoever. Now it's easy.
I don't think we're speaking down to the fact that
No. And I'm not even saying you, Apollo. I'm just saying period, because I've been having this conversation for years and years and years and years in queer spaces and conjoint spaces. I expect that type of shit from our straight peers because they're desensitized and they're outside of the situation. I expect them to be ignorant and dumb as hell and to not have no reality to what it's like to be within it. But for us, I expect us to be a bit more compassionate and have a bit more of a reasonable attitude about the plight of down low people. But I'm gonna shut up and let y'all get in here.
Okay, what I wanted to say,
How
just
about
real
you just
quick,
not date
real
these
quick.
niggas?
No, real
Just
quick.
not date them at all until they get their shit together. Just
That's-
stop fucking with them.
He literally just explained why he does. Okay, literally.
No, I'm just saying because the whole thing just pisses me off.
It's not that simple. He just explained that. What do you?
I know.
Okay.
I'm not mad at. I know that, but I'm just saying the situation in general makes me mad as hell. It's just so confusing.
Okay, that's cool and all, but we live in the real world, and
live in the
what I
real
was
world
just
too.
trying to. I understand that, but what I am trying to say is, I heard how the person that he loves and what he's going through. All I was saying is that I think that the person who he loves, who keeps on reaching out to him, is asking him, and I know I don't want to put it this way, but this is how you put it, so I'm going to put it the same way. I think that he's asking you to be a part of his lie. I think that the person that he's with knows who he is, because if
No,
he
she
still
doesn't. She doesn't know who
she
he is.
doesn't
No,
at
of
all.
course she doesn't. No, she
Of
doesn't.
course
No,
she doesn't
nobody
know.
does. Like,
Pastor, if she knew, you know,
like
his life would be.
the DL of the DL. Like, there's no
Do you
type
know?
of anything.
There's a lot
That's
of
why he's trying
places
to make his
why.
way back to
I know that
conscious
there
because he
are, but
knows
I'm just
him.
telling you. I'm just telling you. In his case, she doesn't know. I'm not
Okay,
saying
yep.
that every wife, every wife
There's a lot
doesn't
of
know.
them.
This one doesn't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was just thinking there's a
His
lot of them who cool with
mom
it. I
don't know.
think
His
that he's
kids don't
trying
know.
to.
His wife don't know. His cousins don't know. His teachers don't know. His congregation don't know. Nobody knows.
Okay, can you maybe like respond to him and see? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't.
Let's see what.
Leave his ass on red.
To see if
what.
any. I know that you think that nobody knows, but I think that maybe
I
people
already know
do.
that we know. This is my high school
That
sweetheart.
sounds like too much of a
We have
I'm
compromise.
pretty sure he know who he talking to. You
We've
know
had
what
a
I'm
friendship. This man has been in my life since 2000. It is 2023. We know each other like the back of our hands. We have open communication. I know his struggles. He shares with me why he's not open, why he cannot come out to his wife. Every time he comes on to me, I lead him into that self-aware rabbit hole. Why I understand why you are doing this the way you're doing it, but there is also another way out of this. Even if that means divorcing your wife, even if it means undoing the lie. And yes, now the lie has so much equity built into it because you've gotten other people now, connected to this. You got other people now. You got children who've been brought into this. You would be undoing the family structure. You would be undoing the nucleus family. It's a lot. But if you either don't make it's either that or it's you. It's either that or you.
Was he born into being a pastor, or did he progress into this?
He got into
I know a couple pastors.
hello. We got into pastoral. It's probably it was a few years after he graduated, so he's probably been like, cause he went from being a chaplain to then being a full-on pastor, etc. So he's yeah, it's and he wasn't like necessarily brought up in the church or brought up like heavily religious, etc. Even though his family still held very religious views and Christian views, etc. But no, this wasn't something he was per se he wasn't raised in the church, but he got deeply devout as a result of like a near-death experience he had and shit.
So you and him
Okay.
were high school
So you're
sweethearts,
like
and he still
super
chose
sure.
to become a pastor and live a life that he knew he wasn't true to.
Yeah, he was in high school on the down low. Ain't nobody know his sexuality.
So
Wow.
are you super sure that his wife doesn't know?
Oh my God!
Why you won't let that part go? I'm pretty sure he got a bullshit radar. Like I'm pretty sure he'll figure out like, nah, this nigga bullshit.
Conscious.
I don't know like what you don't understand about down low.
No, I
but
know, I get that. I wasn't being.
I just want to say one quick thing.
I've already said what I said. His wife
Okay.
doesn't know, so you can take
Conscious.
it.
I just want to say one quick thing. I understand what you're saying about his wife doesn't know. I'm a wife. I've been married for 26
Oh, wait a minute. Hold
years.
on. I'm sorry, Miss C. President, are you asking me like if I think she knows because she has an intuition, or are you asking me like
that's what I was gonna say
in terms of like he's communicated this to her?
I'm asking because of the communication. Because a lot of the times when just my experience, and I'm not.
Hold on. I don't want a diatribe because I want Miss CM to speak and get her time. I just want to know, like, are you asking me, does she know based upon him divulging that to her, or if she knows, as in she's a woman, do I think she knows that her man is whatever?
Both.
Okay, she does not know empirically. He's never communicated his bisexuality to her. She doesn't know him in that way, and he also wasn't a bisexual who was like very active bisexual, like in his bisexuality. Like there's only been me and maybe 2 or 3 other guys in his entire life experience that he's had that experience with. The other guys were completely sexual in nature. I was the only emotional and sexual male in his life, but she doesn't know in that way. No.
I was just trying to see maybe see what he's talking about. That's all I was saying.
He will never.
Oh, go ahead, Missy. Now, I don't like if she was to create a space where he, like, I don't know if he would feel because I've asked him like if you felt. Well, it's odd that you are with somebody who you clearly don't feel safe enough to tell the truth to. That's really weird. But then again, I mean, yeah. But then I also asked him like, if she were like, if she presented herself in a way that made you feel safe with divulging this aspect of yourself too, would you? He has not been able to be clear about that answer.
Okay, I was just trying to see to see maybe what he was talking about and see if there could be.
And she really has no reason to know. I mean, she doesn't even have she doesn't even honestly have a reason to. She doesn't have really a reason to know anything. I mean, he is a high valued ass man. He is a professional. He carries himself like, a traditional whatever. And I mean, he's hip and hip with his family. It's from work to family, family to work, and he doesn't even have a social life outside of work at this point. And she yeah, I'm gonna do that at that. Missy, go ahead.
Hi and good evening. I just wanted to say, I've been married for 26 years. I've been with my husband for 31 years. And something that you just touched on, like the person that this pastor, he doesn't have a, a social life outside of the church, outside of work, so forth and so on. So he's one of those people that Go to work, come home. Go to church, come home. He's always home. He's always home. He's always home. You don't see it. But as a wife, you see it. You see it. You may not want to admit it. You may not want to confront it, but you know it. It does. He could go to the car wash and stay 10 minutes longer than he stayed the last time he went to the car wash. You know it.
So are you talking about infidelity, or are you talking about
I'm talking,
sexuality?
yes, I'm talking infidelity, whether it's with a man or a woman. Whether it's with a man or a woman, infidelity is infidelity when it comes to a married couple. Doesn't matter if it's a man.
Yeah.
In a certain space, a woman or a person may feel that it's worse if it's a man with a man or a woman with it's infidelity. And coming from a perspective of infidelity, she knows. And I can tell you that because I knew. I knew for 10 years. And I confronted it after 10 years. But see, here's the thing. When you confront it, you got to be prepared to deal with what comes after that. And most women or most married person in the person who knows, who's not doing the cheating, set aside whether it's with another man or another woman. Set that aside. When you confront it, or when you're ready to confront it, or when you think you are ready to confront it, now what are you going to do? And I bet you my bottom dollar, this woman who's married to your ex, who still is trying to figure out what the hell he's going to do in life, knows. But she also is saying to herself, what am I going to do if I confront it and I really find out the truth? What am I going to do then? Am I going to leave? Because it's easy to say what you're going to do before it's presented in front of you. And that's all I have to say.
She would be embarrassed.
I know what I
She's the
did.
first lady.
I know what I thought I was going to do. Right?
I feel like she should know simply because it goes against religious values.
She may not know it's another man, but she knows it's somebody.
Right.
You see?
That's what I'm trying to say, you guys.
She may not know it's the same sex. She may not know it's the same sex.
Because
but it doesn't matter, because infidelity is infidelity.
But I also wonder how much she really knows, because
God gave us intuition for a reason.
Because I can see her, and I don't believe that all women are in touch with that intuition.
I get that.
I think because she chose him for a lot of the reasons why a lot of women would choose a man. He has money, he has wealth, he has social equity, he is very attractive. He is a great prospect, and she's living her ideal life out with him. She gets to be first lady, she's having her children, she's being taken care of, and he does well existing in that world, because he's not gay, so so he can show up genuinely in the part of him that is attracted to women, and obviously like that's what he's offering her. I'm not sure if he has cheated on his wife
other women, other women, right?
Yeah, I know he's tried to cheat on her with me. I don't know, what his other activities have been within his marriage. I do know that he works a lot, and he barely even like has time to be fucking married. But I don't know what she knows. But the thing about it is, like, so then, great. That's a great way to segue, Miss C. So then, because now we're talking about him being in the second place. So now, what about her being in the second place? Because they both would be at the same crossroads. He's living a life, and he knows something is wrong. She's living a life, and she knows something is wrong. But neither one of them are willing to have the confrontation because of the worst case scenario, because of the fear.
So in my case, I only can speak from my case. In 2016, I decided to take that plunge, right? So I did some things to learn the truth. I learned the truth. And before I learned the truth, I thought I had all the answers. I thought I was going to leave. I thought it was going to be a clean break. I'm done with you. Didn't happen that way. We went through a 7-year process of healing. Together and not together. Now together. It was hard. It was very hard. Right now, I can't tell you that I'm 100% in trust in my husband. We've been married for 31 years this past November. But it was a process. It was something I had to face. It was something I thought. And that's why I say a lot of people, and I'm not going to just say women, but since we're talking about women and men and couples, what I'm going to say is that a lot of people think they know what they're going to do until it's time to do it.
But she should have the choice, though.
Right. I had the choice. I had the choice.
Yeah, you should have the choice to be able to sit with it.
Forget about it. Forget about if we can move away from the fact that this is a man who's attracted to another man. Everybody should have the choice to move on. But if it was so easy to do it that way, and if it was so easy for someone to come to you and say, "Hey, I'm not happy. I want to move on,"
exactly,
we would have a lot. We would have as much issues with infidelity.
And ma'am, that's what I'm trying.
Not to really move on, but to just sit there and process and
yeah, but it's hard
understand it because
people don't want to process it. They say they want to process it till it's time to process it. You understand what I'm saying? I thought I knew what I wanted to do too. I'm a religious woman too.
Religious woman, that's like
I'm a religious woman too. I go to church every Sunday. I praise God. Just because she's a first lady doesn't make her any more religious than me, or
that's why it's been
or
7
you.
years.
It's not about that.
If it goes against her religious morals, I feel like the woman should have a right to know.
A woman should have a right to. A woman should have a right to know whether they're religious or non-religious.
That part.
A person should have a right to know whether they're religious or non-religious. The point is, once you know, what are you going to do? Because you think you know. Trust me when I tell you this.
Like you
think you know what you're going to do until you know.
Oh, that is so rare.
It's like you're putting somebody in a position to choose, and if you don't like their choice, then what are you going to do?
Exactly. Oh, baby, because even like outside of the relationship I've had, I had one relationship, and despite my sexuality being expressed with multiple partners or relationships without any lying or issue, so I tried to get in a monogamous relationship. Let me say, baby, you got this idea. You thought because you went with this perspective that everyone else sold to you, and you thought that just because you're in this time to react, you're going to do what you do. Oh, but baby, when I'm not going to want to be who I want to be with.
Right.
Oh, I'm not going to want to do that based off of this title. And then when I actually got there, I had to really face with myself like, oh, bitch, that's really you. And now you got to face with, damn, that's what you really would do, even if you told the person that.
Oh my,
even though that's
absolutely. I
want to insert something there, and I agree. To the people who are like very confused about my dynamics with my ex, I will always love my ex. He is one of the loves of my life. But because of where I am in tandem with watching him lack integrity, I would never consider him a romantic partner again, but I will always love him. I do not want to be with him relationally, but I am very clear about the fact that I love him, and I'm not trying to get rid of that love because I don't have a problem with that love existing in me, because it is what it is. But I don't
answer your question.
Yes, but give me a second real quick. But I don't want to be with him relationally. I've told him that whatever his decisions are, he needs to do them for himself, because if the expectation is for you to leave her to be with me, I'm not even available relationally. I'm only having sex with men at this point. I don't have romantic relationships with men. I don't want a relationship to man for the very reason of him doing what he's doing. I just literally went on a whole dissertation like 45 minutes ago about how I am in a more communal place when it comes to men, because I don't expect them to be faithful. I don't expect them to be honest. And here it is. He's displaying all the reasons why I do not, why I'm not interested, and why I'm not going to be in another fucking romantic relationship to a man, because I don't believe that men generally are just capable. So it's not going to be no damn relationship for us to have, even if he was to dispose and dismantle his relationship. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I'm still too fucking busy, even for him. Like, I wouldn't even make that space to be with, to build or grow a relationship. And whatever he does, he need to do it for me. He need to do it for him, not for me.
And especially after he didn't already showed you in the decisions that if it was on the other foot, you wouldn't make that decision to drop anything for me in that case. So why would you then expect me to turn around after you showed me that you, given the circumstances, you're not willing to take that same plunge?
Exactly.
So and that's a hard thing that most people appeal for most people to swallow, and that's where that's why I'm glad Miss C came on here, and because I even admitted that was my only relationship now outside of the happy, honest, genuine relationship that I have with my partner now 14 years, and I didn't like that. I tried to sell myself because that's when I still was in Christianity and everything. So I tried to psych myself up. That was so many years ago. You heard me, like 14, 15 years ago. And I tried to tell myself that being in this position, that this is how I'm going to react, and this is how I'm going to feel about it, and this is how I'm going to look like. And I had to think about, wait a minute, all your friends that you kick it with from high school and middle school, that you have this beautiful friendship and this awesome sexual chemistry that never felt bad, that never felt guilty, that was never felt dishonest. Now, all of a sudden, I have to feel like that's bad. And all of a sudden, I realize that this ideal ain't naturally who the fuck I am. And I try to tell myself, oh, if I have this type of relationship, this is how to fucking realizing that's when I start to tear down the way that I look at relationships and a lot of conventional things. Because when you're in that situation, and that's why it is subjective, objective, and unfortunately, we live in the most what conscious had to deal with, despite the beautiful, genuine attractiveness, objectively, that they might have for each other outside of sex, because of the way that perception has on the perspective. It subjectify how a relationship can move, but it also this same subjectification that conscious experience. Excuse me. This also happens a lot in heteronormative, and I'm glad Miss C pointed that out. That yes, baby, regardless, infidelity is infidelity. If you present and tell this person, and that's why it's dangerous to speak in absolutes. That's why I'm very careful with marriage. Because when you speak in absolutes, you do not allow yourself to have a human experience. And if you're with the person that you say that you're supposed to be in love with for the rest of your life, but you can't be honest with them about how you might like to bust another nut, that's going to eventually it's even outside of sex. You can't even be honest about what type of music you like. You can't even be honest with other type of interests just because they're not interests that you share. You see what I'm saying? That's a very difficult. You're going to cause yourself not only to be a prisoner in the relationship, baby, but you're going to be a prisoner in your own fucking bodies and to your own attractions. And I'm going to put that over there.
Do y'all
And
feel like never monogamous?
Hold on for a minute. I also just want to clear up that my ex identifies as bisexual. He's always dated women. He's always had sex with women. And he's also had sex with men.
But does his wife know he identifies bisexual?
No.
That's
Okay. She doesn't know. Okay. None of the women that he's ever been with intimately know. And I don't even know if any of the men he's been with know that he's bisexual. But I know that he doesn't the only people that know what he the only people that know his sexual, like, the gay men gonna think he gay because he has had sex with them, and the straight men and the straight women that he has sex with gonna think he's straight because he's having sex with them. But he does not communicate with either about his situation. And the only reason why he has with me is just because we just have the level of history and relationship that we have, to where he will disclose the nuances of his life and his dynamic and share these things with me, because there is an intimacy that is established between he and I, intimacy that's non-sexual, just intimacy in terms of his willingness to just show his full deck. And he explained to me that the way that he's experienced his sexuality is that he's always been sexually attracted to men, but never romantically. But that was one of the things that made our situation edgy. It's because there was that emotional edge that was there.
Right. Yeah.
But he's always had a sexual and emotional attraction to women. So he's always been willing to have sex with with men. And I hate having this conversation about bisexuals because every time because when we talk about bisexual people, for like the assumption is always that a bisexual person is being bisexual while in a relationship. So, even like when he's been single, he has been a single man and fucked who he wanted to fuck, like anybody else does.
Right.
And he has had his male experiences, his female experiences, but he typically did not have a emotional relationship to men, so he never really wanted that from men. He never wanted or imagined his life surrounding his same gender sexual attraction, because it was only sex. But when he and I was together, it was a different thing. And now he's with his wife, and I'm assuming they have kids and all. He's fucking her successfully. That she's clearly getting the sexual part. I don't know what their life is like emotionally, but he identifies as bisexual, but that's how he says his bisexuality works. Like a sexual and emotional and sexual when it comes to women.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I know I've shared on this platform. I've been free to share. My daughter, was comfortable with me sharing that she's bisexual. And when she first came out and told me, she's only 21 years old. Doesn't make a difference. She is who she is. I love her. Her father, me and her father love her. It doesn't matter. But I remember saying to her, because I didn't really quite understand bisexuality per se, and I said to her, well, you need to pick a side. Either you're going to be with men or you're going to be with women. Because I just didn't want to go through the emotional roller coaster with her of, okay, one day you with the man, one time, then you with the woman. Then I realized, people. Go ahead, say what you were gonna say, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I just had I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
No, I was basically saying when she first came out a year ago, it wasn't that I didn't understand and I didn't know about that bisexuality. I just always felt like bisexuality was a state of confusion, for lack of a better word. So I thought that
it's not confusing when
this platform made me understand.
Yeah.
Trust,
Yeah. It's nothing confusing about knowing that that you like both. Like you're not confused. Like you actually know that you like both. So
so my thing is, well, how can you like both? Either you like dick or you like pussy. Just for lack of a better word. Because thinking of it listen, I'm a 51-year-old woman born in the 70s, so I'm not trying to pretend like I know everything, and I understand what bisexuality meant on a definitional stage from the Webster Dictionary. Okay? But in my brain,
you couldn't get it,
are or you aren't. You're either
But
like
that's also weird though. I mean, see, right though, but that's also weird if you know like if you know what the definition of bisexual is, then how
but I
like
always
how it's
I always just felt like, because I always felt like people who said they was bisexual was confused. You didn't know what you wanted. Right? That's how I felt.
But I'm saying that because you just said that even though you understood like you understood the definition of bisexuality, but you couldn't accept that for some reason. I'm trying to figure out, like, I'm trying to get you to go like a little bit deeper of why you just could not accept that people.
Well, because I just felt like both. When you love someone,
even though sex isn't always about a love either, right? Like we're not just talking about love because
attraction. So I learned. That's why I'm saying I learned a lot of this. I learned a lot of things from this channel, which is why I tune in every night. Even though I got to be up at 5 o'clock in the morning, I tune in every night to understand, and you've helped me understand that my daughter is bisexual, and I don't know who she's going to end up with. She might, I don't know, but I'm okay with it because now I understand that she's not confused. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a
well,
question,
that's
Miss
good.
B. Let me ask you a question.
I was confused. She wasn't
Do you
confused.
like more than one hairstyle?
Oh yeah. Right now I'm
Okay,
natural.
so that's exactly the predicament. That's exactly the reality of bisexual people. It's just like in both. It's just that I can understand maybe because like you're not bisexual, so you can't relate personally. But if you just relate it in the areas where you like two different things, your favorite color might be pink and blue. You might like high ponytails and buns. You might like baked chicken and fried chicken. It's literally just that simple when it comes to bisexual people. It's not math, it's not geometry, it's literally I like both. I like both. I find women sexually attractive, emotionally attractive. I find men sexually attractive and emotionally attractive. And if we are fair enough to say that both men and women are attractive, even if you're not sexually attracted to, one over the other, then it's not hard to believe that somebody can be fully attracted to both sexes. Like if you as a woman are able to say, even though you're not a bisexual woman, you're able to say, oh wow, like other women are beautiful. Like I'm able to recognize a pretty woman or a
Absolutely.
attractive woman, and you're able to say, oh, I also, can look at a man and also find a man to be very handsome and to be, da 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 da. So all a
Yeah.
bisexual person does is they have the extra ability to be attracted on a romantic and sexual level to both sexes.
Yeah.
That's all
And
it
it,
is.
it took a
And
minute.
They just
It
have
took
also,
me a minute.
extra.
I'm gonna be honest. It really took me a minute to really get that and to realize that because listen, my gay friends, right? Mainly my male gay friends would say to me, well, she's gay. And I said to them, well, she's not identifying as a gay. She's identifying as bisexual. Well, no, she's gay.
can I ask you a question really quick?
Mm-hmm.
Was part of your confusion as um a part as roles? Because a lot of people who see bisexual people as confused, see them in roles. It's like, okay, well, I'm feminine, so I need to play this feminine role, or I'm masculine, or I need to play this masculine role. It kind of ties back into the masculine verse, guys. Um,
Mm-hmm.
do you see her as did you previously see her as confused? Because it's like, how can you be comfortable? How can you want to play this feminine role in a heterosexual relationship? And I'm not sure if I'm not sure if she's like a masculine presenting or feminine presenting uh um bisexual when it comes to the women's side. But do you think that it has a lot to do with roles? Because I find that people who find bisexual people confusing, it has to do with the role you play. Like, how can you um, be feminine over here and masculine over here, kind of thing? You know what I'm saying? That
Right.
sounds confusing, but
But that's not. But it's
Mhm.
actually not if we're just being realistic. Like the same way that we all employ a feminine role when necessary and
Absolutely.
a masculine
yeah.
role when
Right.
necessary. Like there are single fathers who have to braid their daughter's hair on the weekends when it's their time. You
I'm not
know.
talking about
for-
that.
No, 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 no. I'm making it simple for everybody else. I'm not really talking necessarily to you because I know that you clearly get it and are not confused. But I'm speaking to your point that we swing in and out of masculine roles as human beings, just like single fathers swing into so-called feminine roles when it comes
Right.
to their daughters. They do their hair, they help them with, they get them dressed, they make them pretty and girly. They have to tap
Right.
into that part of them to care for their female child. Like we and women do this. I know moms who cut their son's hair and who even get out there on the basketball court and play sports and are able to like like they tap into their energies in order to relate and properly parent their children, especially when they have children of both sexes. So I'm just saying that, you know, it's nothing confusing about bisexuality. I mean, because I don't understand why we don't have this confusion when it comes to like, I mean, well, maybe some people are confused because like I I I'm a like if you identify as a Christian, are you confused why somebody else identifies as a Muslim? Like I don't think that there's much confusion. Like
Well,
like
right.
if you identify as Republican and somebody else identifies as a Democrat, like I don't it's like we don't stretch our brains that far wide when it comes to why other people are different from us. Like, oh, like you might be a conservative dressing woman while another woman may dress more provocatively. Like we exist in a world and accept people's preferences all the time. We accept that people are different from us all the time. We accept that we also play various roles in our own lives as individuals. So I never understood the personal confusion around by like why people are so confused about bisexual. I'm just like, what?
I think I just looked at it as either you're attracted to a man, or you're attracted to a woman. And I didn't think about all the other options that was available.
And you know,
For lack
and
of
you
a
know
better
why?
word.
You know what? I didn't consider Miss C is you probably because that's what was demonstrated to you. You
Yeah.
know, like
Yeah,
we all just
absolutely.
lived in a heterosexual world, and we've just seen men be with women generally, like, or people just be gay or straight, and that probably just came out of a lack of familiarity, a lack of representation.
Now
You
I will
just
say this. I have two uncles who are both in their 70s, and they're gay. One has a more of a feminine way about himself. And the other one, not that he's more masculine, but he's not as feminine, meaning that my one of my uncles, both in the South, believe it or not, he's very feminine, where he used to wear not heels but like a kitten heel, you know what I mean, like a cowboy boot with a more of a heel, tighter jeans, tighter pants. And then the other uncle was a mechanic, so he wore
And that's
those type of things. Now with my daughter, because someone asked, she um told me, because I asked, and she prefers the stud type of a woman. That's what she prefers.
and that's what I was asking. Did the roles that you think that she'd play with each sex have anything to do with your confusion? That's all I was trying to figure out.
No, I just felt like I didn't want her to be ostracized for liking both. And I kind of felt like you needed to choose a side, right? I know it
Yeah.
was stupid, ignorant, right? But I felt like if this is who you are, because I don't feel like being gay is a choice. I don't feel like I never felt that way.
and that's
So
a good place to
that
start.
was the
Miss
other
C.
thing.
Orientation generally isn't including bisexuality, is an orientation. So if you just make the home stretch to accept that all these are orientations and you either are these things or you're not these things. So just like gay people didn't choose to be singularly attracted to the same sex, heterosexual people didn't choose to be singularly attracted to the opposite sex,
Agreed.
and bisexual people didn't make a conscious decision to be attracted to both sexes. It just that they are, just like your orientation
Right.
just is. Like you don't have that proclivity
Yeah.
toward women in that way. You weren't given that capacity. You don't have the capacity to be attracted to the same sex. And that's your nature. That's a part of your hetero nature. And just like it's in our homo nature to be attracted to the same, just like it's in bisexuals' nature to be attracted to both. They have the capacity to be both-handed in their attraction. It's just just think of it as ability. Like these are like all of us have an ability. Like your heterosexuality affords you a ability to be attracted to the opposite, gay, the same, bi, to both. It's just an ability.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't have the same ability. You know, like everybody isn't a mathematician. Everybody isn't born with a vocal capacity. Everybody isn't born with a gift in being an athlete. You know, it's just something that you have and just is a part of your biological and metaphysical makeup. So I think so you have to get in your mind if you are, because I know that you also say like you've come bound in leaps too by listening to the platform, etc. So you've been educated a lot on these issues, and that's super dope. But yeah, I think a lot of times, sometimes it's hard for us to understand people who are just not like us. Like we don't know what it's like to be attracted to somebody of the same sex. So it's just like, well, how as a man could you be attracted to? But see, but that's why I'm confused about people confused, because you also said you accept people being gay, so you know that men have a attraction to men,
right?
So then, so I don't. So what? Well, I am confused.
Right, but so exactly. So that was the thing. Like I understood and I accepted and wholeheartedly. I understand and I accept and I understood that growing up. But
Can I ask you a
when it came
question
to
that would be
both, like, well, how can you be attracted to both? Isn't it one or the other? That's my thinking in the beginning. That was my thinking.
But it has to be more personal why that was kind of like isolated to bisexuals, because you probably were never confused in that way about why somebody had a dog and a cat. Like, so it's just like what, like it was specifically about bisexuality.
Right.
Everything went out of the window for some reason.
That just seems
if you like the super,
seems more simplified, right?
Right, because I like if you like to play the Super Nintendo, don't mean nigga I didn't like to fuck with the Sega Genesis, my nigga. I'm just saying.
You're right, but it's just that's more simplified, guys, and you gotta go with me on the simplification.
And what you explained when you were previously confused, I just want to ask you an honest question for an honest answer.
Yes.
You said that your daughter is more attracted to studs. Did that make you relieved? Because a lot of the time when parents are confused about their...
It did not make me more relieved, because you have I grew up in New York. I live in North Carolina now, but I grew up and I hate to see the studs walking around looking like dudes.
That's what I'm saying.
It bothers me a little.
That's what I'm saying, because a lot of the times more parents are more accepting if their gay or bisexual son is more masculine, or if their lesbian or bisexual daughter is more feminine. So when you brought up the fact that your daughter is more attracted to studs, I'm like, okay, that might make her more understanding, because
it didn't though.
A lot of the times if the daughter comes out as a stud, then it makes it more difficult, or if the son comes out as more feminine, then it makes it more difficult. So that's why I was wondering, because that's why I was bringing up roles. You know what I mean?
The opposite, because my daughter went through phases, and like all kids do. You know, you like basketball one year, you like soccer one more year, you want to be a cheerleader. You know, she went through all of that.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even about that. For me, I would have, if I had my choice, I would probably want her to come home with a more feminine girl. But she said, no, mommy, I like the stud girl. Okay, well,
But
it's what it is.
But if she came home with a more feminine girl, but if she was more masculine and came home with a more feminine girl, would you?
The masculine thing bothers me. I have to be honest.
That's what I was trying to get to. That's why I was saying roles.
The stud, that bothers me a little bit, and I'm saying platform, but I would never voice that to her, because I don't want her to not bring a stud home.
That's what I was trying to get to as far as like roles. Like
But
you don't want her to be masculine. As long as she stays feminine, then you're more open. As long as she doesn't turn masculine the same way as parents who are more accepting of their gay son would want them to be more masculine and rather be feminine, no matter who they bring home. You feel me? You
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
get what I'm, yeah.
No, I get it. I get it. Just give me a little grace, guys. I have my child, and even friends who, I've had conversations with my friends who she has revealed um her sexuality to, and I stick up for her. You're not gonna talk about my daughter. I will tear your ass down. Now you can talk about Susie's daughter, but don't talk about mine's. Because she is who she is. And she's a beautiful young lady. Getting ready to graduate in December with her master's degree to be a school teacher. Don't fuck with her. But, however, I'm still learning. And I'm just open to learning. And this platform has given me an opportunity to learn and have the conversations that need to be had. Even with my husband.
And I want to say this to you, Miss C. The best way, the key to acceptance is about the willingness to accept diversity. That the world is simply diverse. And outside of the reality of oneself, they exist other selves and realities that are just as much of a reality as the ones that we personally experience within ourselves. But that's the root to enlightenment and kind of like being able to accept diversity in general, is just having like the willingness to accept that the world is different and that you can't use yourself as a blueprint for everyone else.
Right.
And that there are things that you will never be able to relate to personally that will be true for other people.
Got it. And thank you for letting me share. I got to get up in a few hours, so I'm just going to
Thank you, Miss
drop
E, for
off
being here. I appreciate you, love.
and continue to listen, but I'm going to drop off. Thank you, guys. I
I'm
appreciate
okay, babe.
it. Bye-bye.
That's me. See
Bye,
you
babe.
guys. I have Bola has a question. She said, CTV, and everybody can speak to this if they want to. I have a gay daughter who's a stud, and my sons accept the girls being gay, but are not accepting with the guys that are gay. I don't know what to do anymore.
Roles.
Yeah, I mean, because I talked to like younger people too, like some of my friends that are heterosexual. They be like, I have a 15, 16, 17-year-old, niece or nephew, and I feel safe with they're bisexual or something. And I have found that even with younger teenage girls, 15 or 16 years old, that have that type of preference to where they're bisexual, but they won't date another bisexual male. They'll date another bisexual female. And I asked her, I said, well, why is that? And it just depends on certain positions, because she was saying, well, if he was the kind that is bisexual but displayed like a toxic femininity trait, then I would want to be interested. I said, well, have you ever been in a bisexual relationship with a male who doesn't display toxic femininity? That's not that cattiness type of way. She was like, no. But even with that scenario being put aside, I do find that most females, to a certain degree, from talking with them, have more of the reserve about that. And I just wonder if it's a thing where still putting masculine or maleness on this pedestal, I guess, to this ideal of thinking that this is what it has to be. And I'm like, and I'll be thinking to myself, I said, but girl, that's the very thing, baby, that's going to keep oppressing all of us. You heard me? So I don't think, girl, you might want him to kind of adjust that.
Women definitely have internalized living in a goddamn masculine worshiping ass culture. And they even compartmentalize their homophobia by saying, well, I have a problem with gay people, but why you just can't be gay? Like, just like, why you just can't be like a regular boy and be gay? Like, I don't have a problem with your orientation, but why you just can't be gay? Like, it's the gays that like, act like girls that I don't like. I'm just like, are you okay? Because you're reinforcing and doubling down on the same anti-feminine patriarchal construct that got its masculine foot on your feminine ass neck.
Yeah, it's not something that you know, and that's something too. Because I've had that conversation with some of my female friends. I said, girl, look, you want a man that's attracted to some feminine shit, yeah, baby. Because a man that's only into everything that's masculine, it's not even just the necessary of him being homosexual, but he might be one of those men or males that we talk about all the time, that you're more interested outside of your social economics of what other men think of your relationship with a woman. Like some men who digress, like they talk about black women digress, but black men have historically fought more to sleep with other women outside of black women, and somehow they've used this as some plan to make them feel more powerful in such a way to where that women are not sitting there doing that out of the same reason. Black women aren't doing that because it's the chest of the one up move for those reasons. And I think that's what happens with a lot of these, with maleness. To it's sold to a lot of women in such a way to where it's top tier, and sometimes the top, what you consider top tier, is top tier toxicity that comes with that.
Yes, I agree. And I want to get, I'm curious to know what the heterosexual folk on this panel think about this question. So, Miss Dinah on the screen here, she has sons, and she's having difficulty with getting them to be accepting. They have made an exception for the same gender loving women in the family and in the community, but they do not have that same acceptance when it comes to same gender loving men. And she's kind of doesn't know what to do. Red Clark, are you there? Can you hear me, Red?
Let me see. I don't.
Huh?
No, this is Otto, but I don't know if Red Clark here or not.
No, he here because he just unmuted his thing, but I think he might have some microphone issues. Can you hear me, Red? Can you hear me, Red? Red might be having some connection issues. Let me text him because he just unmuted his mic. Otto and then Presley. Otto, what can? Okay, I think he gonna drop down and come back. Let me drop the link. What needs to change for men to not have a double standard when it comes to queer women, and can be just as inclusive when it comes to their queer male counterparts? Like, I know why men make the exception for queer women, because we live in a masculine, male worshiping society and a patriarchy. So clearly, anybody assimilating to the masculine is going to have an easier time navigating a male dominated system. And obviously, anybody assimilating to the feminine is seen as somebody who is regressing rather than progressing, and devolving rather than evolving. So, well, I guess I just got my goddamn answer for myself, actually. But Otto, what would you?
What would make them come around? Like, what would make them more? Are they brothers? I mean, so what's the dynamic of the relationships again?
She didn't say what the dynamics were when it came to her boys and the gay guys, so I'm just assuming
they're brothers
in general about that. Oh, wait, actually, she's here, so hold on. Hey, Vola.
Hi, hi, Conscious. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm well. How you doing? And can you pronounce your first name for me?
It's Vala.
Vala.
Well,
Okay, great.
my
I
name
love
is
that name.
Vladim. It's Vladim, but it's, a lot of people have a.
Ooh, Latin.
It's just yes, German child.
I like that. It's strong. Okay.
Oh my
So
God, I love you so
thank
much.
you.
You're my husband and my wife in my
Period.
head. Okay.
Period. Okay. Well, thank you
Okay.
for being here. And I know that you posted on the screen. So, for
Yeah.
clarity purposes, can you explain to us what you're having a difficulty with when it comes to your sons?
Okay. So, my daughter, I already knew when she was younger, because she was a tomboy,
Mm-hmm.
and when she was ready to come out to me at 16, she was nervous, she was pacing the whole 9 yards, and I'm just looking at her, but I didn't know what she was going to tell me. So when she came out, she told me, and I looked at her and I said, I already knew, and she got upset at me because she had a whole speech and a whole 9 yards ready. But as children, I taught them to accept everybody, love everybody. Everybody's going to be different. And we live in Miami. And South Beach, has a huge gay population. So we would go to South Beach a lot, and their dad is Jamaican and extremely gay phobic.
I
And
was
we
just
would get
about to say
into,
that.
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it's okay. And we would get into so many arguments, and that was mainly our argument. And this is why one of the big reasons we got divorced. Because I taught my kids sometimes boys like boys and girls like girls, and boys like girls, and so forth and so on, so that they could be accepting of everyone. Because I'm one of those people, I'm a free spirit. I just believe in living in your truth, being yourself, and just having a happy life. And like I said, it will always be the arguments. So when my daughter came out, it was like it was okay because she's a girl. It's like a fantasy or something. But when it came to the guys, it was a problem, especially the ones that were more feminine. I'm like, but this is who the person is. The same way you like this, they like that. Nobody can tell you what and who to like. You can't tell people the same, if that makes any
Well,
sense. I'm nervous. I'm sorry.
can I
I'm
ask you
having
a
a second
question?
on panel.
Can I
And
ask
now,
you a question when it comes to that? Oh, I was going to say,
Okay.
can I ask you a question when it comes to that? How do you present yourself to your sons? Do you present yourself as I'm a woman, so I'm below you?
No.
Okay, so do you present both masculine and feminine qualities to them as far as needs go, not as far as roles go?
Mm. I
Because a
mean,
lot of
I'm
the
just myself.
yeah,
I'm just a
But
free spirit.
it's
yeah,
I don't understand the question.
I
I
think that.
think
is a part of
I think with the Caribbean,
Mm-hmm.
Jamaican men don't even like most Jamaican men don't even like going down on their woman. Like they don't even like
Mm-hmm.
giving oral sex. So like
Mm-hmm.
the fact that they're really against homosexuality or same sex loving people. So
Yeah.
that's probably why the other males in the family are not um coming around to actually giving them a chance because they're seeing their dad or that male figure so against it, so they don't want to be for it and then be shunned by their dad or by that
Y-
person. I don't know who, the relation, the dynamic between the people, but if that person is really, influential or they look up to them in some type of way, they don't want to be on the opposite view that they have, because that's one of those
Right.
extreme views to where there's no agreeing to disagree on this one. I don't like it. It is what it is with them. They don't like it at all.
But this is the funny thing, because if anybody's from South Florida, they know off of Sunrise. I don't know what the area. I forgot what the name of the area is. But if you get off 95, you go to the right. It's like predominantly gay area.
Hmm.
I purposely got them an apartment there because I
Hmm.
wanted to teach them. Okay, because I don't. It was like they live with me. They were fine. They live with him. Everything went down the chute. Okay, and they had no problem with the more masculine, but they had a problem with the more feminine. But I'm like, at the end of the day, they're human beings.
That's what I'm asking.
So
What role do you take in their
It has
life?
nothing to do with her though. I mean, I don't understand what because
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me ask you this question, Vala.
yes.
What was your level of what information did you afford to your children coming up about sexuality, about homosexual people, etc.? Do you feel you gave them proper education and information, and you had these conversations with them? Because sometimes that can lead to like young people kind of being misinformed and then like compartmentalizing shit, and it gets complicated. But what did you teach them about other people, not like themselves?
I taught them that there are different people in this world. I taught them that some girls like girls, some guys like guys. It's not only girls and guys. I did my very best. I didn't have any. I really wanted someone who was gay, male and female, to talk to them, but I didn't have any. So I did my best to teach them to love people and accept people for who they are. But having a ex-husband who was constantly fighting against it made it extremely difficult.
Yeah.
When they were with, it's like when they were with me, it was just fine. We'll go to South Beach, they were fine. But when it was with dad, it was something different.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I needed the help, because
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what else to say, because when they see a more feminine gay guy, it's all the disgusting words. And I get mad and I go off. I don't care where I'm at. I will go off on them.
would you try to ask them why they feel that way? Like why? What is it about that person that you just cannot stand? Like, what is it that you just can? What about them that's just totally disgusting that they can't even express themselves in front of you in your presence?
Because I don't know if it's what their dad put in their head. They feel like men should not be feminine. They could be, it's okay to be gay, but they shouldn't be feminine. I'm like, what do you mean? I said, sometimes I wear my Timbs and my sweatpants. Sometimes I'm in a jean mood. Sometimes I want to throw my hair back in a ponytail. So what does that mean? That means I'm gay? I'm just being myself. They are who they are. Leave
I
them
think that
alone.
somebody said it best, because heteronormativity is the norm and homophobia disproportionately focuses upon homosexual men. That your children are living in a system where they're getting more information that's consistent, like what they're learning from their dad, than what you're teaching them. It's
yes.
You know, the world is already homophobic. The world is already that. So they've already inherited all of that, a real estate, you know, about queer people. And you are kind of like the little dot of light at the end of the tunnel that's, you know, trying to steer them away from all of this homophobic messaging that they're getting. So I want to applaud you for always addressing it, though, and continuing to challenge them and to confront them and to combat them accordingly when it comes to their homophobia. You are outnumbered, you know, unfortunately, as so many of us are. You know, queer people already make up a minority, and the people who are very queer affirming and our allies are also make up a minority as well. So we're just a minority class of people. But that's probably a lot of why they can't seem to kind of like lean all the way into what you're trying to instill in them, because the larger gravitational pull from the dominant society is greater than your gravitational pull toward, you know, being more balanced and inclusive.
I think
And when you do an honest
you need a
answer,
little bit more thing. I almost had the word. You need a little bit more help with it, because are they close with their dad, your ex-husband?
Yes, they are.
Right. So if they got in the same, like if you talk to him, it was like I know that, I'm not telling you what, no, just this is just what's in my head. Like,
No,
I
go
had a
ahead. Go
conversation
ahead.
where it's like, I know you don't agree with it, but for
Mhm.
the sake of them, could you like at least at least look at them as people and give them that type of that respect to let them express themselves and display that to them so they don't necessarily hate them off sight, because it seems like he may have was like, oh man, here we go with this, you know what I mean? And then they pick up on that and now they're like that. So it's like, I believe if they see him ease up a little
And,
bit, they might ease up a little bit.
and
And
dad
that
is
reinforces
everywhere.
what you're saying.
Oh, mhm.
May I
And
answer
dad
your
is everywhere
question?
because they have to leave him, and then but like that homophobia and that
But
kind
it's
of
there because of him, because they have so much respect and they look up to him.
yeah, yeah.
The Jamaican, like they will not
I'm
go
including
against
that.
that.
I'm including that too, but it's also in tandem with the fact that, like I was saying, dad is everywhere because what he's reinforcing is being reinforced by the music, by the hip hop, by their peers. It's so it becomes an echo chamber.
I know, but I bet if he eases up, they'll ease up.
So I was
But
going to
let
answer
me
that.
answer your question. Let me answer your question. We are divorced, and that was one of the problems that we had.
Mm-hmm.
I had the kind of husband that took care of home. He wasn't bossy. I had a very good husband. But when it came to that, we bumped heads so much. It got to the point because of the kind of person that I am, the kind of heart that I have. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm nervous. And I'm doing my best here. The kind of person that I am, I couldn't take it anymore because I believe that people should just live. Just live. Be happy. As long as you're happy, I'm happy for you. I don't care what your race, your gender, your nothing. I don't care. And I tell you that, guys, listen to me, I don't care. And that was one of the biggest issues. That's why I divorced him, because I couldn't take it. Do you know I actually put my hands on him by mistake? It was an impulse. Because we were driving on South Beach, and driving on South Beach, if anybody been on South Beach, you don't drive fast, right? Because it's a lot of traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And there were two gay people holding hands crossing the street. And if you've been on Lincoln, you would know that like there's a median, right, in the middle of the road.
Mm-hmm.
And they crossed in front of us, went to the median. He sped up as if he was going to hit them. So they ran, and the fact that they could have got hit on the other side, my impulse, I directly punched him dead in his face. It was like an impulse because and being an empath on top of that, I foresaw what could have happened.
Mm-hmm.
I divorced them because of the gay phobia it wasn't only that, but it was like the biggest issue because I teach my kids to love them. And let me tell you what the gag is. My daughter, who is a stud, has a problem with feminine gays because of him.
But that's
so you see how much help I need?
And what I have to say may be politically incorrect. So
okay.
sorry for anyone who may be offended by this. But because of what you're explaining and what you've said, all they've seen is femininity be dominated by masculinity. And from what you've said, you have you haven't shown that you can dominate masculinity. So
But I
it's like
dominated my household. That was the
But what
funny
does that,
thing.
Presley? What does that
I
have
get
to
that.
do with? Explain your.
That's what
I
I'm
don't
trying to
understand.
explain. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get to that. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that because you love your children and cherish your children, that you probably don't want to fight with your ex-husband in front of your children. Am I correct in that assumption?
No, you're not, because
Okay.
I stand for what's right. I don't like
Mhm.
bullies. I don't like hateful people. I'm an extremely positive person. Like I said, I believe people should live their lives and just be happy. And like I said, his influence is different from mine, and we would bump heads all the time. as far as like my household, I made I say 95% of the decisions. He, he would just let me make. And I even told him one time, I said, well, as a man, I don't feel like you're standing up doing your job as a man, because you let me make all the decisions by myself when we should be making decisions together. So I don't know what it is. That's why I said I need help, because I don't know what else to say to them.
That's what I'm saying. Has anything that your ex-husband has been, gung ho about? Have you, made sure that have you defeated his opinions basically
How
and
can she?
made it the role of the house?
I mean, honestly, like, come on now. You're trying to say that
Oh, you're not.
I mean, they have their dad is their dad. So like, you
I
can't
get that.
expect, right? So you can't say that she hasn't done her job or insinuate that she's
I'm not
not
saying
doing a
that
good
or
job.
insinuating that. I'm not saying that or insinuating that.
But my thing is,
That's
when
So
my
they're with
misconception.
me,
obviously she hasn't succeeded in dominating that aspect in their mind, because they still have it. So I mean,
And guess what? She's talking about her sons. Her sons are going to take they're going to be more susceptible to the cues coming from the masculine in their life than the feminine.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with the guy. I'm not sure what your name is. I can't see who was talking.
Automagic.
But Auto Magic, I agreed with you. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you when you said if is there any possible way for you to get him to ease up? And you said
Right.
that would help. I agreed with you on that. That's what I'm
Right, but it
saying.
seems like there
That's why I
isn't now,
agree.
because they're not even,
we're not
communicating,
even
or
together. No,
right,
we
they're not even
communicate,
together.
but we're not
But that's the
together.
reason why they ended.
I'm agreeing with you. I don't understand.
If she sucked her then husband in the face because of his homophobic, this is a man who's going to have to change on his own, unfortunately.
Exactly.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I agreed with Otto. That's why I was agreeing with Otto. I think that the way I explained it made you guys think I was saying something different, but I agreed with Otto. If he eases up, then they, will
As
respect it more. That's what I was
as
saying.
Conscious said, when they're with me, they weren't there. But when they're with him, it's a different story, and I'm not in control of that. But I don't want it to be that way. I want them to be the children that I taught to love everyone and accept everyone the same way you want to be loved and accepted. But if they're with their dad, we're no longer together. I can't control that. But when I see it, I say something. But if they're with me, no, that behavior is not tolerated at all. Because I don't care how grown they are going to get backslapped.
So Otto, you as a masculine man, you know how masculine men or who are dominant masculine men could be, could ease up. So what do you say to her? Because you are a masculine man who doesn't ease up on things. What would you say to her? What advice would you give to her that would make you ease up? What would make you ease up? Maybe that could help her because you're that kind of person.
I do. Hold on, I hear a lot of echo on where it's coming from.
I think it's
But
fine.
okay. But I mean, I'm not that way. So I mean, I do ease up. I do compromise. I do listen to people. I listen, and then I go from there. But what I would say is she's already, it's with that story. It gives me a little context. Like, he is the way he is, and he's Jamaican, so it's not. This is how he's raised. Like, Caribbean people, they're raised that way. Like, they literally, a phrase for them, a disrespectful phrase for them is like
Fatima.
yeah.
So if you
Or
were in a fight with the Caribbean man, what would you do to make him ease up?
you wouldn't be able to be honest with you. But if I were to give you, if I were to, the only thing that could do it is love. Like, if you love a girl, if you love someone and she tell you chill, that's the only way. But it seems like he is so against it that
No, but
that
I'm
would be
asking you,
very
what would
hard.
you do as a man to defeat him?
No, allow me to insert here. For one, I think that they are just people who are not going to change. I don't also want to burden Vala with trying to hammer an idea into the head of a man that she no longer even finds it acceptable to even be with, for one, because
and already had to put her hands on him because of that.
Clearly he is unchanging in lots of ways, and now she's unfortunately stuck in a co-parenting dynamic with him. What I will lend to Vala is I think you are doing great by at least letting your children know what you will tolerate and won't tolerate, and what your expectations are of them as it relates to how they treat other people. I would definitely encourage you to continue to draw those very strong lines and to continue to present those principles to them of a respect and treating people with dignity, etc. Da 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 da. I will also say, how old are your sons?
Well, one is now 28 and one is 26. And I've been going through this since they were maybe 5, 6 when they start to get understanding.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we were married for 23 years, so we've been divorced for 13.
Adult sons.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
May I interject?
Yes. I mean, sorry, Conscious.
Oh, you good? You good?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your stories. Pretty cool of you to do so. I have 3 suggestions. But when you mention like the age, I'm not for sure if you can't force them to do it. But I'm sure they have like workshops in your area, Miami or wherever they're in Florida, like homophobia or what is it? I forgot, what is it called? Homosexual, yeah. If they have like any homosexual workshops that teaches the heteros about the everything about that. Another one would be to maybe try watching like a documentary on are you Black, if you don't mind?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so try watching like a documentary about
are you saying this is for her, Kenny?
Yeah. Well, it's for her with the kids.
Well, you got okay. So her kids are fully adult men,
right? Right, but
do they live with you, Vala?
Yes. Right now, yes, they do live with me. Because I just had eye surgery and it's taken a while for my eyes to get better. But like I said, I'm listening to his pointers to see maybe there could be something there to help me out. But while they're living with me, that's not tolerated in my house. No.
A great DVD for them to watch is for you to invite them to this panel one day.
That and I was gonna say this. This might sound crazy, but do you have any homosexual friends? Male friends?
No. I have my daughter's friends, which is like maybe 10 or 12 of them. They from middle school to high school, but they're females. And some of them are studs, some of them are I think Budge is the name of it, and some are femme. So they're used to the girls.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you had a male homosexual friend, then they wouldn't dare disrespect that person in your presence. So if you had a friend
they did because there was one place when we were waiting, you go through the process of closing and blah 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 blah. So we had got an apartment. There was a gay guy that lived upstairs, and I would talk to him all the time and also try to get him to. It was for a short time, but try to teach them. And they whenever daddy got in their head, they didn't want to hear it. And I would try to force them, and then they go tell daddy, and then we end up in an argument.
Yeah.
it was main. He was like, why can't you just respect how I feel? Okay, you uh, just let people be. You want to live your life your way. You don't want nobody bothering you. Let that
What I
person live their life.
I
No, I
also
definitely
think
understand what
that
you're
it's
saying.
Hold
good
on, hold on,
that
hold on,
they.
guys. Hold on, guys. Allow a can to complete.
Thanks, Conscious. Yeah, I mean, you obviously can't force them to do this, but the suggestion would be to maybe watch a documentary about what Black people have gone through. I mean, there's plenty of them on YouTube. You can watch that on the TV, and if you could just watch the documentary about the struggle of Black people, especially um, during the times when it was like really, really, really brutal. Um, and right after that, watch a documentary on the struggle of the homosexuals and the trans. There's plenty of documentaries on YouTube as well. So to give them the vision of what Black people went through, and they had no control over their skin, and people are like showing them so much hate, killing them, and then right after that you can show them like on the same level, like maybe like a Matthew Shepard documentary, or um uh uh I can't think of anything else,
I
but
don't know.
yeah.
But I
Um,
also think that you shouldn't take it on just because hearing their ages. I didn't know their ages before. I thought that they were young children. But just hearing their ages, I think that it's great that they, for the most part, don't display that kind of stuff in front of you. And so I think that if you just keep on with the don't do that in front of me thing, because you've already said and they're influenced by their father. That's their most powerful influence. So it's like you can't compete with that, especially first of all they're grown. Second of all, they're mostly influenced by their father. So I just think that if you keep it to where you know how I feel, don't do it in front of me. I think that that's good enough in itself, and you shouldn't carry that weight.
okay, let me answer that. Like, it's okay. It's not okay. When I got them the apartment, what I was talking about earlier, and there was a gay guy that lived upstairs. He was more of a masculine man, and he would talk to my son all the time. And my son didn't know he was gay until I told him. And he was like, "Well, as long as he don't make a pass at me, well, it's no problem. I just have the problem with the ones that want to act like girls." When they're with that it's not like they're sitting around and just talking about it. If they run across someone who is of like a more feminine, then they wouldn't say to that person, but they would talk about it per
Okay.
se. And then I would
Well,
hear it, they'll talk to me about it. Or I think, to be honest, is because their dad feels that way. Because when they're with me, there's no problem at all. I think it's because that dad feels that way. Maybe that's why. I'm
well,
I'm just
I
putting
think the
straws
best
here.
resolution is to say, go live with your daddy. Then you respect him and you want to follow him so much. Go live with him. Get out of the house.
They're not gonna do that.
I think
They're
also
not gonna do
So
that.
can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but hold on for a second. Well, I'll go ahead and intersex.
You said you knew that your daughter were different. Do you see that in any of your sons? Because is this one
No,
of the reasons? Okay.
no, they're heterosexual, and my daughter, I knew because of, like I said, she was such a tomboy. But I watched her. That doesn't mean that she's gay, but I watched her how she would look at girls versus boys. So it kind of gave me a head up. But because I was like an open-minded person, it was what it was. She didn't play with girls' toys and stuff like that. Doesn't mean that she was gay. I was just watching her. And as she got, went into middle school and into high school, she started, it was more obvious that she liked girls. But like I said, I kind of had a little heads up just by being, vigilant, just watching to see where it's going to go. For a moment, I thought she was bisexual because she liked a boy. But then when she started dating a girl, I'm like, okay, at first I thought she was just bi confused. But she's with a girl, she's been with a girl for quite a long time. And like I said, she was upset with me because I was open to it and she thought I wasn't going to be, because most of the conversation that took place in the house was with the boys, because that's who I was fighting against was dad. If that makes sense.
That's my thing. They respect your femininity enough to live with you. Okay, so have them. So if they respect your femininity enough to live with you, and they don't and have them go live with their masculine dad who has so much influence.
I mean, that's
That's
easy
all I'm
to
saying.
say, but I'm saying like, okay, but it's. I feel like they'll have a change. That if they have a change in their hearts, with it'll be something outside of you that'll reinforce what you've been saying. So as long as you keep your stance and you keep saying what you're saying,
Yeah.
then they might meet somebody that they're able to like look past that. You know what I mean? They might witness something. Somebody might actually stick up for them one day. Like you never know what will happen that could make them turn around. You know what I mean? Like that could make their stance just like they change their mind on it. Because right now they're not looking at them as they're looking at them in a way where it's like it's not they're not recognizing.
But
they're putting they're putting a lot of how they feel about how they express themselves. Once they get past how they express themselves, then they'll be all right. And they look more into like who they are, their spirit, what they like, and on a more deeper level, they'll come around.
And that's why I don't want them to live with their dad, because I feel like all the
It's
work
gonna
I
get
put
worse.
in is gonna go exactly.
Yeah.
Well, these are, I mean,
I don't think so.
but
But you don't understand. Have you ever known?
Hold on, Otto. But because at this point we're talking about adult men. So at some point.
But Conscious had a good idea. Let them like
right.
listen to this panel. Like like
look, hold up. I want to speak to a more and this is probably where me and other queer people are going to differ at. For me personally, I'm not interested in living in a managed society where people are forced to put up with me for one. What I'm concerned about as a same gender loving person is people not weaponizing their personal beliefs and understanding the difference between like my civil rights and their personal beliefs, which means that I'm okay with people believing what they want to believe. I'm okay with people being mature enough to keep those beliefs to themselves. So if you call me an F word in your head, I'm fine with that. If you don't want to socialize with me in a social setting, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. All I'm concerned about is existing safely and being afforded equal access to the resources. I'm not concerned with who wants to be my friend and who doesn't. I'm not concerned with who thinks I'm normal or not. I'm not concerned with the way anybody feel. The only reason why the way people feel about us is even a problem is because people turn their feelings into legislation. People turn their feeling into violence. But the thoughts in and of themselves and the feelings in and of themselves, I'm fine, because at the end of the day, people want to feel however they want to feel. There are people who want to feel how they feel about people of other religions. The people who want to feel how they feel about Black people, white people, etc. Whatever. I personally don't give a damn. I'm only concerned about existing.
Somebody echoing.
Safe. I'm only comfortable existing safe, and once again having said rights. Period. And so I don't think, Vala, you need to necessarily, like, you also going to have to just let your sons be, and like Otto was saying, as well as me, just maintain like your standard, you know, always demonstrate to them who you are. So if you are a inclusive person, you know, you just be true to yourself and always demonstrate that inclusivity to them. And as long as your sons are like, as long as I'm gonna just call it like covert homophobic, like it's like if their personal feelings or whatever, it's just like, you know, whatever. If they're not out there hurting, harming, and going out of their way to demean queer people and be violent toward queer people and, you know, bully them out of spaces, etc. Like, I think then it just has to be what it has to be. Like, as like if their personal politics are anti queer, like, oh, I just don't mess with gay men, I like that shit is weird, I don't like, they uh, they have a right to feel however they want to feel. Some, when it comes to stuff around homophobia, racism, etc., because it's so cultural, this stuff is so deeply embedded in people's psyche. It's so deeply embedded in you know, in who we are as people. This stuff takes a lifetime to work out, and ultimately people have to work it out for themselves. I believe what Otto is saying, that you have done the right thing by standing in your values and you know, telling your children the right thing and always, you know, correcting their behavior. And but I also don't want you to be under the impression that you can change their mind. You can't change their mind. They are the only ones who can change the way they see other people. And since they are rather young, these are only 20-something-year-old men, they have their whole lives ahead of them. The universe will continue to manifest things for them to help course correct them, not only about queer people, but about all other people as well, who are kind of on the shorter end of the stick in their minds. And they will hopefully have the opportunity, you know, to grow up and to mature. And who they are at 24 is certainly not who, you know, your son may be at 35. But they're definitely, you know, and you should definitely put some trust in what you have already shown them, what you have taught them, what you demonstrate to them, and also accept that this is their life experience, and the life experience is going to have to do the rest.
And that's why I keep on mentioning femininity to her, because she said that her sons don't respect femininity no matter who it comes from.
No, I
Because they
didn't say that.
Okay.
No.
You didn't?
Mommy's
Okay,
I'm sorry. Mommy's very feminine. I'm like a girly girl. I'm favorite color is
Oh, I
pink
get
and
that.
white.
Yeah.
But I also, you know, used to, as a child, you know, climb trees, you know, play football on the street, get scraped up. You know, they seen the masculine side and the feminine side. It seems to be the problem coming from their dad that's being passed on to them. They don't have a problem with the more masculine gay guy. It's the more feminine gay guy. It's like, why is he acting like a girl? He's a
Okay, so
guy.
you know, hold on. I don't want to speak to that because I was going to say this earlier, that I think, and this is something that I think we as a community need to do. I think this problem is less likely to resurrect itself when you introduce young men to their feminine side at a younger age, when you allow them to integrate their feminine side, when you don't separate them completely in some sexist way from their own femininity, when you don't adhere so strongly to the binary. I think that the only way to really allow men to be healthy in their expression, to have access to their divine feminine and masculine, which also allows them to respect that divine feminine are and those femininities in other men is when they have access to it themselves. They only see it as something other because they're not connected to their own femininity. So they don't have a point of reference. They don't have a point of understanding. They can respect the masculine gay guy because they can relate to the masculinity of the gay guy.
Mm-hmm.
They can relate to that. They have
Yeah.
a point of relatability. But because we don't socialize men or males to be feminine,
Mm-hmm.
it's difficult for men to have a point of reference because it's like, oh, you already are attracted to something I'm not, and then you operate in your energies in a way that I don't. I don't know what those energies are. I don't know what's compelling you to want to play with a Barbie doll, or to want to wear long hair, or to want to wear a woman's boot, or to want to wear a woman's clothing, or to carry yourself, so-called like a woman and be flamboyant and feminine, etc. It's no point of give and reference. So I think that in general, this stuff is way harder to teach to adults. Adults kind of already are gone. Like it's been too long, and it's just a lot going on by the time people are adults and trying to unlearn this stuff, even though it's still possible. But I think that this is exactly why we have to cultivate boys and girls in a shared universal space. Like I think that young boys need to have just like they need to be at the easy bake oven just as much, baby. You better learn how to cook for your damn wife. You better learn how to cook for your girl. You better learn how to crank up that damn stove too. You better learn how to fold damn clothes, wash damn dishes. Like call these things feminine all the hell you want to. Like these are employable, valuable domestic living skills that we all need. Your ass need a baby doll too, honey, as daddy. When mama gotta bring the bacon home and y'all can't afford daycare, you need to have the capacity to be a maternal as well. You need to know how to take care of a newborn child. Like boys need access to those toys too. Like we so concerned with people being gay or straight and then conflating the two, and both are no harm, no foul, that we end up socializing boys and girls to be so distinctly different from each other that they can barely get along, which is why we have the sexist battle to begin with. And then they also can't understand those energies that they've been taught are exclusive to them being on unconventional bodies. And the only reason why the girls get away with the masculinity is because they live in a patriarchy. So they're going to have an easier time navigating a masculine forum because masculine is the rule of the game. But the femininity is what the system is anti to. And that's why women are oppressed and snuffed out under this system. And every other feminine entity is, whether that's trans women, whether that's queer men, effeminate men, etc. But they can relate to the masculine gay guy because they can relate to the masculinity. But this all is rooted in our society just really being extreme in the way that we socialize the shit out of boys and girls. Like we put them on two different planets.
I think what I'm trying to get across is being misconstrued.
Hold on, Presley.
This is why I said I needed help, because when they were little kids, like for example, they have like their father is a Chinese Jamaican and my family is very mixed, but because we're black. Because they had that coolie hair. Let's say I put their hair in a ponytail, right? Because before they got their first haircut, and I put the hair in a ponytail. Dad would take the rubber band out. Oh, only girls wear ponytails. So we would go back and forth. My daughter, the once in a blue moon that she played with her Barbie, they would play with her. She had the dream house, the cars and everything, and then there'd be the Ken. They would play with. Oh, boys don't play with dolls. Things like that. We would go back and forth. So there was no different rules from the boys and the girls in my house. No, everybody had their chores. Who had the bathroom this day? Who washed dishes this day? Who put in the dishwasher? You understand what I'm saying? Like there's no different curfew between boys and girls. There's no different rules between boys and girls. This is the way I raised my kids. I wanted them to understand that men are not better than women. Women are not better than men. You know what I'm saying? So
But your
when you
father,
have exactly, when you have dad bumping heads all the time, boys
yeah,
don't cry. I said, what do you mean boys don't cry? If my son fell, okay, scrape his knees, and he's crying because it hurts.
right,
If a man don't cry to me, you're not even a human.
yeah,
Because why can't men show their emotion and their pain? No, I let my kids cry. If something hurts you, whether it was physically or emotional, you're allowed to cry. But here comes that. Boys don't cry. Yes, they do. Then we get into an argument. And then, then they feel like they're stuck in the middle. It feels like a tug and pull their
right.
whole life. And that's why I said they never like called anybody names to their faces or, try to fight them or degrade them. But when with their dad, the conversations annoys the crap out of me because he goes into those words. So it's like they're trying to please dad, but they know how mom raised them.
But
And
you
that's what
also
I
have
get
to,
that. That's what I'm
you
saying.
also
I
have
think
to
Hold on,
figure out.
Press.
You
'Cause-
also have to think about when they were in school, because
uh-huh.
it's not just the father that
yeah.
put the stamp on them. I mean, the kids were calling me gay as early as the second grade.
But guess
You
what?
know,
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought it up. My boys, I swear to you, my boys got suspended so much. You know why? Not that they were fighting to get in trouble. They were fighting the bullies that picked on handicapped kids or gay kids. This is why I say I need help because I
mm,
don't know what else to do. They would used to get
But
1 day
how about that?
suspension or
Hold on. Hold up. Because are you
hmm
talking to you're talking to us about them as children. I mean, but now they're men, so I assume that they're
right.
not beating up on disabled people. And as you just
No,
said, they don't openly disrespect queer people to their
right,
face. These are just things that you able to see in private because you have that level of proximity to them to catch
right.
their little stupid conversations in the backseat of the car and to catch their little stupid conversations, while they in the living room or whatever the case may be. And those
Mm-hmm.
people are always going to nitpick at you because, those are not your values, of course. But I also don't want you to
Mm-hmm.
like over dramatize it because at the end of the day, if your boys are, once again, if they're not actually out there hurting anybody, then
Mm-hmm.
then you have to leave space for this just to be like petty 20-year-old shit that they just do amongst themselves, that they just don't talk shit, that they just going to be immature in that way. But it doesn't, but if it's not costing, like I would I would be concerned, once again if they are demonstrating that stuff on to other people, and other people are also having to reprimand them as adults for their behavior. If that's not, the experience, then you actually are doing a lot more fine, and they are doing a lot more fine than you think they actually are.
but
That's something, and
that's
that's
what I'm
something.
trying to get across. Can I please get?
Oh,
But let me just say
no,
something,
President,
Prince.
no, President, no. You have been
Yeah,
getting everything across. No,
yeah.
like let some other people get something across, please.
So one thing I also want to just give you just some tidbits because I can sense your sincerity, Miss Cece. And I was raised by an elder. My pa had me at the age of 60. You heard me. And you know what he would put in me, and it sounds like you did the same thing, baby. My daddy says, you're not gonna be able to say, boy, you ain't gonna be able to say, bro, if you go out here and you have certain experiences and you do certain things, you're not gonna be able to pin that on me. So when if you make certain decisions, your sex life is your sex life because it's your sex life and not because of what I showed you or what I didn't show. Well, he didn't show me a damn thing. He kept that shit so fucking private. But anyway, you can always sit back knowing that, well, especially that these are adults. Because my daddy used to say, I'm not gonna let you kill me, no, bro. I'm not gonna let you worry me to death, no. Because when you showed the example and you set the template, let me tell you, baby, that when you get to especially past the age of 25, you give yourself credit to knowing that you're constantly sowing and watering that seed. That's all you can do is continue to be your authentic self. And if they picked and choose to learn and model after that, then that's all you can do, baby. But you can't worry yourself about how they're going to choose to interpret it, because you didn't already did the work from inception, from everything you didn't say, baby, you didn't put the effort in. So now it's just time for you to kick back in that sense and just do you, because at the end of the day, that's going to be their karmatic debt that they're going to have to answer for, and not yours.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And CTV, I wasn't trying to um over dramatize it. This is, I was just telling you my truth because
Yeah.
it confuses me
I was just about to say
when
confusing.
there's a behavior and then there's the vocal, there's the physical, you know what I mean? And the physical doesn't match the vocal, although the vocal gets on my nerves.
Right. And that's
If
what I
that makes
mean by
sense.
like a drama,
Yeah.
because it seems to like
Yeah.
it's really weighing on you, and I just want you to also realize that they're not out here perpetuating that harm on
Yes.
to the people that they make those stupid petty comments about in private,
Yeah.
amongst themselves and to you. And so I don't, and I want you to be careful with that, because a lot of times when we have people in our lives, whether they are children, whether they are parents, whether they are friends, whether they are etc. I was just talking to a crew member in the email about this last night, who was asking me for advice because they're going through some oppositional stuff with the people that they're in community with, and it's causing them so much depression that it's leading them to have suicidal ideation because of just a difference in ideology, a difference in just the way everybody perceives said topic. And I had to remind this person to just, to like relax, to try, to find the balance between, accepting that, once again, accepting diversity. A part
Yeah.
of me practicing diversity is by allowing the panel to be open and always inviting people to come up and to be oppositional, because it keeps me in the habit of dealing of having the ability to coexist with people that are not like me, even if I totally fucking disagree with everything that they think
Right.
or
That's why I love
everything
your panel.
that they say, and I think this is a good exercise for you to extend to your boys as well, to say, okay, they 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 get on my nerves and they da, 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 but at the same time, just remind yourself that you did a great job, because they could be out here being grossly homophobic. They could be out here being, you could have, they could have been murderers, but they're not. They're just 20-something-year-old young men in a toxic culture that has a father who is reinforcing toxic ideas. But just remember that you also have done a great job, and it's okay if the things that they say about queer people will always get on your nerve, but if they're containing those things and maintaining those things within themselves, then just continue to give them time to grow, continue to have hope. You don't really need, because you're asking for help. The help really is just trusting the life experience, trusting that they'll live and grow up and they'll get it. And if they don't, that the least is, at least they're not going to jail over being ignorant, and at least they're not, hurting other people as well over their ignorances, because I have family too who have kind of like anti-queer politics, but they also don't go out of their way to hurt queer people. But if you get them in conversation, yeah, you will then, see what's in their head, or if they may see something on TV that may strike a conversation or a statement that leads to whatever, but they're also not going out of their way to get to get in front of queer people. They're not going out of their way to disrupt the lives of queer people. They're not, out there being on queer people or calling them the F word to their face or saying anything respectful in the presence of queer people. And so you just learn that balance, you know, between like choosing to fight all the time and just realizing that other people gonna feel how they gonna feel, and it is what it is. And as long as y'all are mature enough to just keep it right there, which is to yourself, you know, and whatever, then I'm just gonna pray for you, and I will correct you when I need to, and you know, I'm just gonna hope the best for you know, for you to grow up and grow out of this stupidness.
Because I'm tired. I'm tired, Kurt. I'm tired of the arguments, and I'm tired of proving the same points over and over and over and over again. So sometimes I just go in my room and I just close the door. I'm like, as long as you don't put your hands on nobody or do anything, it was like, no, we don't have to. As long as they don't come, you know, I'm like, whatever. Okay, just go in my room. But I'm just grateful, like you said, and what you said was absolutely true. You know, they don't straight off disrespect a queer person or try to fight them or anything like that. So I'm just gonna have to teach myself to kind of stand back and let them go through the experience on their own.
Yeah, I hope they don't go fighting any queer people because they might get beat up.
No, because she's not talking about her sons aren't like violent. Her sons are not wild animals out there hurting nobody. These are things.
I know that. I'm just saying queer people can fight. People think they can't. They can fight.
Oh, they know that because you know this is Miami. Like they know there's them in school. There's gay people in school. They know, but like I said, it's this like private conversations. They, you know, as CTV also said, it's not. They don't do anything to anybody. It's just the conversations that they have like in their private time, whether it's with their friends or among themselves. Like I said, I'm going to pull back and they're going to have to learn on their own, like he said. And I thank you so much, CTV, for letting me on. When you have a colorist conversation, I would love to be a part of it because that's chapter 2 from Daddy as well.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, like
and
I
also,
had to do this, man.
Okay, but and I also want you to and to just like if you can get them to ever want to go to the panel, I'm very open to them being here and having a discussion, and you know, like I think that'd be super great. So if that's something that you know you ever think that they would be interested in, they don't hesitate to kind of you know bring that opportunity to them. And if you want to come up here with them, and I mean it could really be you know a thing that we can see, you know, if there can be any movement in that area. But I think that you're doing a great job, and I thank you so much for standing up for the community, for putting your foot down. I also don't want you to burden yourself into the coffin over it. You know, I want you to definitely find that balance so that you can also enjoy the relationship you have to your children outside, you know, of the things that make it contentious, like their feelings about queer people right now. I would not want you to miss out on your children, you know, over things that they will mature about in time. And the way that this world is becoming more inclusive, it's going to be very difficult for anybody to avoid people who are different from them. Ultimately, I think that they will end up in much proximity to all types of people. They will continue to grow. They'll continue to be given the opportunity, you know, to get familiar with people outside of themselves. And, you know, they are in their 20s. So I just think that there's a lot of life left for them. But I think that you have done really well in being who you are as well. But no, you don't have to necessarily beat it into them or over their head. And that's not your responsibility to do. But whenever you feel the need to correct them, certainly do so. And just continue to hold some hope. And I would definitely keep you up to date on that colorism conversation. And definitely invite them to the platform if they're interested in doing that at some point.
Yes, because the I'm telling you, it this runs real deep. It's not only just the header. It runs deep.
Yeah, it typically
with
does.
their dad, and that's why I said help, because sometimes I just don't know what to say and what to do. I really need like someone, you know. It's just like talk. Actually, your channel is like therapy for me. I have watched your videos over and over and over and over and over again. It's like therapy for me because then I'm also learning and I'm also learning how to deal with them.
Yeah.
So I thank you for that, and I thank you for the type of platform that you have, because I haven't never run across a platform like that where you could. It's safe to speak, but it's also a learning experience. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to know that that encourages me to keep on keeping on with all
Yeah,
of
and
this stuff. I'm so happy. And you're
and
doing
I'm gonna
well.
send you. I'm gonna send you a little something. You know, I'm sending
Okay,
you a little
well,
something. Right? Don't worry, all your information's in the thing. I'm gonna send you a
yes,
little something.
ma'am.
But the colorist thing, please.
Yes, I
Whenever you
will.
have it, I would call in, because then you will maybe get a
Yes.
even bigger picture of what I had to deal with and why
Yes.
I divorced.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I
Yes.
love you, my
Okay,
husband,
boo.
wife.
I love you too, love. And you have a
Thank
We
great
you.
love
night.
you
Bye
too.
bye.
God bless.
That was amazing, you guys. I want
Hey,
to get
conscious.
huh?
Oh,
Um,
you what?
somebody got like a lot of echo.
I like her.
Red Clark, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so as a straight man, what do you think of, like, what can men do to get over their like their frigidness about sexuality and men who show up different? Like, well, how did you feel about my conversation around like boys and girls needing to like exist more in similar spaces? Like, I think boys need to have easy bake ovens and Barbie dolls and cultivate that maternal instinct, and to also, have these type of like exercises that can help them to emotionally regulate, and to have like, and to know that it's okay to, be in touch with these things, and to have these type of qualities, etc. Like, what are your thoughts as a man hearing that, as a straight man hearing that?
I feel like it's very needed. It's very essential. You know, like I said, like I have a sister
Uh-oh,
for
I
my
think you're
sister.
okay. I think your sound was going out, but you're back.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was like, I feel like that's very essential because I'm grateful that I have a sister, in which that I grew up with, and like she had the easy bake oven. You heard me? Like I say, I'm playing with her with the easy bake oven. She got the Barbie talking townhouse. I got my wrestling man. We're interacting with the whole thing. Like we would just interact, and I feel like that helped me tap tap into knowing, okay, that don't mean that you just because I know how to cook, just because I know how to clean, just because I know how to, just because I like whatever one would deem feminine, that doesn't mean that I am a same gender loving man. You see what I'm saying? And what I would like, I know the lady that just left, what I would say, what would be, what I was curious of when they talk like this amongst themselves, when she interject or if she interjects, what does she say? And I will ask self-reflecting questions like, why do you feel that way? And I feel like it starts with that, like, because a lot of things you'll get people self-reflecting and being like, dang, like I really don't know
Somebody asked her that
why I
question,
feel
and
like
she
this, or oh,
somebody asked her that question,
If
and
you ask me
she
that
said,
question, I'll answer it for you.
but
because they just don't feel like men should be acting like girls. I mean, practically.
and then I would, because even that can be murky water, because some like what is acting like a girl, like what is just like how people conflate with a black person talking
White.
correctly as talking white.
Right.
You're not talking white because you know how to articulate and enunciate your words properly. So it's kind of like that. So like what I would ask them then, so what would you identify as like girly? Like what's girly? you know. So like how, and they're grown, so it's like you have more self-reflection. And also when she said that they was cool with the person until they found out they were gay, and then it was like they cool as long as they don't try to holler at me. I feel like that's a big thing too for a lot of straight men, is the trying to holler at me.
It's the audacity.
Because when they're trying to holler at me, that you as a straight man and another man is trying to holler at you, if you're conditioned, you don't know. Like, I'm interested of to ask, what would you do if a gay man tries to holler at you? You know, and that response is gonna show you, like, all right, like,
You
are you
don't
not?
want. I'm sorry.
Are you not comfortable within something within yourself? You know, is it because, you know, is it something? And I feel like it'd be deeper, because if you comfortable within yourself, you don't, like, some people be like, because I've had conversations with people and they'll be like, hell no, I'm gonna get off, or I'm gonna boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, why you doing all that? You know what I mean? Like, if you not like that, or if you don't have no, like, what's the disdain so much that you have to react that way? Like, what's the overcompensation? Like, just be like, you know, I'm not. But I feel like that's an eternal eternal conflict due to, and they not probably be, I mean, they probably not even identify as being gay, but it's just like something within themselves, that a preconceived notion that was, you know, the wall that's been built, got so many layers, it's fucking thick. And you got to make stuff relative to people, you know, like how.
I think it really looks extreme, a Red Clark. I think it really, for black men, for black straight men who have, like, you know, internalized homophobe, I think that it just looks so extreme. And the only way I can, like, because I'm trying to relate to homophobia, like, what's my point of reference for what it feels like to like feel away? And the only thing I can do is, I remember the first time, I think I was 17, because I started going to the gay clubs when I was 17 with a fake ID. It was my first time at a drag show as a 17-year-old queer man who had never seen a drag queen before, who had never been to a drag show before. And I remember the first time I was shook. Like, I was legit scared. Like, I was scared of, like, I just remember the fear. Like, I was scared. Like, I just never had that experience. And it was just like a lot to take in all at once. Now, I'm a very, like, I self-regulate pretty quick, and I'm a naturally introspective person. So obviously, like, I was able to, like, work through my own, like, la, and to, like, normalize these people and to address my fear. And, you know, I realized it was just, you know, unfamiliarity, just never having had proximity to, you know, this community of people, etc. And of course, I allowed myself to have that experience as many times as I needed until I was able to normalize it, and be comfortable in it. But that's the only way I can relate to it. It's just like, I can only assume that for straight men living under a patriarchy who don't have access to their own femininity, that it just looks so fucking far down the shitter for a man to be feminine. Like, it's just like, and maybe even, or to be attracted to another man, because I think homophobic men put themselves in a fucked up position, because the culture positions them, first of all, to go immediately to the sex. So the first thing that happens in the homophobic mind is, how do you take a fucking dick in your ass? Like, how a dick in your ass, bro? Like, a dick in your
That should
ass.
be the last. That should be the.
No, but I just think
That shit be big too,
like,
big.
how, bro? Like, like, I can't even shit comfortably. How the fuck you taking dick, my nigga? Like, what? Like, it all glitches them up. And then don't let it be, it's not only the sex that's extreme to them, but it's just like, oh my god, like, then it's to be a girl, because it's like in a patriarchy, you can only become more masculine, but you can't level down. There's no space for leveling down. You got to level up in a patriarchy, so you can only quantify the masculinity. You cannot devolve from it. So not only is the extremity in the mind of the sex they imagine comes to mind, but then it's like the whole assimilating to femininity, and it's just like watching a man give up his inherent privilege as a male to identify with a sex that's not even respected by the culture. Like, why would you want to take off your male privilege to be a fucking girl? We don't even like to be a bitch, to be a sissy. You want to be a bitch, my nigga? Like, I think it just in their head, it's so fucking extreme in their head. Like, it's just so over the top. Like, they just can't even ground themselves in it. It's like, what?
Yeah,
It
they be
looks like
glitching up.
it looks like a horror movie to them.
And but that's the thing too. They compartmentalize that differently, because see, each man depends on their nationality. Because here's the thing: they are only going to do that with other black gay men if they're black. They're not
No
going
shade.
to do that with the men, the Hispanic men that are queer. Definitely not the white men that are queer and gay. Because the gag about it is that those men still represent a certain level of masculinity, point blank, of patriarchy that rules over all factions of the black community, regardless of your sexuality or your gender expression. So it's a compartmentalized. It is a compartmentalized, and I also think that the homophobic becomes, here's the thing: guilty by motherfucking association, right? And they don't want their social capital compromised, because a nigga might not even do no homoerotic shit. It's just the fact that, because just like the man who is on the download, we can't expect, and it sucks. It's an ugly truth. But if I'm in a certain environment, you heard me, I might not even really feel that way about niggas doing what they do. But it's the pressure, it's the subjectification of what the perception is, and in this particular region or environment that I'm in. So I don't, that homophobic does come from, I don't want to be guilty by association. I'm not saying that it's right,
Because it's
but
embarrassment. If you are taking off your privilege to be the lesser thing.
well,
That's like, see, that is, and that and
but
that's
here,
why other men take other men's sexuality
but
and
but
take
it
their
also
expression so personally.
But it also tells you, but of course, still conscious, because look how they view the women, right?
Right, that's what I'm
So,
saying.
you
Right,
know what I'm
because
saying? So it's like,
it's
and I'm not
anti-woman, of
saying
course
this,
it's anti-queer.
I'm not saying this because, no, but it is what it is. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Even when women take on that same, we was talking about that earlier, like, you're shaming men who are masculine presenting, and that's another thing too, right? There's a lot of men who are indeed same gender loving or homosexual, and they don't want to get lumped in with your commercialism ideal, because I have sex like this. You put me in a category with some other sissy shit that I don't even much fucking want to do. And I don't want to have to be forced, just because I engage in homoerotica, that I have to become a motherfucking hashtag or join the alphabet soup community. No, hell, I'm open, and I agree with you 100 motherfucking percent conscious. I don't want to be part. I never understood that shit. The fuck you mean? You want to get married and you want to go to a building, bitch, where they said you're an abomination with all that motherfucking witchery with that Bible they'll be doing in there? Why would you want the celebration of your life to be somewhere where, bitch, they condemning you? That makes absolutely no sense. So yes, like Maya Angelou says, if someone shows you who they are, bitch, I'm gonna believe you the first time, because the second time it's gonna be shame on motherfucking me. So no, it is a good healthy difference, but most of these men do not want to be guilty by association, and unfortunately that's why I still stand and say that, yes, because of patriarchy, and I'm not saying this to lead to download behavior. Actually, the gag is, men who only engage in heterosexuality care more about what men think of them than the women that they naturally want to have sex with. I'm gonna be quiet.
Exactly. And to piggyback off of what you're saying with that
Hold on,
is
hold
that
on, hold on. Red Clark had
What's up?
he had asked, you know, he wanted to know what, you know, like if like when the mom has the conversations with the sons, like to kind of like put them in an introspective place. Okay, so let's say I'm her son's Red Clark that you're talking to right now. And I just explained to you, like you asked me, like, well, what is it? Like, what is it? And I tell you, it's the dick in the ass, bro, and it's a guy wearing a girl's clothes. Like that shit is weird. Like that shit is fucking weird. Like, why the fuck is you like? Why you got on heels? Like, why you got on press someone else? My like, why you got a BBL, my nigga? Like, if those are my responses to you, what is your next step in the conversation?
And like I said, I'm gonna make it like, cause just say like the heels thing. Like I'll bring example. Like I'll be like, look, nigga, look, bro. Just because you wear heels, that don't mean that you gay. Look at blank, blank, blank. Like showing him people that are not gay that wears heels. Like that's not a valid reason, bro. Give me another reason. If you be like dick in the ass or whatever, hey, bro, that's you going to that thought first though. Like that's something that you're doing. Like that's a so
Thank you.
don't be so, you know, like that's something on you, my nigga. Like, cause when a gay person holler at me, I'm not thinking about that, even though that's a reality in which they live in. I look at it like, dang, I must be somewhat attractive. Then I go about my business. Versus, oh, this nigga trying to, like, this nigga want me to fuck him, or this nigga want to fuck me. No, I'm not finna go that deep into that thought process to even if I knew that's a place I like to go in my head to have these thoughts. I wouldn't even indulge that deeply in that thought to get lost in it, in that type of narrative, or see it like, oh, wear makeup. Bro, if you watch movies, you know every person that's in a fashion show or on actors and shit like that wear makeup. So the idea of a man wearing makeup, that make them gay. Like these things are just false narratives in which that, you know, we've been taught to think that way.
But bro, the Bible says gays are going to go to hell. It says that gays are an abomination, bro.
Hey, bro, and they also said that this there's a white man in the sky with a big beard, and that we gonna see when they also say that, you know, they also say like that the God in the New Testament is different than the God in the Old Testament. They also say that God doesn't contradict itself. However, the Bible has a lot of contradictions within it. So that's not a valid point either, my guy.
But say,
Bro,
but Sodom and
you
Gomorrah.
don't see the connection, bro. You don't see the connection, though, bro. Like nobody in our society likes these niggas. The Bible don't even like these niggas. I think we on the right side. I think we on the right side, bro. Like, come on,
bro. Like
man.
a whole Doc,
Hold on, y'all. I would have trolled the
city.
shit.
You heard?
I would have trolled the shit out of Red Clark.
Yeah.
Dog, hey, bro.
I want to simulate this conversation for him because I want to see just how deep Red is gonna take it with this consciousness. I want to see how so because you asking the question, Red, of yeah, like what is it like so like you trying to tell me, bro, that a nigga's big 12-inch hairy ass foot in a house ghetto is not mental illness, bro? You trying to tell me that's not mental illness, Red?
No,
I need
how, bro? Hold on, y'all fucking up my flow. I'm about to break y'all down. Let me get into the show.
Well, no, wait,
y'all fucking up my flow. I'm trying to have a simulation here, bro.
All right, what's up,
bro?
You stopped off on the Bible, huh? Yeah, man. Look, man, the Bible, yeah, like it got too many contradictions, so that's not really a legitimate claim that you're giving me right now. You know, I need something else. I just want to know why you
So
feel
why
that
you
way.
don't
I
wear a
don't think
heel then, bro? You out here caping for all these gay ass niggas. Why you don't wear a heel then? Since it ain't nothing wrong with it, since it's manly, it don't make me gay. Why you ain't in a heel?
well, like I'm not gonna wear a stiletto because that doesn't fit my fashion. I'm not into that type of fashion. However, if it's a look, I have this like Chelsea boot or this cowboy boot that has an extended heel that one would deem as gay or feminine. But me, I wear it. I be fresh as fuck in it. So that's not a legitimate claim. It's just how you're viewing that though. You know, it's just how it's your perception, brother. And I'm just trying to see, you know, where is it stemming from? You see what I'm saying? Because it's not a like I'm trying to see, does it, you
Bro,
know,
I
like
like women. Women not gonna be attracted to no nigga in no fucking stiletto in no fucking makeup.
and I'm not and what I'm trying to get to you to say what to see is, brother, you can like women, you can love women. My thing is having such a disdain for men who like other men. Like that's
Yeah, man, cause these niggas got everybody out here thinking that we all on this shit.
Nah,
That we
see
all
that,
out here
see
doing
that.
this shit.
Nah, see that, brother.
I
Like that sound like
don't suck dick. I don't take dick in the ass.
see, and like you gotta know that
And I
within
don't want to be
yourself though.
associated with nobody who do, because I don't want nobody thinking that I do that shit.
See, and like
If that's what them gay ass niggas want to do over there, they need to say they fucking ass over there. Don't come around me with that gay shit.
And that's respected, my nigga. Like that's respected, my guy. And I respect your preference, and I respect what you deem as, you know, acceptable in your realm of reality in which you live in. However, I'm just saying, you don't like you like who never knows, man. Like God got a mysterious way of doing things, man. You probably have to interact or have some type of engagement with a person that is a same gender
I'm
loving
gonna
man.
engage a nigga who wanna suck my dick.
And
I'm supposed to engage a
how,
nigga who wanna fuck me.
and my thing is, how do you know this nigga want to do that to you, dog? Like, why are you just assuming?
Cause these
Like,
niggas always on some sexual shit. Like you ain't seen Lil Nas X sliding down that fucking pole in that video. These niggas always on some sexual shit.
nah, be that one person, cuz like you can't just put one thing on
Yo, you don't be
one
seeing
group of people.
Santana bouncing his ass trying to make niggas gay.
There's two niggas out of like
Yo,
I don't care if you said 10 niggas back to back, my guy. That still doesn't give a reason to assume every gay person is trying to holler at you and trying to fuck you in your ass and suck your dick. That is not a legitimate thing, my guy. Like I would say, bro, like don't
my nigga, I'm a cute nigga. If most bitches who hitting on me because they want the dick, I know a gay nigga hitting on me because he want the dick. I'm a
and
cute nigga.
they probably be, but you don't have to handle that because look, bro, you handling how you handling it is gonna make it more like you with that shit, like you with the shit, dog. Because the disdain, such a disdain that you have with it, dog. Like you are acting as if you're not comfortable within yourself enough to be comfortable with other people being comfortable within themselves, you know, and you don't feel comfortable enough or confident in yourself to set boundaries if someone would ever step out of line that way with you. So it sounds like, bro, this ain't got nothing to do with them. It's got something to do with you, dog. Like, and that's what I just gotta say, just keeping it real, like nigga to nigga, like you my homie. So I'ma just keep it real with you. So, you know, you don't want to block your blessings or be humbled in a different type of way because you have this disdain within your heart or within yourself that, you know, is untapped into, my dog. So that's what I'm saying. You don't gotta go and indulge in it. You just respect the way a nigga living and just, you know, treat people how you would like to be treated, my G. Like that's all I got to say.
All right, I'm gonna respect them niggas about letting them niggas stay over there.
Conscious.
How y'all feel about how Red did?
Girl, Conscious. The only thing I was saying, I wanted you to get in your Jay Lethal bag, bitch. I'm surprised you didn't bring up Billy Porter. That's why you go all the way over there.
I'm like,
how y'all feel about how Red did?
Right. Well, welcome to our world. Because it's one thing.
Like
I will say this: you did really good. It's just that just know when you're explaining this stuff, it's gonna be a lot of repetition. you explain like
It's gonna be
they
a
ask you
lot of
one question, you'll have a rebuttal. You'll have one question, you'll make a rebuttal. Second question, you make a rebuttal. Third question, you make a rebuttal. They ask this first question again, but a different way. You then make another rebuttal. They ask the fourth question, you make a rebuttal. Then they'll jump to the same question, ask another way. It's gonna be a lot of that, but you tried. Get ready.
I think it's crazy how like he told you he was trolling and you still took it like seriously
No,
and
he was
answered.
supposed to. He was
I was in
Oh, okay.
character.
that was
I was
the
in
point.
Oh,
character.
He
y'all
was
in
supposed
character. Oh,
to,
my
yeah.
bad. Let me shut
Yes,
up.
you know,
My
I'm an
bad.
actor. I'm a great actor,
It was
baby.
role playing. I was trying
Good
I
job,
was trying
Red.
to give
Then
Clark.
if you
I
was
was
a
trying to give
character.
Red Clark an example of what they give when you try to challenge them about why they feel the way they feel, and how, like Reckless said, they gonna fight you tooth and nail until you just got to keep your foot on their neck, because they gonna swing and
Like
give you every justification, every reason under the sun. They gonna it's all of this and all of that. But I think that Red, you were very passionate about combating homophobia. I am not.
I don't like the. I just don't like how
He
people
said, bro,
treat
don't,
other
he
people.
said, bro, Gosh
I'm
said, God
sorry,
don't
Red.
even
I
like them
always thought
niggas, bro.
you went in on the joke. My bad. I'm so sorry.
Look, as a gay man, I done heard it all, y'all.
You play
So
too much. God don't even like them niggas, bro. What?
But correct me if I'm wrong, because I did go to the restroom and come back. Please tell me you actually got into the bag where they be like the fruits and shit. They putting the GMO inside of the fruits. That's why everybody turning gay.
I'm
You supposed to go in the bag.
gonna do that with Otto. So what I want y'all to do is go down again. Now me and Otto is about to role play. All right, so
What's up, bro?
Ask me why I feel that way, Otto.
Ask you where you feel what way. Oh, bro, why you so against gay folk, bro?
Have you seen these niggas, my nigga?
Bruh.
These niggas out here wearing eyelashes, my nigga. These niggas got on extra large eyelashes, my nigga.
I mean, they do, but they bigger than the ratchet ones. But still, though, like, bro, just over there just chilling. Like he loud as fuck. But like he ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing to do with what we got going. What we chilling, bro. Like the chicks over here, we chilling, bro. What's up? Like, why you so like hurt? You know what I'm saying? Like, why you tripping? Like, let them stay over there. We over here. We good.
These kids gotta see this shit. Like, it's little fucking boys who looking at these niggas thinking that it's okay to do what they do.
I mean,
like, why these niggas gotta do this shit outside? Like, why they gotta do this shit in front of everybody? Like, what about the fucking kids?
I mean, everybody different. Like, I mean, look at you. You grew up. You seen it when you was growing up, and look how you turned out. You
Nah, bro, I
ain't
ain't
shit,
seen
nigga.
none
But
of that shit, bro. My mama
you
ain't
ain't
had
shit.
none of them
But
niggas
like,
around me. We ain't have. My daddy ain't play that shit.
man, you was watching the same Disney
allowed to
channel
be
as me,
outside.
nigga. You was watching the same Disney channel as me, nigga. You seen that shit. You seen that shit. But you ain't like that though. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody different, bro. Like everybody is different. You just let them be them. Like when I was in school, I had to teach. I was on the track team. The gay dudes on the track team. I had to teach him how to triple jump, bro. Like I had to teach the man how to do the shit. So we every day at track practice, I gotta show him how to do something. So like I found out that he cool. He was funny as hell, but like he was just cool. At first, I was like, I ain't really fuck with him. I ain't even like him like that because he was so loud and girly. But like once we on the field and I got to show him something, I have to be there and I have to like talk to him and engage with him. And once I did, I realized that he was just cool, bro. Like he is him. But once you get past the fact that you think what you think about what he doing in the bed, then I ain't got nothing against him.
You talking about that nigga cool? That nigga 6'7" and wear perfume. How the fuck you wearing perfume? And you 7'12", my nigga, with a 15-inch foot nigga, and you walking past me smelling like mangoes.
Yeah,
you don't think that shit? You don't think that's a mental illness, my nigga?
it ain't a mental illness. That shit different, but I'm gonna stay over here. That's him. I'm me. I'm not anti-gay. I'm just pro pussy, my nigga. Let him do him, and I'm gonna do me.
How I'm gonna let him do him, and me and this nigga on the same team, and we gotta share lockers and shit. I don't want to be in the fucking locker room with this fucking nigga looking at me while I'm changing my fucking clothes.
He not even studying. He ain't studying me. Like we already like he not on that shit, bro. Like look, like he ain't
That's
on
the
that shit.
difference between me and you, Otto. I'm a cute nigga. You ain't.
Nigga, I pull more bitches than you. The fuck you talking about?
He gonna be studying me, my nigga. I'm a cute nigga, my nigga.
Oh, you crazy hell, man.
So what do straight men need to do to bridge the gap, please?
I feel like you gotta realize that we gotta have a conversation with one straight up. Like you gotta either be forced, like through circumstance, to have a conversation with them, or just go out, or just try it, or just try to have a conversation with them. Because once you do that, you'll realize that they're not aliens. You get what I'm saying? Like they're not just like they're different from you, but you can they're not like okay, let me see how can I put this. They're not aliens. Bro, they're not aliens,
Yeah,
bro.
like it's like you think that you wouldn't have something in common, but when you start talking, you realize you have more in common than you think, and that this person is just that, a person, despite whatever the fuck they got going on. Like that's why I say don't indulge in those thoughts. Like nigga, you worry about the nigga with you in the locker room, bro. Like what? Like why is you like bro? What the dude probably ain't even worried about you, son. Like you probably not even be the dude type, son. Why are you worried about this, huh?
I mean,
So that's what I'm saying. Just talk to somebody and learn that they're a person, and you know they different, but not really, not how you thinking. Like so different that you can't even converse with them, or it wouldn't be nothing in common. You see what I'm saying? The fact that y'all on the same team that shows y'all have a similar interest. Like,
right.
come
yeah,
on, my guy.
I mean, because it's kind of like some guys just automatically just think that I guess because not all men, but the way that a lot of heterosexual men sexualize women, I guess it's that type of thing too that they might be projecting because, well, shit, I know how we talk about women in certain spaces, and I guess that part of it kind of might weigh in him. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's kind of like, man, I might think that this nigga might give me some of that same energy, and then all of a sudden you kind of had that realization, like, well, fuck, this ain't no female being assertive with me. This a whole nother dude, and I think that sometimes for me,
You just hit it on the motherfucking nail, and that's why the new definition of homosexuality should be, I mean, not homosexual, but homophobia is men who are afraid that other men are going to do to them what they do to women.
yeah, because I mean, when I hear this, because I kind of look at it like that always be one of the main concerns, and I'm like, bruh, for a nigga who like good hygiene, most of y'all niggas don't fucking clean in between y'all gooch right for a nigga to even want to put my mouth anywhere near y'all. You know what I'm saying? Some dudes could be around. That's the thing too. It's not the things that males cannot restrain themselves because we as same gender or same sexual loving men have. we've been in locker rooms with y'all in spaces and could see what it is and see what it ain't. You feel me? So no, you know what I'm saying? Nobody would get graped in those spaces outside of like a prison institution. So it's not that males we're not capable. Now we're very much capable of it. It's just one of those things to where society has made it to where um, y'all are able to be a little bit more negligent in your sexual expression in a way, and I think that's that's how I know for sure I'm a same gender, same sex, same sexual loving man, because the things that most heterosexual men fear about being with another man, I don't actually. Those things reaffirm my masculinity because I am rubbing my masculinity up against another masculine counterpart. That's the part of it. It's more of a, and that's another thing too that heterosexual men don't really realize, because it's something about us always trying to holler at them. I'm gonna speak for myself, but I know that the same gender love, especially Black American men, nigga, we know that we know what we like to do, with other men, because it's the men who present themselves as straight. And we're the ones that's having experiences and experiencing and doing things with y'all, and it's not always us that is presenting that. Let me just speak for myself. You heard me. It would always come from the people that everyone see the heteronormative, so it's not always a thing. Because truth be told, if same gender loving or queer or feminine expression men would be as outraged as when men who are on the down low or secretly would holler at them, then there would be a constant expose all the time in this motherfucker. And I'm gonna put that over there.
Oh, thank you for that. Welcome to the platform, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing, Conscious?
I am doing well. How are you?
Yes, you are doing well. Did you wake up looking like that this morning?
Looking like what?
Good.
I like to think so.
Yes.
Happy New Year's to you.
You too. Thank you. But you know what, Conscious? I'm gonna be real. You know what I'm saying? I'm 51 years old, right? And I look 16. I still look. Let me show you what I look like, ninja. Hold up.
Period. Oh, God. You do fresh out of high school.
No, but seriously, Conscious, you know what I'm saying? It's like, Conscious, I'm like this, bruh. It's like, I mean, a woman's gone, because I was young by a man and a woman growing up at a very early age, okay? And so that leaves a child very confused, because when when you're growing up and you're supposed to respect people that's older than you, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so I can't say that, Mama, he touched me, because I ain't supposed to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? So I was emmed by I ain't gonna say who they are, but I was emmed by an older man, and I was emmed in part by a female, you know. So it's like, and when you grow, I'm 51 years old. I know I still look 16. Look at me again right quick.
12th grade, senior picture tease.
But no, seriously, on a real note, so that leaves a child confused, because I'm like, I know it's not, when you growing up, I mean, I said now it's the going thing now, man being with a man and a woman being with a woman. But when I came up, it was, we had to hide that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so my thing is this, is like, I'm 51-year-old man that's confused, because I'm like, now, damn, they said now that we can be with, with men can be with men, and then women can be with women, but that's leaving me confused, because when I was growing up, it wasn't supposed to be like that. You know what I'm saying? So when you've been emmed and r'd by a man and a woman at 6 or 7 years old, and you're supposed to trust them, and so like with me being, I mean, I don't know, man, this is a tough subject, but I know, biblically, I mean, I ain't getting into the Bible and all that, so don't, but I'm just saying, as I was growing up, it was supposed to be man with a woman and a woman with a man, you know what I'm saying? So now I'm like, I'm really confused,
Okay, so let me ask you some questions then, Mike, and thank you for sharing about your experience. I can only imagine how hard that is, but the bravery to be able to even speak about your experience on a public platform like this, and sorry for your experience. Are are you a same gender loving man yourself, or are you straight?
I ain't gonna say I'm straight. I'm saying I'm crooked as a motor scooter.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay, crooked letter, okay, okay. And so you are finding it. But you also still have some conflictions because of what you've been taught and what you
yeah.
were accustomed to growing up, and etc.
Yeah, because I know, like a conscious. We really need to have these conversations. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I mean, on some real stuff.
yeah.
Because I'm like, like they say, when I was growing up, I'm 51 years old. And it's like when I was growing up, I didn't have no male role model to show me how to throw no football. I didn't have him to show me how to throw a baseball, or you know what I'm saying? So I grew up around all women. I grew up around my grandma who raised me, my mother whenever she was around, my 3 aunties, and my 2 uncles. They was gone out the house by the time they didn't come and try to say, Ninja, we gonna go and throw this football or throw this baseball. You know what I'm saying? So I slept in the same room with my aunties up until I was in the 5th grade. And then I had got into some trouble in the 5th grade, and they had a counselor come to the house every Wednesday. I'll never forget Mr. Briscoe. I'll never forget it. He used to take me to McDonald's. We used to, because he was a man, and he used to talk that, but it's too late now. I've been sleeping in the same room with my, hey, conscious. This is real. I feel conscious. I appreciate you because you hear how I just did that deep breath.
Yes.
No, I'm serious, conscious. This is not funny, And so I slept in the same bedroom with my aunties up until I was in the 5th grade. Like I said, when I got in trouble, and so I had to have a counselor, because I was, because people was calling me a gaff, turning around, you know what a gaff is.
Oh, okay.
So I call it a gaff or a cigarette, And so, I'm like, I ain't no gap. You know what I'm saying? Or I ain't no cigarette. And so I fought all my life growing up because I'm like, I knew back then it wasn't right, you know what I'm saying? To be with the sex. I was confused.
Yeah.
And for somebody to call me a gap, and I knew that I wasn't but when I had a male fondle me as a 6, 7-year-old boy, I'm like, and then had a woman to do the same thing to me, make me do, and so I'm confused. And that goes along with you throughout your whole life, man. I mean, I know that I don't want to, I don't know, man. I'm just gonna listen to your chat and see what they talking about because I'm probably
No, I love that you are coming from the experience that you're coming from, and you're coming from a different time, because I was going to ask you, like, so is it a scary difference, or is it like a, wow, I can't believe we have kind of gotten to this place, but this is kind of cool but scary, or does it feel like a negative change in society?
You know what, conscious, I mean, it's like it's confusing, I mean, because I mean, you have to live what I've been through, you know what I'm saying? Because you got people saying that it's not right to be man on man, but now in society it's prevalent, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when I was growing up, it wasn't, because you got to, you got to fake it, and I knew that I wasn't attracted to this person, but I knew I was more attracted to this person. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, hey, conscious, y'all don't know. I mean, dude, I'm dealing with it every day. And like I was in this relationship, the first woman love of my life. When I started driving, when I got my CDLs in 2015, it was my sister's husband. They married now, but when they came down here from Dallas in 2015, when I started driving the school bus in 2015, she's like, Michael, I skip it. She's like, I had a crush on you. She's like 2 or 3 years older than me. And I'm like, girl, you lying. You are. But she said, and then conscious, I was, and she's like, I said, girl, no, you didn't. And she's like, yes, I did. She said, it can't nobody tell me nothing about you, Michael. She said, I've been knowing you ever since we was kids. I had a crush on her. I thought she was lying. And then it was like, you know, that was the first woman I've ever felt in love with. And God rest her soul. No, I'm serious, Conscious. You know what I'm saying? And that's the first woman I've ever fell in love with, bruh. You know? Because I was confused because, you know, I ain't gonna lie, because I enjoy your platform tonight, dude, bro. I appreciate this. I really appreciate this because I need to get this out. Man, go to somebody else because I gotta calm down a little bit.
No, look, I want you to relax. You got nothing to be nervous about.
No, you know, because you know, people don't really understand, man. When you've been emmed and r'd by a man and a woman at 6 or 7 years old, you know, because I knew, because I'm gonna tell you the story of Conscious. You know, my grandmother, she knew she couldn't raise a man. I was raised by a single grandmother with my 3 aunties and my sister. Whenever my mother was there, she was the extra woman. You know, she was 15 years old when she had me. So, you know, with that went, she was a hustler. You know. And my grandma, she said, go and see if, because the one, I ain't gonna say his name, but he's deceased now. And I saw him suffer, you know. As I was getting older, I saw him suffer. He suffered, you know. And she said, go over there and see if Blase Skippy can show you how to clean, because he used to be the maintenance man in the neighborhood. You know, he do like plumbing in the neighborhood and do clean out the garage of women that stay by themselves with their dogs and poop in the garage. But the lady that stayed next door to my grandma, she had dogs, and he, you know, he's just a maintenance man in the neighborhood. And so my grandma, do you know if my grandmother would have ever thought that he was touching on me as a little boy? She'd cade him, you know. But he was giving me like $10 at 6 or 7, 8 years old. $10. You remember now laters? You know,
yeah,
I could go and buy a whole bunch of now laters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you know, so but he said, don't tell nobody. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I mean, and this sticks to, I can remember that he said, now, Conscious, he's like, can you bust your nuts? And so my neighbor next door to my grandma's house had a walnut tree, you know, one of them big old trees that had walnuts in her yard. And that was the house where he was cleaning out the garage off the dog poop and stuff out of her garage, you know, while she was at work. And he said, can you bust your nuts? So I was like, bust my nuts. So I'm thinking that he's talking about one of them walnuts that came falling off the tree. I'm telling y'all the truth. And I said, yeah. And then I said, where's the hammer at? And then he started fondling me. You know, this is a 7-8-year-old boy, a 7-8-year-old boy. And I'm like, what's going on? And I knew it wasn't right, you know. But I'm like, he gave me $10, you know. And then my grandmother thought when I went into, I said, Blase Skippy gave me $10, you know, because she sent me because she was thinking that he's going to try to teach me how to do manly stuff. If my grandma knew that he was a chomo, she would have never, she'd
right.
You know. Right. But I never said nothing because you're supposed to respect, you know, you're supposed to, whatever whatever an older person does, you don't question it.
Right.
You know, so, but people don't understand, you know, I'm serious. I mean, and it's like, you know, I'm to this day, you know, I haven't acted on it, but, you know, I mean, I'm just like, man, but I just want this to be known that, you know, to the ladies that have children and stuff, man, you know, let them know where their uncomfortable zones are at, you know?
Yeah. Well, let me, so that was a lot for one. I hope you know that you didn't do anything to deserve what happened to you for one, Mike. And I want you to also know that, you know, when it comes to perpetrators, oftentimes it is someone who is close to the family, if not a part of the family, who take advantage of that vulnerability and take advantage of having access, you know, to the young people. First, my first question to you is: have you had any therapy as a result of your abuse? Like, have you ever sat down with the counselor and spoke through your experience?
To be honest, it's like about 2 months ago. They didn't gave me these pills. I don't take pills, because they diagnosed me with anxiety and what else did she say? I got the pills here. I ain't never took none of them. I don't take pills. If it's not from the earth, I'm not taking it. But it's been about 2 months ago. I sat with this therapist and I told her everything. She was a white lady, and I told her everything, but no, that was the first time that I ever, like, I'm on your thing now. So, because I feel that, now that you're having this platform where I can come out and, tell my truth and let other people know that, because like right now, it's like, I didn't grow up to learn how to walk like a soldier, talk like a soldier. I was raised around all girls. I slept in the same bedroom. And let me tell you this, Conscious. When my aunties, they breasts was developing and stuff, they was comparing their breasts and stuff, right? And I'm like, as a little boy, I'm like, well, why mine ain't growing? They went in there and told my grandma, they said, Mama, this Michael in there talking about why his breasts ain't growing. And just for a grandma, I mean, she's like, baby, he don't know. A woman can't raise a man, And so my grandmother she knew, what I'm saying? Because if I'm in the I'm like, because you don't know no better. You ain't got no man to tell you nothing different.
Right.
Because I slept in the same bed with them until I was in the 5th grade, until I got in trouble to where they had to give me my own room. So at that point, it's over. You know what I'm saying? It's done. I'm already thinking that I'm, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think that having male guidance in your life would have made a difference regarding the crookedness, as you call it? Or, like, do you think that your crookedness comes from even the abuse? Is that what you are confused about? Is if you are genuinely one way, or is it the result of a lack of male guidance, and these abuses that you experienced?
I mean, you know what, Conscious? It's like, I mean, if you're a child and you've been raised around all girls, and and there's no male role model there to guide you and show you how to throw a football, throw a baseball, or show you how to you walk like this, you talk like this. What I'm saying? I didn't have no male role model there. And so it's you're a product of your environment, And so if there was no male role model there to show me, so I'm walking like a girl, I'm talking like a girl, what people go, you know what I'm saying? So I mean, what do you do? I don't know, bro. I mean, but I know as I've gotten older, and as an adult, I do my best to not. But I've been hurt so much by because like if I even try to pull up on a female to this day, they'll think that I'm a cigarette, because the way that I might walk, the way that I might talk, you know what I'm saying? So I've been scarred for life.
Wow.
So, and I'm knowing that I'm not a cigarette, because I know that I shouldn't act on that, on that part of my being emmed or ard by a male and being emmed and ard by a female. I'm confused.
Yeah. Well, Michael, I want you to know that because I don't want to tell you what to believe, because I think that definitely has to be a very individual journey for you. I know some of the religious and social conditioning that you're talking about, because you know we've been on this panel talking about those conditions, etc. Even what you just said as well was addressed earlier on in the panel about men who are perceived to be gay or feminine, who women will not give the time of day to because they perceive them as feminine or gay, and how it's just so unfortunate. I sympathize with your position as someone who has been sexually abused, and you not knowing what that means for you now that you are a adult as it relates to certain things that you may feel toward the same sex. I study these things on a psychology level, and I know that at least where psychologists are now is that they don't believe that sexual abuse can create a orientation. What it unfortunately does do is it may make a person aware of something that already exists that wasn't stimulated until that unfortunate experience. How do you feel about that?
You gotta break that down in
I got
layman.
a little bit more. Okay. Mike,
Are you saying that? Are you saying that the what happens is not what changes you? It's the fact that um it brought that what
brought
happened
awareness.
brought out your true feelings.
I have a question. Conscious, can you bring if Breeze Hiller with Breeze, because she isn't she in like psychology or something like that?
Yeah, Breeze, do you want to come up here, because I don't want to do anything wrong. Because Mike is working.
Yay!
He's working through a lot of his feelings and confusions, and his experiences. But what I was basically trying to say is, well, we have a residential therapist in the building, Healing with Breeze. If you could come up here, that would be really nice. Okay, here she is right now. Welcome to the platform, Healing Breeze.
Hi.
Hi. I know you are obviously in the chat. You are listening to what Michael was saying. I would love for you to help us to navigate this conversation with him, especially since you are clinically trained to do so.
Yeah, I'm not an expert yet, but I am a counselor. But you know, I think Michael, you're strong as hell for letting that out. God knows how long you've kept that in. So the healing has already started. So good for you for doing that. And CTV, you're way more skilled than you give yourself credit. So don't think that you're not doing a good job. You're an expert in the human experience, which makes you way better than 90% of the therapists out there, let me tell you. So
Yeah, he's doing a damn good job, boo. I can give you that. That's why I came on here, because I was listening. I was like, let me listen to this ninja. You know? Hold on, y'all. I gotta go to let me put my church finger up. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'm mute. Hold on.
Okay, bro.
Don't say I'll be right back. Hold on, baby.
Okay, bro.
All right.
We'll be here. I want us to be, you know, like I don't want to risk doing a little bit too much,
of course,
before, you know, or whatever. And I really appreciate Mike being up here, because he's being very candid, he's being very vulnerable, he's being very honest, and he, you know, has articulated that he is confused, and he has questions, you know, about, and I know people who have been sexually abused oftentimes are wrestling with, you know, if some of their feelings are connected to that experience, and if that experience is where those feelings come from. And my heart goes out to people who have had that experience. I have never had that experience, and I can imagine, because working the complexity of sexuality is already nuanced enough and difficult enough especially living within the type of system we living in, and then you, in conjunction with that, is then, you know, an experience like this, and that takes it to a whole nother level.
And a lot of the sorry, Mike.
Thank you for being back, Mike. So Breeze, so where do we go around the conversation of the experiences that Mike has had, where he's opened up about, you know, he's opened up about his experience, and it's left him in a place of confusion and not knowing what that means for him?
Well, what I will say is, you know, for his individual, you know, for anything individual that you want to work through, I definitely think, you know, whatever you can do, please get in touch with a talk therapist. Um, you know, there are some professionals out there who can do the prescribing and the talking, but most places, you know, they're kind of master's level therapists and they only do the talking and they'll refer you to someone to get your medications. But if you can find a talk therapist, Michael, that would be really great. This space, you know, is more parallel to like a group therapy session. And in group therapy sessions, you know, we throw out prompt questions and we kind of just talk and throw it out. So I don't know if anyone else on the panel is open to being vulnerable, because that's how I would suggest this convo go. And Michael, you know, just like you, I've had experiences where I've had inappropriate, you know, relations with an adult. And so in that sense, you know, I can understand how it weighs heavy on you. And luckily for me, when I was a kid, I let it out immediately. My mom gave me that, you know, freedom to talk and to not hold it in. Like, I guess I stopped talking for like a week and she was like, okay, what's wrong? So, you know, it was, as a kid, that was hard on me just to not talk for a week. So however long you held that in, Michael, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. But you know, you're here with someone else who's gone through that a little bit. And you know, I can understand how it's a lot. You kind of, at least for me, I froze. That's what I do. And that's probably why they prescribe the anxiety to you, because, you know, your body goes into that fight, flight, freeze, fold. And we need help with refunctioning.
Yeah.
So, you know, I know you said you only take things of the earth and, you know, do what you please. You know your body more than anybody else. But I think that's where the talk therapist can come in and help you, you know, figure out, or how to, you know, get out of that I call it trauma brain, how to help you step out of that trauma brain, because we don't really recognize when we, you know, are stuck. And then where we tend to get stuck, we stop aging cognitively. So you know, if however you can do it, Michael, you know, see a therapist. I know I'm personally trying to get reconnected. I had a therapist for a little bit, but you know, times change. But yeah.
To to speak to what she just said, that was spot on because I dated someone who they had a lot of things happen to them and they couldn't get themselves out of the situation because they didn't live with their mom or their dad. And they said that once they got baptized at 16, it's like they've been stuck at 16. It's like mentally they've been stuck at 16 because it's the only time they felt safe. Because I was like, you know, she was depressed, and I was like, why don't you just try to reach back into your childhood and find that inner child and grow that because that's the God within you. You know what I mean? And she was like, I can't go. There's nothing back there to get. You know, because I was stuck after 16. I've been stuck, and I've been 16 in my mind ever since. So when she's like, I really understand that.
Yeah. Wow.
And from what I've heard, a lot of the times, your body, you know, reacts to touch. Your body just reacts, and I think from what I've heard a lot is that people feel guilty for your body reacting, and I think a lot of the times confusion comes from, hey, I my whatever got hard or my whatever got wet when this person touched me, even though I don't feel that way. And then you feel kind of a guilt or a confusion. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because like your body responds even though
Yeah,
that's
for
not
sure.
what you wanted, and you kind of feel a guilt or a confusion.
And also to speak to the what exactly agreeing with you're saying, Kelsey, because I've had different experiences too, younger, and it's different types because see, there's the kind that's the coercion kind to where you're not put in a situation to where you're being forced through fear as being enticed or manipulated in a way into a sexual act to your innocence of things, right? And then there's the very, very much violent approach that happens with grapes and very dominating situations where fear is used as a tactic as to keep you quiet, and it confuses a person either way. But I also can, from speaking from the coercion, that's more psychological because you're not, like Kelsey said, it's it can be put in a way to where even though you're not scared for your life, you know something isn't right about this experience, but it's being presented to you in a way to make you think it's a game, or it's being presented in a way to, it's coercion, in a way to where you're kind of like, you see what I'm saying? You can kind of,
Yeah.
you're manipulating the child to enjoy the secrecy of it in a different contextual way that you as the adult know, but you as the child, you like the secrecy even though you feel that there's something not right about this. And that's where I say, speaking to a coercion experience, that's where it's very under the radar, if you will.
Who is that speaking? Cause you right on, bro. I'ma just shut up. I'm mute again. But you right on, bro. Hey, you right on. Hey, you right on.
Yeah, because I can understand when you say that, because I didn't have the little bit of confusion I had. But see, and that's why when I say what I say too, regardless of coercion and consensual, my ideals of homosexual activity never came from feminine presenting men at all. So seeing it plays a role in your mind because there are certain things that I know that I've experienced as to why I understand certain psychologies of men sexually. Unfortunately, it comes from those younger experiences because I've seen how it functions in a covert masculinity. It's not the reason why I get so frustrated when I hear people direct energy towards feminine expressing people as child molesters. That's like psychological strategic move. That's a chess move. Because the reason why your mother trusted this person, not because, and I'm gonna just use some polarizing language, it's not because he was the swinging sissy baby. It wasn't because you could tell he was one of the girls. You heard me? No. That what made it more palatable and more accessible for this predator to have access to prey was indeed the reinforcement that it, especially when you're a single mother, unfortunately, it's over romanticized to you that anything with a dick is good for you. and, and I'm laughing to keep, but for real, it's kind of like it's overlooking to the nuance. Okay, this might be a male, but what type of characteristic is this man if we're going to go with the gender roles of how we play in society? So the confusion of the brother, I can kind of relate to because I understand the nuance of it. It is something because it's like the mind fuck of them telling you that it's something you should be ashamed of, but you see where men who are very masculine are participating in this, and it's like, well, what the fuck you do then? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like what's the tea then, as we would say out in the streets. And unfortunately, that's a very difficult space, especially when you introduce that to somebody who has not went through puberty, but at the same time See how that is carried out in socialization, in religion. See how that is contextualized, and I'm gonna be quiet.
And
Thank
not
you for
even
that.
just that. I just want to say something really quick. Um, I've, you know, I've had sleepovers, and my mom has actually, you know, a whole big story. My mom, she went and got, she went and got out of her character on some stuff. Um, but from what I've gathered, and you guys who have experiences can tell me if I'm wrong or right. Um, but it seems as though it's not just fear of speaking when people don't speak out, but there's also a guilt of my body reacted this way when this person touched me. So they feel like, hey, I enjoyed it. It was wrong, but since I enjoyed it because my body said I enjoyed it, then I'm wrong too. And that puts a fear. It's not always just the the abuser putting a fear. It's just like my body reacted this way. Now that person feels dirty because they're like, I enjoyed this wrong thing.
But Presley, baby, let me say this part right here. When my grandmother trusted this man to, because she's like, she knew that she couldn't. This was a single grandmother raising her 6 kids and me and my sister. So that's 8 kids she's raising. And when my mother was there, because she was 15 when she had me. And when she said, because I like everything, my grandma, hey, that lady, hey, you know. But when she said that, well, Michael, you need to go and see Sam, because she knew that she didn't have no boyfriend or nothing at the time, because her and my grandfather separated in 72. And then she got a boyfriend in like the late 70s, early 80s. And he would pay me $1 to go get him a newspaper every Sunday, because that's when the newspaper was like 75 cents back then, around at the corner store around the corner. You know what I'm saying? But he was a hooker. You know what I'm saying? My grandma, he was a hooker, and but I'm just saying. But my grandmother didn't know that she was telling me to go be with a chomo that was gonna confuse me for the rest of my life, and I ain't gonna give all of it, but and when my grandmother would go to work, I was being emmed by a male when I was going over there to try to help him clean out out the garage of the lady that lived right next door to my grandma, because he cleaned out her garage because she had dogs and they pooped in the garage. So I was going over, so she said, go ask Blase Skipper to show you how to do something like manly. You know what I'm saying? Because she couldn't teach me how to be a man. And then in the household, I was being emmed by, somebody within the household, which was a female. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and when touching on something that somebody else just said earlier, it was like, I didn't know. I mean, it was like, he's like, can you, when I said earlier, he said, can you bust your nuts? And I was like, yeah, I can bust my nuts. I'm thinking he talking about and taking a walnut with a hammer and busting it. But at the same time, he's following me. And I'm like, well, damn, but this is an older man, way older than me. I'm like 7, 8 years old. He's probably in his 30s. You know what I'm saying? And it, like you said, it felt good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna
It's okay.
I'm gonna let y'all go, because I'm just,
No, it is a lot. And Presley, it does, like with me, as a kid, I think I was about 8. And so that was the time where, you starting, I mean, I didn't want to, I think it was brought to me, the idea of like, doing the things that adults do. So, I really didn't like it. I know what you're talking about, like that your body reacting, and it was something I didn't like, and And I think, you know, it's the individual thing that in therapy, you know, we have to talk about with our therapist one-on-one to remove that, because that bleeds into your relationships. You know, you'll become the perfect victim for the perfect abuser. And that's unfortunate energy that we attract. You know, abusers know how to find the perfect victim, unfortunately. And, you know, victims, unfortunately, sometimes we feel at home with those abusers. So, yeah, that guilt is definitely something I definitely can speak to. And it kind of makes you, at least me personally, it made me want to deprive myself from relationships because I didn't want to be touched at all, you know, because it just felt like I didn't feel like my body was mine. Um, so that's my experience with that, is just like not ever feeling safe, even with the person I'm supposed to quote unquote feel safe with. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, that's, I mean, and you know, mine was in a situation like the people, mine was more family related. So it's unfortunate when members of your family have an ideal based off of their religion of what a child am or looks like, right? And because of certain things, there could be certain other obvious cues in the behavior pathology of a person. But because see, I had a situation to where I have half brothers from my mother's side, and one of them, the older brother, you can tell he was kind of feminine and expressive and stuff like that. And then I had another brother who was, you know, older. We're talking about at least a good 17 and 25 years older than me. So that was kind of, you know, want to be gangster and all that shit like that. Now, my mother, when she was alive, she had it in the motion to think to protect me from the brother who is you could tell who's feminine expressing, but I never felt any inappropriate energy up from him. But the one who kind of displayed that toxic homosexual and heterosexual behavior in front of me was the one that you would perceive as the heterosexual toxic masculine guy. So it's just kind of like unfortunate because it's like then people get mad at you for you just being who you are, which has not necessarily to do with, because I'm not going to say in my case, I don't, my sexuality is not linked to that experience because let's just be real. This happens 70 to 80% to most female to male relationships. And if we're going to pin homosexuality on male on child relationship, well, we damn sure can say that 70, 80% of the heterosexual relationships of women are that way because they were touched by a male as a child. So I'm not on the fence of saying that it's an orientation. Absolutely not. But I will say, though, is that it showed me how people can exploit a vulnerability and how people over anything that's feminine. Unfortunately, a little boy and a little girl before puberty is can be feminized. And the predators that are out there of most of these men, because most people like to put sexual orientation on pedophilia, and it's not. It's more so about being able to manipulate. And for unfortunately, most people can feminize little boys because they are not yet full males. And if they're going with that same type of energy of being dominant, then that's why a predator, regardless if the prey, quote unquote, is male or female, it often happens at that young age because you are younger enough to be effeminized in the way. So it could be right there, but because people who are not familiar, when you think that your predator is the LGBTQ or the feminine expressing man, no, sweetheart, that predator is the one that you're going to give the access to, not the one that's telling you, hey baby, this is who I am, what's happening. That's not your predator, and I'm gonna put that over there.
I ask this question right quick.
Of course.
Okay, so like, look, I mean, I'm showing me, you know what I'm saying? Do you have a date at Conscious? Conscious, come on your thing. Unmute your thing, bruh.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Boo. Okay. So okay, look, this gonna determine it. So say like I'm trying to find, you know, Conscious. I'm trying to find. I live alone, right? I have my own house, and you know, let's do a poll. Say like, do a dating game on your thing and see how many men are come to it. But it's gonna be this game, and be like, okay, how many women would date Mike, and how many men would, you know what I'm saying, just to see, you know, that would be a good one. You know, that would be real fun. I just had to come up here and show you again. How you doing, boo?
Look, or a nice piece of chocolate, honey. Don't get me the gettings, honey.
You?
How do you feel about what everybody is sharing? Like, is it resonating with you?
You know what, Conscious? I mean, I've watched you a few times. I've been in your bushes stalking you.
Okay.
But you know what, Conscious? We need to have these conversations, though. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I applaud you. You know, I got my little raggedy channel. I ain't got 1,000 views yet, but I ain't gonna do it on your thing. But I applaud you for this. You know what I'm saying?
I applaud you for coming and sharing. I mean, it's deep, and I want to ask you some more specific questions about your sense of self. Like, I know you predominantly identify as heterosexual, right?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, so you predominantly identify as the other.
As X. I don't have an identity.
Okay, so talk to me about that.
Okay, and X, you know what? Hey, Conscious, when I was in like, you know, I think they was teaching us this in an early age. Because my 5th grade teacher at Melcher Elementary School here in my city named Miss Johnson. And I think, you know, I think they knew then that I was, you know, and then she had actually said that it's because it was called X. This was like back in 1982. And she said, you know, it's an X gender. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. No, seriously, Conscious.
You teaching me something right now. I never heard of this.
No, I'm telling you, because you know, you kids just, you know how kids are horrible. And you know, I was like feminine because I was raised around all girls and all boys, and then I think they was going there and say he's a gaff. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when she brought up the subject that there's an X, you know, an X gender. They don't identify with male or female. You know, this is
You're right. I'm looking at it right now. You're correct. I'm looking at it.
No, this was I was in the 5th grade in 1982. You know, and so she knew that because like I said, Conscious, I was raised around all girls. You know, I didn't know how to throw. Like I said, man, I didn't know how to throw no football, catch a ball, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So this is real. Oh, damn, you got it.
Yeah, I told you. I was looking it up because I never heard of this before.
And I just said it. And you,
because I'm listening to you. Are you teaching me something right now? I never heard of X gender before.
Yeah, that I was in the 5th grade, and that was how I'm 51 now. Yeah, it says X gender is a third gender that differs from M for male or F for female. The term X gender came into use during the late 1990s, later 1990s, popularized by queer organizations in Kansas, especially in Osaka and Kyoto. The term is used in place of non-binary and gender. How the hell are they gonna be teaching us some stuff like this in the 5th grade? That was years ago. I'm telling you, because you know, hey, Conscious, you know, I get overly excited. Don't pay me no attention.
I love it, honey.
But I'm telling you, Conscious, this was, and I was in the 5th grade. She said there's people that because they, you know, people was calling me sissies and, you know, and queers and gay and all that, you know. So I'm letting you know. And I just told you this, people identify as X gender. You know,
Right.
and look, you just pulled it up. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. And then you just pulled it up. You need to get out of my head, Con.
No, I pulled it up because of what you said. As soon as you said it, I
Yeah.
pulled it up because I
And that
never heard
was
of that
years
before.
ago. I was in the 5th grade. So that lets you know how far I've been struggling with this gender identity thing.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And
So
you,
what you okay, so let me ask you let me ask you this question, Michael. So what do you think about all of the openly queer people like myself and Reckless and Intersex and IG? Like, do you think what do you think? Like, when you look at us and you see us living and you see us existing, to you, does it feel like we're doing something wrong or that we are on the wrong side of it?
Hey, I would ask you, could I take your hand in marriage?
Oh. Okay.
Look, guys, I'm the X gender, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, but that's why I say, Conscious, I'm like, because y'all don't understand when you've been, I mean, I've been M'd by a female and I've been M'd by a male, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I don't look at gender. I look at my heart, where my heart gonna go. Put it like that.
Right.
You know, so it doesn't show whether you male or female because I've been M'd by both races, you know, I mean, not races, but by both genders. So, but I gravitate to you, boo. What's up?
What makes you gravitate toward me, Michael?
I mean, I'm just keeping it real, you know what I'm saying?
But what makes you gravitate toward me?
You done made me come on. You done brought me out of my shell, ninja. You know. So I'm just saying.
I tend to do that to men, Michael. I tend to have that effect on men.
Yes, you do. You a hot piece now. I ain't gonna, you know, but you know, on some
but Michael, how are we going to get married if you feel kind of conflicted?
I mean, see, that's the thing, but that's the thing, Conscious, because like I said, I'm confused. I need counseling, dude.
Maybe you're not as confused as you think you are. Like, you know how you feel, you know what your attractions are. But I think that what Bree said to you was correct, and what IG shared, that because of the way sexuality was introduced to you, which was in an inappropriate way, that it has put a stigma on your attractions. And if you had never had your experiences and you still had these attractions, do you feel that you would be confused still, even though the era that you came up in was still very different because people were living kind of more discreetly, people were existing, you know, kind of more quietly, gay people, bisexual people, gender queer people were not, you know, as visible? And like, do you think you still would have felt like, I don't know what this is? Or do you think that a lot of it is largely due to your other experiences?
You know what? That's a good question, Conscious, and I'm gonna contemplate on it for a second, but I'm gonna say this. You know, I'm like this, Conscious. I mean, you follow where your heart is. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be male, whether it be female. I mean, you know, times are changing. You know what I'm saying? And I look at it like this, Conscious. You know, them people that wrote the Bible and all that, you know what I'm saying? They took stuff out. We don't know what the real version of the Bible is. You know what I'm saying? Because you got so many different versions of the Bible. So they could have had where male on male that was lovey-dovey, you know what I'm saying? But when that people that rewrote the Bible was like, no, we ain't gonna have that. So that's not right. No, you can't. Can you prove that it's not right? Because now we live in an era world, because you know history repeats itself. You know,
Yeah.
history repeats itself. So who's to say that it wasn't a man and a man that was in a relationship that loved each other? And you know,
well, you know what they say, Michael. They got a David and Jonathan up in that thing.
I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying, you know, because you got to teach me. But what I'm saying is this:
and they was getting naked in front of each other and getting real close in the scriptures to the point that the Bible used some very interesting language to describe their union.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, it's not like, I mean, they cut a lot of stuff out the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So my question to you is this: are you top, bottom, or verse?
I'm all of it, baby. I like to give
Bible
it.
is fake.
It's
been fake.
I like to give it. I like to take it. I like to receive. I like to provide. It's a wraparound sexuality for me.
Oh,
Conscious, ain't this chick from the chat?
Oh, Intersex is saying drop her so she could come
Yeah,
back.
I just dropped her so she can come back up. I see her now. Okay, so hold on. So let's have a conversation about the Bible. Would you be surprised to know, Michael, that Jesus said some interesting things about people of another fabric, another cloth, another flock?
Well, you got to teach me, Conscious, because I don't, you know, you got to teach me. You got to, I mean, because I don't know. And then I got to do my research. So I ain't going to do whatever you say.
Yes. Okay.
You got to tell me what part it came from now, Ninja.
Okay. So, you know, the book of Matthew, Jesus is asked a question by his disciples in Matthew 19:12. He's asked, you know, what he's asked about the context of marriage and the afterlife, and you know, will there be marriage in heaven, and you know, what would be the state of a woman who had 2-3 husbands in this life? Who would she belong to in heaven? And Jesus kind of goes on a diatribe about how we will be like the angels, and you know, angels for the most part are described as pretty genderless in terms of their actual essence. That you know, and that you know, angels don't also participate in procreation, even though they are capable of procreation. Hence, you know, the angels the watchers that made it with the women of the earth that gave birth to the Nephilim race, but that's a whole nother situation. But angels are not typically supposed to engage in procreation, etc. And then he starts to go into another interesting slew of things where he talks about a group of people called eunuchs. And eunuchs back in Jewish times, when Jesus existed, they categorized 3 types of people as eunuchs. One category was men who undergo. Okay, so let me back up a little bit. So Jesus described eunuchs. He said some men are made that way. Some men choose to be that way. And some men are born that way from their mother's wombs. So the title eunuch refers to 3 different types of individuals. The men who are made that way by other men are the men who went through the ceremonial tradition of castration. This was something that was typical of those who would lead that life, the Jewish castration rituals. Then there's the men who choose to be that way. Men who choose to be that way could be equivalent to men like Jesus, men like Paul, which was essentially men who chose to give up participating in hetero paradigm. They abstained from sex, abstained from marriage in order to live a life on purpose of God. So in modern times, those men would be equivalent to like priests and nuns, people who abstain from conventional relational dynamics and commit their lives, you know, for the sake of the kingdom. So those would be the men who choose to be that way. And then, you know, the Jewish castration of the men who are made that way by other men. But then he says this very interesting thing here in Matthew's. And he talks about men who are born that way from their mother's wombs. And that, I'm just going to let you deal with that. I'm going to let you get into Matthew 19 and 12. And I'm going to let you ruminate over Matthew 19 and 12 and do some word studies on the term eunuch and get into a concordance and see who all falls under the category of eunuchs, get into the cultural definition of eunuchs and who fell under those categories as well, which ironically were oftentimes what you would call queer men or same gender loving men. Eunuchs were also very employable when it came to the king's harem, because these men were oftentimes entrusted to be around the king's wives and concubines, because these men were not interested in procreating, which was a big deal. So these men, because they either didn't have the physical capacity to procreate, or they were castrated spiritually. They, they did not pose of a threat. They were not interested in creating a bloodline or mixing the bloodline. These were things that were traditionally important to men of stature in that time. Your lineage, maintaining purity of the bloodline, etc. So, oh, Michael done dropped off somehow. So I want to encourage Michael to get into Matthews and get into eunuchs in general. There are some very, very, very interesting things regarding eunuchs throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament. There's a notable eunuch, I believe, in the Old Testament who is same gender loving. And hi, Rashonda. Can you hear me, Rashonda?
Yeah, hey.
Okay, hey. I don't know where Michael went. His phone might have died or something. But
yeah.
I think that's a great place to start if you're still listening. Mike, you catch this in the replay, is get into a word study of eunuch, how many times it showed up in the scriptures, get you a concordance, and also study the etiologist. Okay, hold on. He's back. There you go. We got you back, Mike. Something got you back, though.
All right, what's up, baby, baby daddy, baby? Which one you gonna be, baby mama, baby daddy, ninja?
I'm both of them. I am both of them, but yes, I would encourage you to start there, Mike. Is to get into eunuch. This was something very important to me because I was a Christian when I was coming up, and I started, dealing with my own sexuality. I done went through that whole, being gay and I ain't going to heaven and God ain't pleased, and pray the gay away and fast the gay away and get hands laid on you and get struck by lightning and just try to get this thing up out you by any means necessary. So I went through all of that, but at a point of my own journey, when I was about to I was thinking about self-deleting as a young person, I had cried out to God and I asked God, I said, God, you gotta do something, because I can't live like this. I can't deal with this. Like, I need to know the truth. If this is just really the way that you feel about this, then, then I'm done, because I can't do this. But if there's something I'm missing, if there's something up in here that has been overlooked, like, you got to give it to me, because this is my last straw. And that same night, I just magically opened up my Bible, and I ended up in the book of Matthews, and I ended up reading this. As soon as I saw the passage, I already knew what was going on. And then I used a Martin Luther concordance, and I just got deep off into the study of eunuch. And then I got on the internet, started Googling eunuchs around the world and different cultures. And Michael, when I tell you that thing saved my life, when I tell you that thing lifted.
Say my name again.
Michael. When I tell you that thing lifted me and saved me, when I tell you I'm for real, I literally felt when I walked away that night with all the information I did and the understanding of what the hell Jesus was talking about and who he was including. I literally felt a vibration lift. It started at my feet. It crawled all the way up my body and out of the top of my head. And it felt like energetic chains being broken off of me. It felt metaphysical and electrical. Like this bondage was just disintegrating off of me. And I never looked back. It wasn't a bitch in heaven or hell who could tell me that Jesus didn't love my gay ass and that who I was did not have its place in the damn kingdom. I rocked and rolled since the age of 19, 20. I've been free since, honey. Like I was on my Lot, honey. When God told Lot, don't look back, nigga. That was me. I ain't looked back not once. That thing set me free, and I know that you are a man of faith in your spirituality, means a lot, and God and all of this. So yes, it's just a lot. I encourage you to just continue to search for the truth, find it for yourself. There is another level of freedom that comes from a truth that you find. You know, somebody can talk to you until they blue in the face, but when you see it, when you experience it, it's just a different type of an awakening.
You stupid.
I'm for real.
Wait a minute, baby mama. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, baby mama. Look. You know, and you what you just said, and that's what made me start laughing and stuff. Because you know, when you be in church and stuff, you know, and that drum, like the choir, that's why you know, that's what I was going to church for. I mean, I was supposed to go for the words, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when the drums and oh Jesus, boom, 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 you know what I'm saying? And that Holy Spirit just, it seemed like conscious boot, you know, the thing just come through your body, you know what I'm saying? It comes through your whole body. I'm like, and I don't know what it is, but people like, Mikey, you got the Holy Ghost, you know. But conscious, hey, what you just described, bro, baby mama, baby daddy, whatever we gonna be in this future thing, you know. Let me get out because I don't want to. But you know what I'm saying. But what I just felt what you said because my dog then kicked over my thing. That's why my internet went off.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, he kicked over my thing. But Conscious, I applaud you, bro. I
No,
mean,
thank you.
are you in a relationship right now?
I'm not. I am single, and I am yeah, I'm single, and just enjoying my time. You know, I think Michael done. Oh, he's still there. Yeah, I'm single and just enjoying my time. You know,
How old are you?
I'm 30. I just turned 37 in November.
Well, you're not that young. I'm how many older? I'm 51, but I still look like 16, right?
And look, Mike, I've always dated men who are older than me. I actually prefer dating older men. I do not like dating younger men.
Oh, wait a minute. Conscious, quit playing with me.
I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I'm for real. I've never even look, I was 16. I was 17 going on 18 when I lost my virginity. Guess how old my boyfriend was?
You're crazy.
Mike. Guess how old my boyfriend was?
How was he, baby?
32 years old.
And you was what?
I was 17 going on 18.
Oh, I bet you had some good vagina and some patience.
I've always had good vagina, okay? And it's still good to this day, honey.
Well, hey, but you know, I prefer giving, but you know, I'm gonna make my partner happy, you know, but it ain't, you know, I like giving, but you know, I mean, you know, I'll satisfy my partner. So we gonna have to see what it make it do, what it do. But you guys to exchange numbers, and so we can do a video chat amongst ourselves. You know what I'm saying? But
well, you got my email. It's consciouztv@gmail.com. Just reach out to me.
Wait a minute. I ain't got it. Hold up.
It's my channel name at gmail.com.
Hold on. Where is it at? Hold on. I got okay. Hold on, Ninja. Yeah. Cause I ain't busting like 10 months. You gonna be like,
why
no.
haven't you missed the sexual part of this conversation, Mike? Because we got into some real freaky shit like 3 hours.
Hell no. What you say, baby?
We went all the way to the dark side. You know, 3 hours ago. You got to catch the replay.
I am, baby, but
I'm
wait a minute. I'm trying. Your thing is going too fast on the bottom of the screen. You know I can't see.
No, it's my channel name. A Conscious TV.
See it. I'm trying to write the shit down.
Well, you subscribe to the channel, so it's just my channel name at gmail.com.
Oh, okay.
It's Consciouztv at gmail.
And we're gonna have to exchange numbers because you know, I mean, I'm.
And guess who else got some real good juicy vagina? It's Reckless. Reckless Logic got juicy vagina.
Who got some good vagina? Hey, if I'm gonna be in a relationship with you, I ain't trying to do no other vagina.
He got a real deep hollow throat.
I like.
He is very.
Are you trying to pimp out Reckless?
And Reckless is very forthcoming and giving with the throat and the vagina.
I like some throat, but I'm like this, Conscious. If I'm messing with you in a relationship, I ain't trying to.
You gotta be fucked up, Conscious. Bitch, you want to pimp me out, bitch.
Yeah.
Girl,
He be advertising like this on Craigslist, so I just bring it. I just give it.
Y'all are funny.
Woke that ass up, didn't it?
But no, I went to the restroom. I just heard, yeah, so Reckless got some. A bitch, no, the fuck, I do not.
So you are not King Throat Chakra on
yes, when I choose to be. I ain't choose to be.
Exactly. That's all I'm doing. Is I'm just giving you some free food promotion. You don't mind me giving free food promotion all the time.
Bitch, pimp yourself. Bitch, do. I don't feel like advertising.
Well, it's not really pimping. It's more like it's more like describing than it is pimping. I'm just describing all your talents. You know, I like to be a supporter friend.
Hell no.
There are different avenues of support. Choose a different one.
Such as telling these men that you have an empty, hollow throat. Yes. Now, Micah, you reach out, you hit me up anytime. Just email me at Consciouztv. Send me a message. I want to encourage you to definitely get back into the therapy. It's important that you do this for yourself. It will make you happier. It will bring you to a greater sense of peace. It is so important that you take care of your mental health because you only have one of them. And this world is going to get more interesting. So, you know, you having as much resolve in your person is super important. And when you're happy, you attract happy people. It makes you better for other people as well as for yourself. So I really, really, really encourage that. And I thank you for your vulnerability tonight as well, because it takes a lot to share something like that, especially as a Black man. You know, Black men are still getting comfortable just talking about sexual abuse and all of that. So it was pretty inspirational for you to share that and for you to open up. And I hope that encourage a lot of other men on this platform to feel safe and to feel brave with sharing that, because we're not alone. We're not alone. More people are alike than not alike. More people have had these experiences than not. And when we start to be honest and we start to be transparent, we really get to see just how much we all have in common. So I thank you for your honesty. And you live in a big ass house, Mike.
No, it's only a 2-bedroom, baby. I had to let him outside because he was getting on my nerves. He need to go do his business. He know he better not do it in here. But yeah, Conscious, we need to do a dating show on your thing, you know, because you know what? Now I'm like this, you know, I don't care who knows, you know what I'm saying? I'm tired of harboring, you know. I mean, if a woman wants to be with me, she needs to know the honest truth about me. You know what I'm saying? So, but I mean,
so do you tell women that you
yeah,
are?
that's by law. You have to tell a woman that you've been in a relationship with a dude. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you don't. It's not a law, Michael. That's not a
I
law.
mean, but I'm just saying. I mean, in my laws.
Okay, okay. In the micro states of America, yes, you have to tell women.
Yeah,
I ain't mad at it.
But I mean, I'm just that type, And so now that I came on here, I'm all across the world. So yes, I've had women, and I'm exploring my what is it? Conscious baby, you're supposed to be helping me out. I'm exploring my what? If I like women and I like men, but I prefer, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, you exploring your sexuality, having a good time figuring you out.
Right,
and women doing it too. Are they out here riding dick and eating coochie trying to figure out what's going on with them too, honey? Like everybody just feeling around trying to figure out what's going on. Ain't nothing wrong with it, honey. This exploration is what makes life very fascinating and interesting. Now, what's your type in women? Like, what type of woman do you typically go for? Like, do you have a type?
I'm gonna tell you this story. My sister's husband's sister. I was the first woman I ever fell in love with. That's back in 2015 when I got my CDL Class B air brake student passenger endorsement on driving the school bus. I was a school bus driver for 6 years. I just didn't go back over the pandemic because them kids wasn't gonna keep. I don't want to be bringing those stuff home to my dogs. You know what I'm saying? So I just didn't go back after the pandemic. So I've been getting my unemployment for the last. I got my money long on as far as the pandemic. Unemployment.
Your business.
I mean, I ain't trying. I ain't. I'm struggling. But I'm not ready to start driving yet. You know what I'm saying? I have a CDL Class B air brake student and passenger endorsement. But I'm just not trying to drive right now. You know what I'm saying? But I got a few more months on my unemployment. I don't, that's what, if I'm gonna be in a relationship, I need to be open and honest, But my sister's husband, when they came down, because my sister's in Texas, and they brought his sister, my sister's husband's sister, the one that, and then my so-called friend, a dude, we grew up together, right? They have Rolls Royces and everything, you know what I'm saying? And she's like, y'all can't tell me nothing about Michael Stovall. I know Michael Stovall, you know what I'm saying? He's a gaff, you know what I'm saying?
Oh.
She's like, yeah. And but this supposed to be my friend. This dude's supposed to be my friend. We grew up together. We all grew up in the neighborhood together, And he gonna tell her, damn you, because she's a bad motor scooter, she's like Rio and all that. She's cold blooded, and I'm kind of, because I raised around all girls,
right?
And she told him, she said, Ninja, it ain't nothing you could tell me about Michael Stovall, And she said, well, you can say what you want to say, but he don't bang me in the bed like he's a gap. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I'm laying all pipe. I'm pretty thin, dude. I ain't gonna be trying to talk about my little swizzle. But but you know what I'm saying? She let him know. And then she came back and told me, Conscious. She came back and she said, that ain't none of your friend. He gonna talk about, and like, I don't know who you are. And I was like, what'd he say, boo? He said that blase skip. I said, well, damn. You already knew all that, didn't you? And she's like, I already know. That's why I was letting him have it. So Conscious, boo, when I brought it to his attention, I'm like, Ninja, you gonna go tell her that, which she already knew. We grew up, me, him, her, we all grew up together in the same neighborhood. And when she told him that, Ninja, ain't nothing you could tell me about Michael Stovall, I knew him like I know you, because we all, she's like a year or two older than me. But she said, when he in the bed, he don't give me that gap spirit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm bang. Remember that one thing? Bang, 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 You know, so
Exactly how reckless like it.
and then let me tell you this, conscious boo. Like I was driving the school bus and like she worked at a liquor store and she got off at 1:30 in the morning. And she'd be like, she called me bring, like 10 minutes before she get ready to get off. Mind you, I got to get up at 3:30, take my shower. I got to be out of here at the first bus stop for the drivers and the bus monitors because I brought the little bus home to pick up the drivers and the bus monitors because, you know, that was one of my job descriptions, you know what I'm saying? So I drive a little bus home and stuff. And then she like, she comes, she's like, baby, I was like, damn, because I knew it was her calling me like 1-something in the morning. I said, what's up, boo? She's like, baby, I'm not going to mama's house tonight. I need you to come pick me up. She said, you need some beer and cigarettes? I said, well, I always need beer and cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just give me, you know. So, she said, well, I got you a 6-pack and a pack of Newports, you know. I was like, I said, okay, baby, you gonna wake me up at 1-something in the morning? I gotta be up at 3:30. You know, this woman loved me. God rest her soul. She passed away 2016. But we reunited in 2015 on Mother's Day because her brother and my sister, her brother and my sister, they married. You know, you know, and so but that's when we first. She said, Michael, I had a crush on you because she saw a crush on that car I was driving. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You know,
crushing on the whip.
Right. But I was like, you know, but she knew everything about me. But dude, it's like it was like me, him, and this girl from that we went to school with. It was me, her, me, Gina, Lisa, and Tang is his name. You know, we all went to school together and stuff, you know, and then he gonna tell me, damn, you, because she's one of the baddest girls in the neighborhood when we was kids, you know. And for her to tell me I had a crush on you, I said, girl, quit lying. You know, you had a crush on this car I just picked you up in. But you know, they was over to when they came back from Texas, you know, I went over to see my mother on Mother's Day. My sister came down to give my mother now my mother's up there in Texas with my sister. She's taking care of my mother. And so when she come down her and she's like, she said, Michael, I'm like, damn. Then she's like, I had a crush on you. And we go. So now they brought her down for that, but she's from my city. And so I'm like, all right. So we had jam-packed ever since then. And she said, you know, Tang, you know, my hater, I thought was my friend, this dude, you know, we in the neighborhood and stuff. You know, he's like, you know, he woo-wop, gay and whatever, you know what I'm saying? And she said, ain't nothing you can tell me about Michael Stovall. I already know Michael Stovall. Ain't nothing you can say about Michael Stovall. I already know, Ninja. So, you know, you need to clean the cobwebs out of your closet. Yeah. So, y'all, it was just, you know, and yeah, I'm glad y'all having this thing tonight because it's really making me feel good. You know, and we need to have this platform just so y'all know that just because a man look like a man don't mean he is a man. I mean, he's a man, but you know, he needs to be open and honest about who he's banging. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm flirting with Conscious. You know what I'm saying? I like.
They already blaming me for the gay agenda, Michael, and you ain't making it no better. Okay, I had stealing these women's men's and stuff. You know, this is what they think. This, you know, this definitely what reckless do. You know, but you know, I just be about my business. But
I mean, I'm just saying, but ladies, y'all need to know. I mean, it is what it is. Y'all women's out there doing the same thing. So why can't a man, you know?
Exactly. So why you think that there's a double standard? Why you think that women do not like dating a bisexual man, but men, you know, will date a bisexual woman?
I'll marry one.
You hold on. You married to a bisexual woman?
No, I said I would marry one. I was just playing. I'm just talking shit.
And Red Clark jump in there and say something very hypersexual. What is it, Red Clark?
And then if Conscious and I ever got, if Conscious and I had got married or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I'm just talking, you know what I'm saying?
We can bring a woman into the bedroom.
Huh?
I said we could bring a woman into the bedroom.
That's what I'm talking about. Because at least they would know. But Conscious, you get mad if I was putting all this wood in that woman, baby.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna be recording and directing. I got stuff to do in that bedroom.
That's what I'm talking about. See, women, that's the.
I'm not territorial, Michael. I like open. I'm into like polygamy and polyamory, so I don't even mind. I don't even mind my man. Like my boyfriend can have a boyfriend. I'm with all that.
Also, if I'm putting all this wood in her, and then I'll be like, all right, Conscious, nigga, come on, let me get some of that vagina, nigga. I'ma bang the shit out that motherfucker. But that's why, you know, I mean, I'm just being honest.
So why would I be jealous? And I know that I'm gonna get my turn on the Ferris wheel too.
You crazy. You crazy. I like you, Conscious, but I got your thing. I'm gonna send you email so I can give you my phone number.
Okay, yes. Email me, but Michael, you still never told us what your type of guy is and what your type of girl is. So what type of woman do you typically find yourself attracted to? Are you into darker skinned women? Are you into white women? Are you into slender women? Are you into voluptuous women? Are you into big girls? Do you like them all natural? Do you like them weavelicious? Do you like what's your type?
I'm gonna say this. A vagina is a vagina. Okay. So I don't have no preference on long as I bust, you know what I'm saying?
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. As long as I bust, because if you could take all this, I mean, I ain't the biggest one in the world, but I've never had no disappointments, you know what I'm saying? But I don't discriminate against no vagina. Let me let him back in. Hold on, Conscious. I let him back in. Hold on. Let the dog back in here.
I might keep it simple, honey. He said he ain't high maintenance like y'all, baby. He ain't got all these damn preferences and shit, honey. A human is a human, honey. Okay? An adult is an adult, honey. Okay, that's what it's given, girl. He don't even complicate the waters like that.
Hold on, let me I put my church finger up. Hold on, Conscious.
You know, see, Michael is inspiring the word to be simplistic, baby. See, that's how half of y'all won't be lonely as hell if y'all got like Michael, baby, and just calm down on all them ridiculous standards, honey, and just be what you are. Just be with an adult, baby. Okay. Who got a little bit of Jesus in them, got a decent credit score, and love your ratchet ass to death, baby. That's all you need, okay? It's love and a little bit of Jesus. I like that. It's been a long time. We come up here, girl, I got to deal with people, girl, they don't want to date a bisexual, honey. They don't want to date a Toyota Camry, honey. They don't want to date girl, they don't want to be on the bus, honey. They don't, girl, your chromosomes got to be right, bitch. Your blood type got to be like this, child. You got to have stainless steel kitchen appliances and shit, girl. It's been a long time since I just heard somebody not give a fuck about none of that shit, okay? Just give me a person, honey.
Okay. Conscious.
Oh my God, Conscious, you're hilarious.
I'm just saying. It's been a long time since I just heard somebody who done transcended this construct. I'm
Camry is crazy.
Well, I'm impressed. I'm trying to get to this man level. I want God to free me like this. Free me, God.
Cause you gotta see my washboard on my stomach.
Oh, well, we gonna
we
gonna save the state. We gonna save the stomach for later.
Look, I ain't gonna show you now. I ain't gonna get to a channel, so I'm just gonna show you my stomach.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand up and show you my stomach.
Okay, got a little 60 pack, got a little 4-pack hard. Okay. Hey.
Shut up.
Okay, so now you working with a with an old 6-pack, Mike. Okay, so you giving it up. So once again, okay, so you don't have a type for a woman. What would you say? What's your type in guys?
I mean, long as he ain't, I don't, you know, I don't receive.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Unless,
So,
you know,
you gotta be a taker. Okay.
Yeah, I ain't into receiving though. I mean, I'll give it all to you. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just not. I don't, because it hurts me to poop. You know what I'm saying? But who's to say? You know, but you know, I'm just not into that, right? You know. But you know,
everybody, everybody like it how they like it. It's fine. Okay, so long as he is willing to be submissive sexually, that's really your only requirement. So you don't have anything. I mean, anything else you like? Ain't no other attribute.
I mean, I love some good head.
Okay, I mean, we know that you love all for sure. Most men like head. Hold on, let me ask the men on the panel. IG. Well, I know that reckless like to give head. IG.
What's up, bro?
Red. Do y'all like head?
Hell, motherfucker, y'all like head.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like to give. I like to give it and receive it. Both genders.
Hey man, I here doing the Lord's work. IG. God bless you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, you'll be surprised. Cause see, people think by curiosity seem to just work in one direction. It worked for me in a way to. I was sexually attracted to males first. I've always been emotionally and intellectually attracted to females. That was never a hard thing for me. But it's just I don't know. I had to get outside of the ideal of what everybody else say it is for you to have a sexual relationship with a female and have my own, my own thing. And I mean, I never was just like anti woman's body sexually. I didn't have to scratch my head and be like, okay, well, I'm gonna say this like this. I always, when I looked at heterosexual porn, I mean, yeah, I would look at the male part, but I'm not gonna lie, like, why her shit look like that on his dick though? Like, why that shit look like lotion? Why does that shit look like it feel good? Even though it wouldn't be a thing that I was thinking about at the moment, but it wouldn't be far fetched as to me as I could be like, I can see why a man might, wanna, do that. And then since I've tried it for myself to figure out that okay, that's what it's about, not based off of I'm having this sexual act so I can be accepted. No, within my own curiosity, I wanted to, do that thing, and now I'm an extra nasty ass nigga now as a result.
ain't nothing wrong with it, man.
No.
Because I went or I died. So Otto, you like deep throating too?
Huh?
Does your girl have to have a hollow throat? And you like head too?
Oh, it would be nice. It's not required, but it would be nice.
So what is a requirement for you?
Has she ever tickled up under your nuts with her tongue?
Haven't had that.
Otto, you haven't lived. How old are you, Otto?
I'm 30.
How the hell y'all 30 and y'all ain't had somebody lick all over y'all body?
I'm not gonna cap. I'm not gonna cap.
What happens to your body if somebody can lick all over it?
No, I'm not gonna cap. A lot of I might get flack for this, or a lot of people might think I'm wrong. I know I ain't crazy. A lot of women are not really.
I know what you about to say.
A lot of women don't really. It's like they either they haven't done it a lot, so they're not good. Or it's like I don't know. I can't explain it.
What the women's community can
I
learn from the gay.
appreciate the fact that she's doing it though. I'm that type.
You haven't found the right woman.
Okay. See, a red said he
I know I was
appreciates
gonna
the
say
effort.
that.
Okay.
I know somebody's gonna say that, but
I enjoy.
I see the post and stuff. Like I see women, doing examples and stuff like that. but
Let me
I
tell
never
you.
ran into it. I
Let,
never ran
So
into
it's funny, y'all. I have heard that cis women are terrible at head.
let me tell
That's,
you something right quick.
Some of
I
Hey,
heard that too.
hey.
I would
That's
argue with you, but I ain't trying
yeah,
to sit up
not this
here
one.
and prove myself to you
Not
because
this one.
I ain't doing all that.
Not
You
this
wanna
of
one.
run
course.
you wanna run that throat any other time, Presley. This is a perfect time to open to use your mouth.
Listen.
Nah,
Hey,
I've been quite literally. Y'all see I run my mouth a lot, but I be on mute most of the time, so I don't get where y'all get that from.
you. Girls, I be on mute most
Listen,
of the time.
baby, I'm gonna tell you something. Being experienced in the game for some years, baby, I'm gonna tell you how to give a ninja some good head and some throat. You know what you do? You take his
I don't need to learn. I swear I don't.
listen,
I
baby,
don't.
listen. You take his nutsack and you lift him up and you tickle up under there with your tongue. And this is how you know if the ninja is gay or not. You know, once you put your tongue up under it, you get up under this, up under to that hole. He's gonna smack the mess out of you. Be like, oh, I like that. Start riding your tongue, baby. That's how you know if the ninja's, you know, a twinkle toes or not. But that turns.
No.
That's not how you tell. That's literally
You just said you ain't know nothing about that landscape, Presley.
That's not what I said. I said I'm not gonna get up here and try to prove myself to people who are
No, it's
doubting
like
cis
You come
women.
on,
That's
like
not
this.
what I'm
Like,
here
see
for.
me,
Hey,
I
baby
get
girl, if you want to keep your man, baby girl, if you want to keep your man, I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, baby, I'm
Okay.
telling you, if
no.
you want to keep your man, what one won't do, the other one will. You know, go on and tickle up under them
I'm
nuts.
sure your advice is great for other people. I don't need it.
I
Okay.
feel like with me, it's like it's a difference. Like me, I like, for lack of a better word, I take pride in what the fuck I'm doing. But it's like a lot of females, it's like they doing it just because it's a part of foreplay, and they trying to hurry up and get it over with. It's like it's like sometimes it's not even enjoyable. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. We ain't gotta do all that.
Oh shit.
Jay Maria, stop playing in the comments talking about Presley and Michael Love connection. Why are you playing? I've been on mute
Well,
most of this.
It's that
Stop.
bad. Otto?
dang, yeah. Like, is it
damn,
is
Otto.
well? Because here's the thing.
So what?
But I
I
feel
said,
auto
damn.
like
Oh,
I'm
you know,
What?
hold on, wait. Hold on. What y'all probably are getting, y'all getting girlfriend head. See,
nah, like
she telling y'all if y'all want top tier top,
Not a had good hit. I'm
y'all
saying
want
majority of the
it's
females are like
tiers.
that.
It's tiers to this thing, baby. Okay. You gonna get
yeah.
girlfriend head. Okay. That's an encounter of the first kind. And then when you get engaged, you get fiance head, which is an encounter of the second kind. And then when she wife, you get no head because she ain't got nothing else to prove beyond that point.
But look, all right, look.
shit.
If she can't give you some Mary had a little lamb on your nuts, you need to get rid of her.
Oh my god. No, like no, but I also think
the pendulum swings.
but here's the thing. Everything in all fairness though, I think what it is that you probably haven't come across females who enjoys doing it because
That's what I meant.
Right.
because
That's what I
there are
said. That.
things, you know what I'm saying,
I
because
love them.
every man, I'm sure ladies, you can tell a difference when a man is down there and he really
Enjoying
enjoys
what
what
the fuck
he's
going on.
doing. Same thing, because I'm gonna tell you this now, there are every nigga can't suck dick. I'm gonna just tell y'all the truth. I done had some terrible ass head for some dudes. So I be like, damn, if that's how you doing your dick, that's why the skin raw off that motherfucker. No, that ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? So it's an enjoyment. I think it's in the energy of people if they really enjoy the hack because
Hey, you have to caress the dick. You know, you
I
have to
mean, but
caress the dick.
but because here's the thing though. I'm just gonna say this, right? Like, if you really like eating, well, I'm gonna just put myself out there. If the pussy really good to you and you eating it, when the shit is good to me, my dick is right hard. It's the same thing with a nigga. The booty good, my shit rock hard while I'm eating it. And I would think that there are certain females also too. If she is into it, baby, then by the time it's gonna be like TLC, just stick to the lakes, to the rivers that you used to, because that's what it's gonna be. If
Yes,
she's
Lord.
really, really, really into it with you. I mean, I'm just,
Preach.
you know what I'm saying? And then if you are having sex to where you're paying
That's some of that
attention.
New Orleans booty,
Yeah,
baby.
yeah, baby, but you guys to pay attention to, regardless of your partner. If you're the type of person like I would like this, myself as, I'm more turned on by the fact I'm paying attention to your body, regardless of the sex that I'm engaging with. I'm paying attention to the body. I'm paying attention to the flow. I'm paying attention to the moisture that's happening naturally. I'm looking at your face. I'm feeling the body. I'm paying. You got to pay attention to the. If you really into the sex. Let me stop. Let me shut the fuck up. I'm just saying.
And it's a shame that adults don't even know basic sex one-on-one IG. It's a shame that most people don't even know what you're talking about. It should be common fucking sexual
Conscious. I thought you was a lady. I said I was about to say I know
a lady.
I thought you was a lady. I said, oh, that sounds like she got some good pussy. When you were just talking, I said I thought that was somebody else.
I'm a Scorpio, Mike. All Scorpios have that drip. Like sexuality is a Scorpio's like second nature. Like literally, I think we're governed by sex, power, and
fighting.
Huh?
And fighting.
You said fighting.
Is it fighting?
Yeah.
We still that fight, but we're not governed.
When was the last time you gave some good throat to a man that loved you for it?
Well,
I said some good throat, not some head. Throat.
Okay, so about throat. Because I've entered into kingship, I really only receive head at this point. But the last time I gave throat, so there's a particular concubine that I have, and he like when we get up, I have to clear the neighbors and tell them to go grocery shop because we about to clear the block when he come through, because we just do each other dirty bad when it comes to all of that. So that probably was the last time, and I think that was probably in November. And things got very Cardi B-ish on the set of WAP.
Oh, okay. So, what? But how big is your penis and how big is his penis? Because it's got to be, because when I say get throat, you got to be able to take. I mean, something that's gonna go down to through your esophagus and down to like your chest. I'm giving some good heat.
You definitely have to have a length, and you have to have girth. If you want a certain type of experience. I'm not about to give out our inches. That's for y'all to find out personally. Okay. But it's always a choking session.
Oh,
I'll just say that much.
Do everybody
because I like to not breathe.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can.
And I also like my partners to be somewhere in between the life and death experience as well.
Oh my! But
do people on this panel be having sex, y'all?
Yeah.
Do y'all? For real? Because y'all talk like y'all ain't had no like.
I ain't had no sex in some months, y'all, and I'm tired of playing with my shit by myself.
That's right.
Y'all talking like virgins for real.
No,
I'm being real with y'all.
I'm tired of jaying this motorcycle.
Okay, Presley. So who dick is you sucking from the back?
Not Presley. Head food in charge.
I got a nice. I said y'all.
Presley acting like she got damn Pamela Anderson on this bitch. So who dick you sucking from the back, Presley?
I'm not
Oh, that's a
acting
good
like Pamela.
sucking, baby. That's a good sucking from the back.
Since you
Listen,
talking like you Janet Jackman, what
I'm not.
popping you doing in the bedroom?
No,
I'm
if
not.
you talking about sucking penis from the back, she called.
I have not talked about any
I
of
want
that
some of
at
that head.
all.
Hey,
I
baby, baby,
How you know what we
baby,
sound like? How about you give it
I
up?
want some of that.
I wasn't talking
Conscious,
about you,
if you
Conscious.
talking about
I'm just.
penis,
We
that's
asking
some
you
good
about your
head.
Gemini. So what type of canker balls is you shoved up in yourself?
I am not talking
Do you
about
get rim
that.
jobs for Presley? Like, would you ever give a red clock a rim job?
I'm not talking about my sex. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I don't think.
That's some good head. And then when you can fart in her face,
one of my concubines, he loves getting his dick sucked from the back.
Conscious, wait a minute, Conscious, wait.
I ain't talking about that.
When you get some dick, when you get your dick sucked from the back, you fart in her face. That's some good head.
Bitch, that's a fight.
No, that's some
Not
good
a
head.
fight.
Cause she made you poop in her face. That's some good head, baby.
Wow.
That's a fight. Not a man queef.
Wow. Women, so there you go, honey. That's a sign that your man is satisfied, baby. Is if you throw a good one in your face, honey. Okay?
Hell.
From the bike
of the bus. Okay?
Y'all got Storm. You be having Storm Norman on here. Storm.
Of course.
Hey, Storm. Y'all be farting in folks' mouth on some Charlemagne-ish.
Storm said that he's gonna be doing all that on his OnlyFans and stuff. He's gonna be upside down and stuff.
But is he? I want to ask you this question, baby, because I follow. I mean, I ain't watched him in a minute, but you know, but do he? Is he? What? Because I think he's got a. What is he? Is he straight? Is he? Because I came out tonight letting y'all know I don't give a what people think about me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So is he
straight?
He's straight.
Cool.
I think about Storm.
Yeah, is he straight?
Yeah. Storm is a heterosexual man with a big ass 9.5-inch dick that he gonna put the good use on OnlyFans. Just go check him out at Tatted Nerd over on Twitterations, honey. He be showing all the bulging through polyester towels and stuff, child.
Do he show his booty though?
I don't think Storm has. Storm, have you showed your cakes yet? Is you gonna be throwing your ass in a circle like CJ Entertainer did on Neighborhood Talk?
He said he like effing in front of her. He looked like he got some good booty.
He said it's not 9.5. It's 10. My bad. 10.
That's
10,
little. That's
10 hole.
Oh,
yeah, that's a love rod.
Yeah, that's
a wand.
He ain't working with nothing, baby. Do he get his booty blew up in? Cause I'd eat that nigga's ass.
Okay, so Storm, do you like people to blow? Storm, do you like people to blow in?
Oh my
God. Okay, hold on. So let me ask Storm. Storm,
he look like he got some good
do you like
booty,
Storm? Storm, do you like people to blow in your booty hole?
That nigga look like he got some good ass. I'll fuck the shit out of Storm.
Hold on, Storm. But why would you show? But why would you show the cake but not holes, Storm? Why would
that nigga?
The hole is the best part of the cake.
I just jack off in his face first, and I said, nigga. He looked like he got some good booty though. Hey, Stormy, I'll give you this black.
Stormy, what,
nigga?
Why y'all we want to turn my Storm into a bottom at that? Why Storm can't be the dominant one at least?
Somebody said said Michael's an STD walking or some shit. Girl, you ain't even bitch. I always use a condom. But Storm looks like he got some good ass. I'll fuck the shit out of Storm.
Wow.
If we can get a producer to do like a video. hey, Compton. If we could get somebody to do a video with me and him, because he looks like a straight film. You know what I'm saying?
Storm?
Yeah. That nigga.
A straight femme?
Yeah, I jack that nigga off and fuck him dead in his ass. He look like he got some good
Oh
pussy.
my
I
God.
didn't say pussy, I said pussy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Michael wanna bully you.
I will pass her. Nigga, he talking about I will pass her. Nigga, you look like you got some good ass. I'll fuck the shit out of you. I know you.
I think you got your first piece of content, Storm, for fans only.
Yeah.
Come on, collaboration.
Storm look like he got some good ass.
Oh my God.
Storm. He showing that little old pecker. Nigga, I got a 1970s 56 dick nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I'll fuck
That's aggressive.
Storm.
Baby, take some water.
Storm look like he got some good ass though. I'll fuck Storm. Yeah. I ain't
Oh my God, that's the key.
Storm says, Michael, this is not prison and you ain't the booty warrior.
Oh, good. This is the key.
He been the first one I grabbed out when I was in prison. During them 11 years, 2 months, when they walked down the walkway and Storm come down that mother. I been called dead on that nigga.
Hold on. We're not gonna skip past that. You did what? How many years?
11 years, 2 months, and as soon as that nigga walked down the walk, I said, "That's man right."
It all makes sense.
Why were you in prison for 11 years, Michael?
Aggravated assault. This dude tried to rob me, and I saw him again, and I got back at him. You know.
And they gave you 11 years for retaliation?
No. Listen, I had probation for 5 years probation. I didn't walk down the probation because I was young. I was only 24. You know, so I'm not that person anymore. So don't hold that against me. You know. But when I was in prison, you know how when they first come in off the yard and stuff, and you got them dudes walking down the thing, I'll be like, nah, nigga, that's man right there. You know what I'm saying? One that looked like Storm. I'll be like, I've been put some Zuzus and wham whams on his bed because he was coming to my cell anyway. I said, I want him right there. And I'll be like, and he be ate a Snicker bar, you know, because they hungry because they didn't eat nothing but a bologna sandwich for 2 days, you know, transferring and stuff. I'll be like, I want that one right there, you know.
Wait, so you're admitting you're a predator, and now that you're out, you're trying to predatorize Storm? Like, you're out. You ain't gotta do that no more.
Oh Lord, that's
No, remember.
He wanna feed Storm a bologna sandwich.
Right now, listen. Remember on that Friday movie?
Don't you ever get your ass locked up, baby? You're done for. You're done.
Yeah,
You could literally get consensual sex. You ain't gotta do all this. Seriously, it could be consensual. You ain't gotta do.
If you think that Michael is bad, you ain't heard the man cave. If you ain't never heard the way that men talk about sexivity with women. This ain't nothing compared. This ain't nothing compared to what men's spaces sound like about sex. It's pretty pornographic, sis.
Nigga said he was gonna take Storm out with a Snickers. You heard me? Was
He wants to look him dead in his eyes while he take his innocence.
Damn, for Snickers, for a whole Snickers. Is it a king size Snickers or the regular size Snickers?
I would have just gave him a regular size Snicker.
Yeah, because he got the king size for Storm. So he don't need nothing but a regular.
As far as putting it on his bunk, when he coming to my cell, you know, you give him like a soup, you know, the Roma noodle soups, and then give him like a honey bun and a Snicker bar. And if he gonna come in there and eat it. And then when I come back off a wreck or whatever, but like, damn nigga, where my shit that was on my bunk? Man, I didn't take that out. Nah, yes, you did. You owe for that. You know what I'm saying? That's how the penitentiary game goes, you know? But yeah, he wouldn't last in the penitentiary, baby. I'm just saying.
You're not there no
no,
more.
sir. He fast.
He fast? No, he didn't. That nigga hungry because I'm telling you, if you going from You know, because you ain't gonna eat one of them sandwiches that they didn't gave you in your sack lunch. They didn't squirted calm and everything in that mayonnaise.
Ooh.
You ain't gonna eat that sandwich. You gonna want that Snicker bar, sir.
Thank you for telling me that, because I didn't know that that's what they was doing to the bologna sandwich.
Yeah.
Wow. Jesus. My God. That is, you've lived a very full life, Michael.
I have, boo. But Storm looked like he got some good booty. That's boy pussy. They call that boy pussy in the penitentiary.
Are you subscribed to Storm?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever joined his panels?
Yeah, I joined a couple of times. I ain't, you know, Storm, I ain't trying. I apologize, Storm. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't never gave me no up. You know what I'm saying? But y'all, my channel is Michael Stovall Hour. You know, come over here and check me out. I don't do this. I'm just messing around, but because I done had me a couple of cocktails. But
there ain't nothing wrong with it. And Storm is with all the nasty men. He come over here acting conservative, but he ratchet.
But hey, I'm gonna tell you one thing. He's gorgeous, you know. But I'm just making fun, Storm. I ain't, you know, because I ain't dragging you or nothing like that. But I'm just saying, if you were in the penitentiary that I was in, you wouldn't have made it, and I would have saved you.
That's exactly why Storm do the right thing in life.
Yeah, that's good.
The sole reason that keeps him from breaking the law.
Yeah, but make sure you pay your taxes on your cash apps and stuff, so you don't end up going to the penitentiary. You know, because he's prime meat right there. That boy's gorgeous. He's gorgeous now. I ain't gonna take that from him. He's gorgeous. Look at them lips on that ninja. He got some pretty lips. And but you know, I'm just messing with you, Storm. But yeah, I'm subscribed to your channel. Shout me out, Michael Stovall Hour Ninja. You know what I'm saying? But don't ever go to the penitentiary, Storm, because you beautiful, Ninja. You beautiful. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm making fun and laughing.
I think if he wasn't sure, I think after tonight, he's pretty sure he's never going to break the law.
I hope he don't, because look at them lips on him, Conscious. Look at his lips. He got some pussy lips. Look at him. Them some good lips.
It's hard. Storm reminds me of a brother. It's hard. I cannot see him in sexual positions.
No, baby, them the main ones, baby.
Michael, you ain't confused.
Nah, I like
it. He wasn't confused. He ain't confused at all, honey. He confused when he want to be confused.
But he got some, baby girl, he got some pussy lips. Hey, y'all.
Hey, I said that this is exactly why he hides his lips.
Hell no.
But we're gonna wrap it up, Michael. I want to thank you for being here. I will be checking out your channel and everything. You seem to be a really nice person who's lived a very interesting life. I encourage you to continue to share your story on the internet, honey. You know, internet is all about these intersectional existences. Is what makes the world of social media so very fascinating.
Shout my channel out.
Yes, it's Michael Stovall.
Owl.
Owl? Like
Stovall Hour, like the town.
Oh, hour. Okay, Michael Stovall Hour.
Yeah, yeah. And then I'm gonna email you so I can talk to you.
Okay. And how often do you produce content? Like, are you on a regular schedule or?
Yeah, I normally come on 8 Central Standard Time, my time. That's like, you know, but this is draining, y'all. I mean, it's draining.
Well, it just depends on what type of topics, you know. More serious topics definitely pull on you.
Yeah, I'll be doing like more on Shanquella Robinson, you know, stuff like that, you know, because we still need to keep that out in the open, you know. And that just go off the top of my head. Most of the time, we just talk about they be coming up. I have an older audience. And we might talk about health foods. Like they be like, "Well, what you cooking today?" I got me some collard greens, and you know, because I had an older crowd, you know, and it's amazing. Go check me out, though.
Yes, and we will. Michael Stovall Hour on YouTube. Okay, well, hit me up, Mike, and thank you for being here. I appreciate you, sir. You're amazing.
All right, make sure I got your thing.
Yes, it's Consciouztv at Gmail. You can't lose it. If you know my channel name, then all you gotta do is just add the Gmail to it. Consciouztv at Gmail. That's all.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mike. That was Stovall, you guys. This has been a very interesting 8-hour ride, and this video wasn't even supposed to be about nothing but ratchet and the damn ghetto trap side of YouTube. But it ended up being about niggas throwing their ass in a circle and Black women turning down dating feminine heterosexual men and socializations and Michael Stovall fucking the shit out of Storm with his eyes wide open. And yeah, I mean, it got very, very intersectional, y'all.
Eyes wide shut. He had us up here thinking he was confused. That nigga ain't confused.
Y'all funny, bro.
Red,
Man,
how you feel about how you feel about 8 hours? Where's your brain after it's all said and done?
man, like, oh no, bro. That's why I just been quiet. I just been listening because I don't know. I've been everywhere, bro. Like, I don't know. Like that's how I feel. Like, oh, like I'm still processing what the fuck, bro. Because we didn't even talk. Like I came in on the bullshit to do. You know the video you was showing, like, you know, like, sheesh.
No, I love that you gonna hold me down in the club and root me on when I am throwing this ass in a circle in the club.
Yeah, I'm like, do your thing, man. Do your thing. You know, like, yeah. I probably not. You know, I
Look,
probably
I
not.
feel like
I ain't gonna hold
Red.
your hair because I don't want to. You know, like I don't know how. You know, I don't want to pull it. Like
Oh, trust me,
I don't
this
want to.
here,
Like you
this
going
hair
case.
ain't
I don't
going.
want to be
This hair
responsible
ain't
for nothing
going.
like
It
that.
ain't going nowhere. This hair ain't
But
going
I'll
nowhere.
egg you on, my nigga. I'm like, hey man, hey, do it. Yeah, you know, just as if it was another homeboy that was, you know, turn up to some trap shit or whatever, some shit he like, you know.
Look, I feel like we came here and we got one time to do this. One time, like I do believe in reincarnation, but I do only have one time to be CTV. My next incarnation clearly is not going to be as CTV, just like your next incarnation will not be as Red Clark. And the same thing for Breeze and IG and Presley. We only got one time as these personalities in these bodies. And I am going to turn this shit out personally. Like, I'm at the point of my life where I just want to live. Like, I don't have no more fucks to. I spent 37 years giving a fuck. I'm going to spend the next 37 not giving a damn. And I even appreciate Mike, like, because you know what Mike Stovall represented? He represented the fullness of the human experience. People are not one way. You can be a victim of abuse who also has a personal life, who has a sex life, who has lived a full life. You've made your mistakes. You've loved. You've hated. You've hurt it. That's the human experience. It's all of that. It's all of that. And I want this channel to be a representation of the entirety of humanity. And it humanizes the shit out of everybody. So I like that he transitioned all throughout the commentary and we was able to peel back these layers. And I don't know, I'm much more interested in just how interesting human beings are. People are very interesting, y'all. People are very interesting.
Yeah, I wanted to. I was listening earlier when you guys were talking, or when you all were talking about like women being interested in feminine men. And I know you're wrapping it up, but I wanted to share really quick. I was actually friends with a guy who I thought was gay for a while, and then I found out he wasn't. So I don't know if that was like God trying to, tell me just because you think someone's a certain way because he hit on me. And I can't remember if we went past a certain point, but yeah, I definitely had a period in my life where I was attracted to feminine seeming guys. So that's definitely not far fetched. No, no, yeah. So I wanted to throw that in, but I was running around and I didn't want to put feedback into the panel. But yeah, and I'm a pretty, stereotypical cis, attractive woman. So yeah, I thought that was interesting, but I'm also pretty fluid, so I'm not.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
So would you ever?
No, well, you know what? And that's really interesting because I always, it's a thing where the feminine part of you as a cisgendered woman could be attracted to the feminine parts within the male that you see. And anatomy wise, you can say it's still a opposite sex loving relationship, but that doesn't necessarily have to be a traditional thing. You could be attracted to the feminine expression in a masculine body. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times with even women who aren't necessarily masculine presenting, that's possible for them to be attracted within the feminine and the masculine, what they see within each other. They might very much like, a female or feminine presenting presentation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're only limited to the feminine expressions of who they are. They just like the masculine expression coming from a feminine entity. So I don't think it's far fetched when you are seeing that part that a man has that is feminine. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's not a man. It just means that he can be more sensitive in the sense of relating to your femininity, which can be hot. It can be something not just sexually arousing, but mentally pleasing as well.
Oh yeah, no, he definitely when it was time to, do what he wanted to do and or, I guess approach me in that way sexually, it's that pheromone thing that you're talking about. So the natural sexual roles come into play when it's time. So
Right.
but
Exactly.
It all falls into place, baby.
And I just want to point out the elephant in the room. This panel, we all call out the Dusties in sheep's clothing. Now, although he had a troubled past, like most dudes who abuse people have troubled past, I'm just like Michael was literally a Dusty in sheep's clothing. Can we not call that out? Am I wrong for calling that out?
I think
That
Am I
man
wrong
came
for
up here.
that?
That man came up here and bared his soul.
Yeah.
And so do most abusers. Tori was apologizing, talk about his dead
How
mama.
is he? Hold on.
R. Kelly talked about his
What's making you
his
classify him as an
sister.
abuser? Or
Not
the way he
not
spoke about
necessarily
Thorn?
not necessarily an abuser. I said a Dusty in sheep's clothing.
How is he a Dusty though?
Because he showed his true colors at the end.
What was the true colors though?
He came out, he talked about him being a victim of predatory behavior, and then came out and said that and showed predatory behavior, and then was joked it off like, oh, I'm actually not like that, I'm just joking, which
Maybe
is
he
what
actually was
most
joking. The
people
man said he
do.
was joking. So
But
we
that's
can't
what
pick.
most of them do.
Well, yeah.
If we call it out all the time, I'm just saying, just because we saw the progression does not mean that we can't call him out
He
either.
was talking to Storm Monroe. Storm Monroe
Ah.
is a over the top commentator who entertains for a living and has crass a crash sense of humor as well. So he was just returning energy. He was matching energy for energy. Storm is not the Virgin Mary on YouTube. Storm gets into things, okay?
I know
So
Storm
he
is
was
not the Virgin Mary.
it was
I'm
just
just
energy. It was
saying.
just, and I don't think we should project into it. He was matching energy. Storm enjoyed the banter, and Storm is with all the shits, and Michael was with the shits, and it's so let's just have enjoyed it for the sake of what it was meant to be, entertainment. For Jesus' sakes,
Yeah.
it's
It's like it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't. And if you know what it is, you don't have to harp on what you feel it ain't. You see what I'm saying? It's like,
man was
all
just being
right, if
himself and
you,
having fun with Storm in the chat.
you
Yes,
know,
it was over the top, but what the hell is not over the top on these YouTube streets? It's all crazy as hell.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, cause I mean, I kind of felt he was joking. That's why
You
I
got
was even.
IG up here talking about moist booty holes. You got
But
Yeah, but that's
Memphis. I
different
mean,
though.
everybody was giving it up on the platform. I'm talking about a harem of niggas I got and concubines. I see everybody was giving up
That's
posts up
different.
there.
yeah, the verbiage was
Everybody else's
crazy.
was different though. Like there's like a different energy. You feel energies. Like everybody else that was talking about
I
their
didn't feel
sex life,
that.
it was
I
like a
didn't.
different energy. Like everybody was like joking and like playing around, and then Michael came in here all serious, and then
And
all of
then
a
he
sudden,
got comfortable because that's what happens in a safe space. People get comfortable and they beat themselves. And he
Yeah.
also said he had
oh,
some
I
drinks.
know.
He got lit and he was just having fun. It's late
It's
and he
also
got
been 10
comfortable.
months. He said it's been 10
It's
months,
been
so he
10
was
months.
Yeah.
reminiscing
Ooh,
Yeah, we
All
can't
of
right,
the
leave
let me
out
baby, he
that
just.
though.
backed
All
up.
right.
Ooh, baby, he backed up. You heard me? Like, ooh, Lord have mercy. I remember going that long. Like, so, oh, baby, he backed up too. So, you know, I appreciate the human experience. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was directing his energy toward anyone that isn't age appropriate. Everybody on this panel, you know, especially Storm, he's almost 30. It wasn't like he did with a teeny bopper. No, you know, I'm sure, you know, Mr. Monroe got enough hair on his nuts to be able to reject somebody. You know what I'm saying? That he don't want to be bothered with, you feel me? So
Girl, Storm had blew up an air mattress and showed y'all what he was working with, honey, in a hotel, honey. Bust every combination of split they was, honey, while rapping to Jocelyn Hernandez hit single, It's My Birthday, or whatever the fuck that song was. It's My Birthday Money. What's
hmm
some ratchet ass song you came up with, child? But that was the perfect damn opponent for Storm. Just like when Storm came on this bitch and battled is a Auntie J ass, honey, and they slayed and dragged each other to the goddamn outer limits, honey. And people thought that exchange was crass. It was iconic. It's just it was iconic. Okay, but yeah, men and they sex talk is very brutal and lacks much virtue half the time. Honey. It's very pornographic and hardcore in nature.
mhm.
And it was clash of the masculine forces, honey. But anyway, anybody got any last words before we wrap up here? I want to thank you, Breeze, for coming up. I'm so glad that you joined and helped when Mike went into his experience and all of that. You did superb. You did so well, and I thank you for helping to hold the space and to provide feedback. It was really dope.
I tried. I tried. He had other things on his mind though. I thought we could have maybe ended or ended the healing session a little bit more solid, but you know, he
Yes.
where he wanted to go real quick, and I'm okay with that.
he got comfortable. He got drinks. He started feeling at home, and
What took his shoes
I
off?
think,
Man.
yeah, I think that is a good thing though. Like that was a
For
good thing
sure.
because he was super nervous and super had super
Mhm.
anxiety being up here at first, and so he relaxed. That's the energy of the platform, honey. Like people be themselves. People take their hair all the way down. And
Yeah.
Prince, all about it, honey. She up on this bitch being herself all the time, even though she knows she get disbarred by 90% of the live chat. It don't keep her ass from coming over here being her damn self. She be
It sure don't.
exactly. So, everybody shows up, honey.
Well,
And
good night, everyone, and
thank
thank
you,
you all.
Bree. I appreciate you,
Good
boo.
night.
Presley, final words, girl. What's tea?
My final words are, even though y'all, I like, even though y'all think that I am being Presley or whatever, and y'all talk crap about me or whatever, I don't care. I still think that he is a. I think that he's a predator in sheep's clothing. That's my
Okay,
opinion.
Presley.
All
Good night, girl. Okay, we just cleared all that up, shy. We're gonna end on a high note, baby. IG, final words, boo. You slate tonight as always, coming through with the New Orleans, with the Louisiana, dirty South, and the accent, honey.
Yeah.
Your thought on a crazy man.
I mean, it's been one hell of a panel. You heard me, because first I came in, we was talking about sexuality, and then we went to talking about, I just love the dynamic effects of the panel. You heard me, so where we can even take, topics that, are serious or not serious, and still have so many different contextualized conversations. So I really enjoyed myself this evening. And I definitely enjoyed the motherfucking role play. I was hollering. So
Oh, God.
I was hollering. So I really enjoyed
I
it. I'm
think that I'm gonna
definitely.
make that. I think I'm gonna make that. I think I'm gonna make that a thing here with y'all. I'm
Yes.
a role play with y'all as like we need to we need to do a simulation, honey.
Okay, man, because I was up there having my drink, hollering, you heard me, just
That nigga
screaming.
said, bruh.
You feel me? Like, so yeah, that's my final thoughts, and I mean, I'm gonna
Okay,
catch
well,
y'all on the next one. On my little funky ass channels, IG Green 85 on YouTube, IG Green 85 on TikTok, IG Green 85 on Instagram, and my little funky ass Facebook is YSAK space FO. That's YSAK space FO. All right, I'm gonna holler at y'all later. You be easy,
thank
Red
you,
Claw.
boo.
Shout out Consciouztv. Love
Already,
y'all.
brother.
Yes, I love you too,
Love
love.
you too, brother. Already,
IG
brother.
Green 85, you guys, across all social medias. IG, YouTuberations, these like Snapchat and Facebook. You guys just pause it. I'm trying to link everything in the description below when this shit load, because this shit won't probably be loaded until the next day. But I fully downloaded, I should say. Red Clock, then there was 2. How you
Right.
feeling?
I
You
feel
have
like it was a good show. A good panel. Everybody contributed. I also enjoy how it be different dynamics and different perspectives on each topic, especially like when it comes to like sexuality and gender. And it's very interesting seeing other people's perspective and knowing my perspective, and just seeing people in real time figuring things out and having real dynamics. So I really appreciate that.
How
And
you feel about Otto? Otto ain't never Otto ain't never he ain't never had his booty ate before. Why is why what like what's the point of having a body if you ain't gonna let nobody lick all over your body?
oh no, I ain't never had it either, so I don't know.
What have y'all have you ever let a woman suck your toes?
Like a woman never tried to do that to
What?
me.
What type of women y'all dealing with? These women is too Christian. Y'all need a woman with a more lived experience, honey. Show you what your body made for.
Yeah, that
Okay.
really be, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
They say
Like,
it's to mess with the older women,
oh
you know.
yes.
You
The men
know.
around more than I.
Yeah, Ben, yeah, come show me some.
Oh, okay, now remember, you done sent that out to the universe. So don't be shook when it comes knocking on the door. You done sent that out to the universe just now. The law of
Hey,
attraction heard it.
hey,
That you
man.
ready for 15.
Ain't worried about it. But yeah, though, it was a beautiful show, you know, like
It was.
always. But even though, you know, like the topic that was on the thing wasn't what, you know, we ended up talking about, but I mean, it's cool though. I fuck
So
with it.
that
I
means I
fuck
gotta
with it.
go back live again tonight to finish what was supposed to be started tonight. Last night. I gotta do it tonight.
But no, like,
Are you gonna be returning tonight?
yeah, for sure. If I,
All right.
yeah, I gotta get down with, I'm leaving the gym after I train. I got to train some people. Then after that, I'll be good.
Okay. Do you want to shout out your TikTok and your IG and your shit?
Yeah, man, y'all can follow me on Instagram. If y'all got Instagram at red__ Clark. My Facebook is Red Clark. As y'all see right here, my TikTok is Reddy Clark. So REDDYCLARK. And yeah, that's where I be at. You know, I just be cooling.
Yeah, just be cooling, child.
I just be doing my little thing, just cooling.
Yeah. Well, I will hit your. I will see your ass a text when I wrap this shit up. Thank you
All
for
right,
hanging,
G.
and thank you for being. Thank you for knowing that when we go out to the clubs, that you're gonna be rooting for me when I cut up on that dance floor, letting me
Yeah,
live my
man.
best
Like,
life.
one thing y'all gonna learn about me and people on here, and you gonna learn about me. I don't really judge people. I don't really judge. I'm very light, so I don't really, even though I'm probably not, and I probably wouldn't do it, but I don't feel like I shouldn't support you or that should take away from, like people just be too gun ho on stuff, and that goes with
Right.
like how we talked about loving yourself and knowing who you are. I know
Mhm.
I'm not what people may think or say I am. Like I don't care. Like I can cheer for you in the club and go get the baddest girl in the club at the same
Here.
time. It's my same that's my mindset. Like so
And look, I will always keep it balanced. So as soon as I'm done throwing my ass in a circle, I'll be doing some crunking. So it'll always balance, okay?
Bro.
All right, I'll see you as a text. Bye. That is Red Clark. And then there was CTV. And Reckless left to go suck dick, girl. I told y'all he about that life. Make sure you guys subscribe here, girl. Shout out to KnoccOut Media, honey. I know KnoccOut is like, girl, this was the remix of the fucking remix. Shout out to Photon D and fucking A coming through, honey. I guess we're gonna have a redo tonight, child. Okay, and we will not be on this bitch for 8 hours. I can guarantee you that as well. Shout out to Storm and Ro and Michael stole an hour. Okay, and to the conscious crew in the building, honey, baby. Lady Royale was not here for the shit. I was catching Lady Royale's comments. Oh my god, I love y'all, child. I don't know what to make of this live. It was a journey. That's all I can say. Shout out to the panel, girl. Y'all have a great morning. Have a wonderful Tuesday. I will see you all later on tonight. Peace.